What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome to the round 3 of BGIS The Grind. My name is Salty, and I'm going to be your host for the day, joining alongside by I Super Johnny. Johnny, what is up? How are you doing?
I'm doing pretty awesome considering now we are there when we will have the final 32 names this week. At the end of this week, that will move forward to the BGIS. But before that, I can't wait for the action to begin because just like our expectations last week were met, this week I am looking forward to what the teams will deliver.
Exactly. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, just to put things to context and how things have panned out so far, if you have been following BGI as the grind, you know for a fact that we started off with 256 teams that have been cut off to just 64 teams by now. And from this point on, of course, as the week progresses, we are going to be selecting 32 teams who are going to progress forward. Now, of course, the big risk has been cut off, Johnny. You know for a fact that these
Yeah.
64 teams are at least going to make their place inside round 3 of BGIS. But the ones who have been eliminated so far, they will have to start from scratch, which is going to be a difficult task for them.
Yeah, it is going to be a massive challenge because considering the in-game qualifiers for BGIS, we know there will be a lot of competition and it will be extremely tough for teams to make it through to the next
Yeah.
stages from there. This was comparatively a little bit easier position to be in, but over here, the challenge is that the lobbies are extremely stacked. Even the newer teams, even
Hmm.
the undergods that we are seeing, the fresh faces are not easy to beat. So we are saying goodbye to a lot of big names on this stage itself, as you mentioned, and it is quite exciting to see these new teams, new players move forward. And now I think the only thing left for us to do is figure out what the next 32 teams will be from these particular groups over the next 4 days that will be moving forward to the BGIS. Before that, we will have the fifth week of BGIS the grind where we will figure out what the seeding is going to look like as we move forward to BGIS.
Exactly. Speaking of BGIS, there's a lot on the line, ladies and gentlemen. It is 2 crore rupees, which is the total prize pool of BGIS. Probably one of the biggest prize pools we've seen so far. It's extremely cash rich because the first place team is going to run away with 75 lakhs. Second place team is going to run away with 37.5 in fact, and the third place will get 25
Yeah.
lakhs. Not just that, of course, even till 16th position, you are going to get some sort of cash as well, and there's multiple other awards, be it MVP of the BGIS, MVP of the finals, the rising star, or the best IGL. Just like we talk about it, it's extremely cash rich, but of course the fame and the claim is also there. And how do you get that from this tournament itself? It's going to be through the points distribution. You acquire points from the games you play. You get points for positioning yourself in the game. If you are the first position team, that is if you survive the longest and get the winner chicken dinner, you get 15 points to work with. If you are in the second spot, you get 12 points to work with. And if you're in the third spot, 10 points to work with. And simultaneously it goes down and down and down and down. Of course, each finish point equals 1 point, Johnny.
Exactly, and I think those finish points, we've seen teams prioritize those points in particular on certain maps where aggression is rewarded. But the natural order still prevails. You win the game, you will have the advantage of securing those 15 placement points for yourselves. But ladies and gentlemen, we do have the schedule of the day on our screens right now. As always, today as well, we will start our day with Erangel. Moving forward to Miramar, game number 2, Sanhok, match number 3, match number 4 will be that off map of Vikendi. Moving forward, match number 5, Miramar again, and then the last game of the day going in a complete circle. We return back to the home ground of Erangel. So, the maps, the way they are played throughout the day has set a trend for teams that do underperform in the first 3 games. So usually end up waiting for Vikendi because that is that one game where the pace of the match is extremely slow. It is extremely grueling. But on the contrary, you do have a lot of time to think your strategies. You do have the time to recheck the information that has been provided by your team about your surroundings. But we'll talk about all of that later because game number 1 will be played on Erangel, and the 16 teams that will be part of the action are on our screens right now.
Exactly, and a lot of big names are there in the 16 teams, of course. You've got Enigma Gaming right up top, who had acquired so many points in the 2 weeks that they've played. ASLAAA Esports as well. You've got Team Xbox, you've got Team Hyderabad Hydras, and of course, this lobby, just like you mentioned right at the beginning, it's going to be extremely stacked. So, for the underdog teams who have actually made this far, I think it's going to be a test for them because at this point, you are starting to get inside the tier 1 lobbies. You are starting to
Yes.
get inside probably the top tier notch of BGMI, and it's going to be this place where you start performing and you show the world what you are capable of. Of course, just like you mentioned, the maps are going to be simple. Probably for qualification you would still need those 4 good games. Now, how do you play, how do you pan out those 4 different games is going to be your choice. Of course, if you are comfortable on the maps of Erangel and Miramar, which we consider to be like the default maps of the game itself, right? It's considerably slow. You've got the
Yeah.
time and to think of every single strategy, every single rotation, of course, all of which we'll explain later on. But there will be those curveballs of Sanhok and Vikendi, the maps which are a little different in terms of playstyle, ladies and gentlemen. But with that being said, I feel like a lot of theory crafting will follow up. But for now, though, the map of Erangel is live in front of us and the flight has taken off. My co-pilot, Johnny, how are you feeling and where are you flying this flight?
I mean, this time we're going to be taking a route from the eastern edge of the map towards the west. We start our trajectory from Milta Power, and it's going to go all the way through Pochinki towards the hospital area. I mean, to be a little bit more precise, it will end towards the western edge of the hospital position marked on the map. So this flight path is quite decent. I believe we have been fair to the players, Salty. A lot of teams do
Mhm.
like to play from that military base as well, and they will have a free option of dropping towards the shoreline of that military island and then traversing either towards Norepnoi or the military base from those positions. For teams playing from the northern parts of the map, this has to be the easiest flight part to deal with since Yasnaya
Yeah.
Mansion Rozok is quite close if you want to go towards Severny or shooting range, or if you are one of those rare teams that plays from Zarki, you can always land towards the northern Orzapol city, pick up a vehicle, and then move on out towards Zarki.
Exactly. Teams would love to go their desired drop locations. And of course, we know for a fact that, the further your drop location is from the flight path, the more you would have to glide on that parachute so that you can cover that extra distance. And it's always easy when the flight path actually traverses right across the center of the
Yeah.
map because then you've got that even ground setup. You can acquire those territories on either side of the map and you don't have to cover crazy distances. Again, another concept of the game itself is going to be being encapsulated by the play zone, being encapsulated by the circle, which keeps shrinking. So the teams will have to come inside. Now, speaking of the drop location so far, right now, you can have a look that there's only one team which has gone towards this island, it was Nova Ripno, and I believe it was Team X Spark. For them, I feel like the rotation is going to be a little difficult because not only they would have to traverse the bridge, but also cross a lot of teams which might be waiting for them in that Milda region
Yeah.
as well. But apart from that, problems should not arise. And no early collisions as such as of yet, Johnny.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't really seen those drop fights yet, but the expectations are going to be there because I did see 3 teams moving towards the southwestern side of the map, towards Query, Ferry Pier, and Primosk. Now, I wonder if all those 3 teams are going to be so close to each other, there's a massive probability of an early fight breaking out. But, ladies and gentlemen, we switch focus. We did see Global Esports, GE Phoenix, on our screens a few moments ago, and they were
Yeah.
quite a decent distance away from the zone. So I will be a little bit concerned about what their exact game plan will be like, because I believe they were somewhere around 1100 or 1200 meters plus away from the safe area. So they have now 2 options: either get some basic loot and start moving in early, get a safe position inside the zone as quickly as possible in the first 2 stages of the game, or they can try and play a slow game, play the late rotation route where they start moving out of their spot after the first blue zone has engulfed their current position, and then play edge to edge, play zone to zone, where you stick to the edge of the safe zone as soon as the next one is about to pop up. But
Yeah.
now moving on to Hyderabad Hydras. Salty thoughts on this team, because our expectations when the tournament started from Hyderabad Hydras were massive.
Certainly, right. This is a big name, a big org, of course, and you've got certain experienced players in them as well, right? But in terms of performance wise, I feel like this team has still not yet reached its peak. They only had acquired 29 points in the games that they've played previously, which is
Yeah.
not something which is massive, right? It was decent, of course, it was enough for them to actually make the cut, but I feel like considering a name as big as Hyderabad Hydras, who you consider to sort of challenge the top tier teams in the finals and actually challenge for the trophy, 29 points is still shy of their absolute best. And I would love to have a look at what their absolute best looks like. You know, something which Team Enigma could actually put up forward, one of the top teams of the country with extremely skilled individuals, and they've acquired 74 points. So, to put things into perspective, 74 points is probably what a top tier team should
Yeah.
get. Not 29 points, but of course, we know for a fact that it's a long tournament and the form and the momentum of every team varies. So Hyderabad Hydras, they
Yeah.
still have the opportunity of making a comeback.
I think 70 points, as you said, would be a little too much because Enigma Gaming did have a monstrous performance during their qualifying matches. But I think the marker for these big names should have been above 50 points for sure. That
Yep.
should have been extremely easily doable for all of these big names. But unfortunately, that wasn't the case, right? And as we were talking about Enigma Gaming, I think during the opening round, during round one, they were there to make a statement because earlier the morning of their match, I think,
Yeah,
or it was the
I
night
still
before
remember.
their match, Max Cash did put out a story about the drop locations that their team was planning to use. And if your
Hmm.
team is confident enough that the players are going to go around on social media and just reveal exactly how you want to play out your matches, reveal out your entire game plan to the opposition, and still finish at the top of the leaderboard, I say, well, good luck to the opposition in a scenario like that, because that sort of showcases how confident the team is, how confident the players are about
Yeah.
themselves, about their skill, and not really relying on what the other players are doing. They know exactly what their strategy is, what the adaptations are going to be like, and the game plan is all set. And I think that is what sort of separated a lot of these experienced teams amongst themselves, because we did see
Hmm.
a lot of the bigger names as well. For example, Team Soul in round one, as we saw them barely make it through to the other side. Godlike in round two, their qualification also came down to the last two matches. It felt like these teams sort of came a little unprepared about the undergods and were caught
Yeah.
off guard, were surprised. But because they have experience, because they have the necessary tools already built into the players, to sort of survive those scenarios, they were able to adapt and they were able to survive in this tournament.
Exactly, and I feel like that is how majority of the tier one teams sort of prepare themselves, right? I spoke to Ovis in the morning, and he's like, you know what, our only competition is ourselves. We will focus on our gameplay, and the other things will actually be a byproduct of it. We don't need to prepare for any particular team specifically. We just need to focus on our gameplay and our team synergy. And Enigma Gaming, they've actually done a pretty good job in terms of building that team synergy and having those beautiful communications, because they're very clear when to take which sort of decision. They are very clear when to actually push, when to go in for a flank, when to go in for a third party. Of course, all of these we will get to see in a while. Of course, we'll break it down to you guys. But so far, this is Team 6. I'm not really sure which team it is. I think it's Jux Esports. Yes. Now, Jux Esports, as a matter of fact, also been an underdog team which hasn't really showed up their best of performances. 26 points from their first couple of games that they've played in the previous rounds. Also need to show up and show what they're capable of in terms of, you know, their firing power and you know, in terms of their positioning. A lot of these teams have to go in for those head-on battles against the tier 1 teams to probably test themselves at this point. You know, I feel like this is one of the lobbies where you can set a statement for yourselves. You can create that little bit of an aura around you where, you know, teams are scared to take a fight. I believe there will be certain underdog teams who have already done that for themselves. Mania Esports, as a matter of fact, or probably even someone like a team ASLAAA Esports or team Mayhem, who had acquired a lot of points. Jux Esports
Yeah.
just on the vicinity, on the periphery of that aura, but still yet to work on it.
I mean, well, let's see. As you mentioned, they are yet to work on it, and we will witness in this game how much work have they put in, and are they prepared to take on all of these big names in round two of BGIS The Grind. The early stages of this first game of Erangel have been extremely quiet so far. We still have 64 teams, 16 teams, 64 players remaining in this lobby. Not a single player has been finished off, but it feels like all of that is going to change as Team BZ do find themselves, or in fact, are able to spot out the players of RVNG. First knock, the attempt is there from Kratos, but the shots fail to connect. Although, on
Yeah.
the finish speed, we did notice a little bit of action. One of the lads inside this lobby has been knocked out, and I believe in a few seconds we'll find out exactly who.
Exactly, but look at this though. The circle shift, it's massive, Johnny. I mean, we know for a fact that the circle is extremely unpredictable. It can go in any different direction it wants to.
Yeah.
But of course, when a hard shift like this comes in, where the circle sort of hugs one of the edges of the blue zone, it sort of creates a huge problem for the teams because they need to traverse a very long route. Now, imagine this, right? The teams who are at the northern periphery of the blue zone right now, for example, Team MF or, for example, Team ELF, as a matter of fact, they need to traverse more than 200, 300 meters. In fact, Team MF need to cover an entire island to actually
Yeah.
make it inside the circle, which makes it incredibly difficult in these rotation paths being cut off. There's a massive amount of risk because when you try and cover so much distance on the map, there's always a potential chance where somebody else might try and take shots against you. We just saw how Team BAAZ officials were actually taking those shots against Team Revenge, even though it did not do any sort of harm. But there's always that risk, there's always that chance of one of our off tires of the vehicle gets actually blown off, or one of your teammates actually gets knocked down. All of those things will have to be taken care of, and this is why hardships are probably the most difficult circumstances for teams to deal with, Johnny.
Yeah, I mean, we are already seeing why, as you were explaining, like the rotations, the calculation of how much damage you're going to take from the blue zone, how much time it will take for you to travel safely to the next safe zone. All of those calculations can prove a challenge, along with the mid rotation, the adaptability required to fight while rotating at the same time. So we are seeing it in, well, the impact of that a little bit on Megaforce, who were all the way in Severny, and I believe two players from their side were knocked out just from the blue zone damage itself in the early stages. Luckily for them, it is the early blue zone damage. It is extremely, extremely minor. So as soon as the players are revived, if you give them those bandages, if you give them even one energy drink, that should help them sustain for a good amount of time in these early stages of the match. But then again, Megaforce will have to move out of Severny and, as you mentioned, cross the islands and then figure out a way to enter the zone as soon as possible. Because from stage 2 onwards, the damage does kick up a notch and it will cause you a lot of trouble if you still continue to move slow inside of this match. But switching focus, we move over to the players of Team Mayhem. Another big name inside this lobby, and they find themselves against, not against, well, quite a little bit far away from the players of Instinct Outliers, but Sahib has spotted one of the players rotating. The vehicles was visible to him, and he was aiming on that UAS for a good 2-3 seconds, deciding not to take those shots because, well, that would have given away the information about his teammates to the opposition.
Interesting though. Team Mayhem, they will be in the lookout for a lot of those early finish points because you know for a matter of fact, if you get those early finish points, if you get those early knocks and finishes to your name, then it sort of acts as a morale boost. You know, it sort of sets the team up for success in the later stages of the game because already your hands are warmed up. You know your shots are connecting, and you know for a fact that you've acquired a couple of points even before the finale has come up. But so far, Team Hyderabad Hydras, I believe that they are sensing a sort of a presence. They will loot this airdrop as a matter of fact. But Joker, I believe that he knows that there is another team extremely close, and that's going to be Hyderabad Hydras. In fact, that's going to be... I'm not sure which team it is, Johnny. Can you illustrate on which team it is?
Yeah, my eyesight is extremely bad as well.
It's Mania Esports, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that is Mania right there.
I mean, to be honest, as a matter of fact, we've been gaming way too much. I believe that this is time for us to actually get contact lenses or get some sort of good spectacles, because our eyesight at this point is completely screwed. But I feel like the circle as well has decided to do something of the same situation to all the players, because they are being toyed upon right now, hardships after hardship, Johnny. And once again, look at how many different colors of teams are there inside the circle. I believe that it's still 64 players who is still alive inside the lobby, but the action starts brewing up right now as Hyderabad Hydras, they push upon the players of GE Phoenix, and this battle is going to start extremely soon, Johnny.
Well, let's see the fight. The first fight of the game, in fact, is breaking out, and this one is between the players of Global Esports and Hyderabad Hydras. And Hyderabad Hydras, standing up tall upon the players of GE, have knocked out two individuals from the side of GE Phoenix. This is going to be extremely brutal upon them. Hyderabad Hydra still looking 4-man strong. Just 2 players remaining. Thakurayan and Shriju are all that is left from the side of GE Phoenix. And even Rivan. Shriju has been finished off. Rivan still knocked out. Thakurayan is the last player standing. I don't think she will be able to survive for long, considering Hyderabad Hydras at this point have them surrounded. Even the only escape option that Thakurayan has of falling back is controlled by another team. Leave the players from the side of Autobots are there, but there it is. Joker has seen her through the window. Crazy running in the wrong corner, but doesn't matter. His teammates chime in, and Hyderabad Hydras do secure the first squad wipe of the game. Oh, that was second. Instinct outliers, in the meanwhile, have also been wiped out.
Exactly right. The action just automatically grew up a notch. It seems like adrenaline has been pumped into the lobby as Team Enigma Gaming are also sort of on the damage lines right now. Infinity OP was knocked out. Daljit is there, places the smoke so that there is no line of sight, so that shots can't be fired from the side of Hyderabad Hydras and the player can be revived. Of course, when a player gets knocked out, you know for a fact that there are 2 options, right? You can either leave him to succumb to his injuries, or you can try and get him back up. And at that point, it's still the early stages of the game, and Enigma Gaming know that keeping those 4 men up and alive, it's going to be extremely important so that you have the maximum amount of strength in terms of not just gunfire, but also map control. And look at this, right? Look at the mini-map right now. The radar shows that there are 3 teams in the vicinity, which means that situation is going to get extremely complicated, and a lot of third-party situation is going to happen. But this is how in fact, the action grew out, multiple teams facing each other, because of the fact that this is the stage 4 of this game so far, and we still had 64 teams just a couple of minutes ago, but now it's been cut down to 53. A lot of deaths have happened on the map itself, Johnny.
Exactly. A lot of players, a lot of individuals getting taken out. Look at those flashing red lights. I mean, it is definitely a time for emergency moves from a lot of these teams, especially considering the lads of ASLAAA have taken a massive, massive hit. Toxic and Trigger finished outside in the blue zone. This is just too brutal for any of these teams to understand exactly what they have to do. But let's see, Enigma Gaming pinned down by the players of X7, or should I say player of X7, as Clown seems to be the only man from his team in this spot, trying to deal with 2 individuals from the side of Enigma Gaming. But unfortunately for him, he took too much time in figuring out a way to engage against Infinity and Max Cash, and now they are both firing on all cylinders. The nades being lobbed are gonna equalize the numbers of this 3v2, and now Enigma Gaming, they had the advantage for a few seconds, but an incredible nade from Titan before he was taken down does make sure that the advantage is still in the hands of X7, at least for this isolated fight. X7 can easily pick off 2 individuals from the side of Enigma and then look to see how they want to deal with the situation ahead.
This fight was actually a pendulum move. Of course, the favor was always shifting from one team to the other, and right now Maxkas had to actually step down. He took the leap of faith and always will try and revive his fallen comrade. But look at this, Legend from up top. Beautiful spray down, and Team Enigma Gaming, they lose another player in the process. I believe Daljit might just be the only player who is still surviving, and now he's even under fire. And that is it. Team X7, they wipe out Team Enigma Gaming in a flash. This is beautiful, right? An underdog team, a team whom we were praising, Enigma Gaming, they have been instantly neutralized in brilliant fashion. 1 player with the outstanding grenade knocks down 2 players, and of course, then the amount of added control they had in terms of spraying down players in the distance, they did not give them time to recover. Beautiful stuff from Team X7. But shifting focus, we've got Team XNOR, who is actually on the offense against Team Mayhem, and they are caught in the middle of nowhere, Johnny.
And this is going to be quite interesting to see how will Mayhem come back from this. 2 players knocked out. Warrior is trying to go for a flank, but Mickey, he has a brilliant plan in his head right now. The nade was being cooked, but out of nowhere, the players from the side of MEGAFORCE chiming in, and the flank that XNOR were setting up has been destroyed. Goku, in fact, is still there, but he is being held back. Realizes MEGAFORCE have gotten too close for comfort. In the meanwhile, Zed Blitz in the backlines is still trying his level best to finish off the players from the opposition of Team Mayhem, so that XNOR has advantageous fighting position. This is going to be extremely difficult. The blue zone has started to move, and MEGAFORCE and XNOR, both of them having the high ground. I don't see a way Mayhem pull through from this fight.
Exactly, and this is why the ending stage of the game becomes so chaotic, because not only you've got to battle the wall of death, but also multiple teams to try and encroach upon your space. We just saw how MEGAFORCE actually tried to disturb and destroy the fight which was happening between XNOR as well as Mayhem, and this is what happens when a third-party team approaches, right? Both the teams are quite weakened, they soften up, and they try and reap the rewards. But look at this though, MEGAFORCE, they just completely acquire all the finish points which XNOR worked hard for, and this is exactly what I was talking about. The hard work was done by Team XNOR, but the rewards were reaped by Team MEGAFORCE. Extremely intelligent stuff, and now I believe that eyes are going to be set on Team XNOR as well, because they want to destroy as many teams as they possibly can. They also have that high ground territory where they need to move a little inside towards the center of the circle if they want to acquire that big winner chicken dinner. Same is going to be the case for XNOR as well, who are trying to create space for themselves. A certain amount of players are being knocked out, but I believe that it's going to be the teams who are at the center of the circle, namely Revenge as well as Team Elf, who are going to start dominating inside this circle from this point on, Johnny.
XNOR, as you mentioned, no matter what they have to do, they will have to pull out all the moves right here, right now, because with MEGAFORCE closing in from the rear and with the players from the side of Bgis Esports in their front, XNOR, they don't have a lot of room to move. But look at this. They just make the push for the center of the map while Bgis Esports watches them from the distance on the other side. AR against X7. Legit and Titan trying their level best to survive in this 2v4. It is going to be extremely difficult and brutal upon them. The smokes are being lobbed to create a little bit of soft cover to work with, but this is not going to be enough. Team X7, they are out of utility right now. No Molotovs, no grenades left, and without those throwables winning this fight, it's going to be close to impossible.
Close to impossible, also because of the man disadvantage right now. It's a 2v4 situation, and Legend wants to create that flank angle so that he can create that distraction. But of course, he's open from multiple angles. He's being third-partied upon. That is basically, there are multiple teams who are taking shots against X7, and now his attention has been divided. Of course, AEROBOTZ are not in a good position as well. They are in a sandwich situation between Hyderabad Hydras and Team X7, so they need to look out on two different directions. Teams who are in either ends of this team right now. They're still trying to fight back at the edge of the circle itself, just trying to hold on to this periphery. As soon as the circle shifts, I believe it's going to be time for them to take their vehicles and actually proceed from this point on, because it's going to be extremely hard to sustain so much pressure coming in from multiple directions. Look at that. Humanoid wants to create that flank angle, trying to wrap Team AEROBOTZ from the back lines, and Titan is also encroaching upon, trying to be prone and trying to hide his presence so that he can take the shots when Team AEROBOTZ least expect, and he has done that. Ultron, in fact, from the top has been dishing so much damage, but this is Hyderabad Hydras who are ripping so much out of this entire fight, and both AEROBOTZ as well as X7, they are on the receiving end of it, Johnny.
Humanoid, let's see, the only nade he had upon him has been lobbed, and it goes to waste, connects on absolutely nothing, and AEROBOTZ, they're going to be quite grateful for that, as now they have had the opportunity to bring their teammates back into this lobby. Joker from the side of Hyderabad Hydras taking a fight against the players of SG7 is going to pay for the over-aggression as he gets knocked and finished off. And now Hyderabad Hydras, they're down to the last three players, Humanoid, Ultron and Syed, while Humanoid still keeps a check and collects all the information about the players of AEROBOTZ. Ultron and Syed are going to try and gain some map control for them team. Ultron, he's joined his teammates, still taking on the players of AEROBOTZ on the other side. Syed is going to lob a nade, try and check for individuals inside of that smoke on the other side as well. Safe haven. It's going to be extremely difficult to find for the players of Hyderabad Hydras, but look at this. We do have this team away, squad number 11, finding kind of an awkward spot for themselves inside the zone because it's out quite out in the open. The only sort of cover that they have to work with are the smokes that they lob before they try to move in. Hyderabad Hydras under heavy fire this time for from the players of RVNG.
Exactly right, Team RVNG. They have so much map control right now. They're probably the only team who have got solid cover inside the circle, and I believe that this is their game to win. Of course, no team can come in and challenge. There is so much open grounds, and they can fire blank shots at every single team who is trying to approach them. Look at their finish numbers, 9 finishes to work with, and every single one of the teams in the edge of the circle right now, be it War Mania or be it AEROBOTZ, they are under heavy fire, just like you mentioned. For them, the only option would be is to try and take their vehicles and try and slam into that compound to try and take a even-Stevens fight, but even then the numbers disadvantage is going to be massive for them. At least War Mania, they've got 12 finishes to their name, of course, and they still have their 4 players up and alive. But just like I said, the kind of position they are in, it's going to be extremely risky to try anything out at this point. Aman, of course, did spot Quag out in the open, and he has now been knocked out. Crores was actually the one who secured that knock for this team. Of course, team number 10, Revenge, in sweet position, and now they know for a fact that all of these players are going to be their prey, Johnny.
Yeah, exactly. And they realize this as well. As you said right now, they want to secure this win for themselves, but Fruit Juice will have to watch out for the flank because AEROBOTZ still have a line of fire through that window, and they were causing a lot of trouble for that individual from the side of Revenge Esports. I believe AEROBOTZ, they have gotten extremely far in this game more than expected, but now they will finally start to fall as the line of fires from both the opposing teams will collapse upon them, and they don't really have a lot of room to work with. They have this ridge that can block the line of sight for Revenge Esports, but as soon as they move an inch towards the zone, they're going to be exposed yet again. So Revenge Esports, it comes down to them. They are the ones deciding who will finish second, who will finish third, because stealing this first spot away, stealing this chicken dinner away from Revenge Esports, it is extremely, extremely difficult task to do right now.
Exactly. I mean, Team Revenge, they've got a full house for themselves, right?
Yeah.
They know for a fact that this is ideal situation. They've got the circle's blessings. They've got the blessings of the hardcover as well. And thankfully, to their advantage, their opposition, they're not just out in the open, but they're also taking blues on damage. They don't really have a lot of vehicles to actually traverse, and there's an extremely huge open ground which they need to traverse to try and even contest them. And this is one of the reasons why they're chipping and chiming in with so many damage points at this stage of the game so far. And it's going to be extremely easy for them to secure. There is going to be some sort of resistance, but just like I said, hard covers give you that sort of an advantage so that you can resurrect. But look at this though, War Mania, they've actually managed to strike back. They've taken down 2 players from the side of Team Revenge, and now they can actually manage to close in. Of course, they don't really have that amount of advantage because another player actually, I believe, gets taken down by the play zone, and that's it. A winner chicken dinner without actually even working that hard. Revenge, it's absolutely brilliant. The fact that they had that compound for themselves right from the start of the 5th or the 6th circle, and they held it like an absolute fortress, led to the fact that this team got an easy winner chicken dinner right at the start of the day, Johnny. What a way to start the game.
Yeah, it was absolutely incredible. They made sure they maintained composure. They made sure they maintained control of that compound, as you mentioned. And then things just became easier and easier with every single minute of the game that went by, especially considering that a lot of teams that were closing towards them since the top 6 of this game, since the final top 6 of this game, all of them were exposed to each other. So all of them were busy fighting amongst themselves, and Revenge Esports were like, all right, knocked player, that's our point. This player is out in the open, that's our point as well. It was free shooting range for them, and it was free practice for them. All they had to do just was secure those points, make sure that they were getting those finish points, additional free finish points as well. And the game was pretty much already theirs.
Exactly. But ladies and gentlemen, of course, we'll witness how Team Revenge actually managed to get this chicken in the highlights, which is going to come in your screen very soon. But of course, it comes down to the basics, right? We always have been talking about you have to make those early rotations. You have to pick your compounds early so that you can get the advantage of the zone. You can get the advantage of the hard cover. And I believe the Team Revenge were the ones who made the first moves for the compound. And once they held it like an absolute fortress, just like I
Yeah.
mentioned. There were other teams who were brilliant, right? Who were opting for the edge of the circle strategy, who were trying to fight across their way toward the center of the circle. It's always the riskier option. You might get a lot of rewards in terms of the finish points, but the fact that you might not be able to get the chicken dinner is also a detrimental factor because you are under fire by multiple teams. And when you don't have hard cover, it's extremely difficult to try and sustain for longer periods, especially for contesting for that winner-winner chicken dinner. We saw how X7 were brilliant holding on to, but when they were under fire by both, I believe, AEROBOTZ as well as Revenge, they just could not hold on to that amount of pressure.
Exactly. I mean, dealing with pressure can become extremely situational, and even the smallest decision that you take, all right, I'm going to peek this window at this time, that can be a game changer for everyone. And this game has a lot of butterfly effects happening at the same time. And as we saw the earlier fights with Hyderabad Hydras, AEROBOTZ, and the players of X7, all three of
Yeah,
those teams got delayed. Hyderabad Hydras,
yeah.
their decision to just run down the slope instead of picking up the fight against AEROBOTZ when they had the advantage, I believe was the reason that we did not see them make it to the top three instead of AEROBOTZ. So all of those things you have to take into account, that there will be times when you won't really be in control of things and you will have to play a little bit more reactive. And I think that sort of builds up consistency in these teams' performances, because we are going to see, I think, today specifically, I expect Enigma to be a little bit more aggressive, considering that is what they were aiming for as well during the last time. That was their intention of
Yeah.
uh, asking the other teams to push upon them, asking the other teams for a head-on battle, and they are confident in their skills to go for the finish point. So I think that is something that a few teams will be focused on. But as you mentioned, I mean, if you have the zone, you definitely do not need to step out, take those fights, look for the action. You can just play for survival, play for placement, because at the end of the day, it is the team alive at the end of the game that will end up getting those 15 points. So that will be the priority. But again, look at the situation, analyze what is happening, what should be your primary concern at that point. If it's survival, look for a safer spot. If you know you're in an uncomfortable position where probability of you making it through to the next stage is quite low, start looking for fights, because that is basically damage control at that point.
Well said, Johnny. I mean, I look at this in two different perspectives, right? I mean, we talked of Team RVNG's perspective where they had the circle for themselves when they had the compounds and they had,
Yeah.
of course, had the advantage of moving in early. But what about teams who could not move in early? Probably they were engaged in a particular fight which could have delayed their rotation. Probably they were stuck somewhere. They did not have the right amount of utility because of which they wanted to invest a little bit more time so they can loot a little further. I feel like I always talk about having good fights and bad fights. I believe
Yeah.
that if you don't have the compound for yourself, it always makes sense to sort of be a little aggressive. We know, as a matter of fact, BGMI is a survival game, but sometimes you need to make those calls where you need to, slam in onto a particular compound, try and contest against the other team so that you can actually infiltrate it and invade and make the compound yours. I believe that nobody actually took that huge risk. Of course, we knew for a fact that it was just like you said, it was extremely situational. Everywhere outside the compound, it was open grounds. And even if people or teams were trying to get those four vehicle slams coming in, they would have been instantly shot down. But of course, in other scenarios, that can be a possibility where you can try and contest against the teams, try and go head on against the teams who are holding that much amount of map control. And you might be the ones who can dethrone them and be the new king of the hill.
I mean, as you were talking about a few moments ago about analyzing the situation, realizing good fights and bad fights, I say never fight fair. If it's a 50-50 odd of you winning or the opposition winning, don't take the fight. Anything less than that, you should obviously not take it. Always fight when you know for a fact that you have the upper hand against the opposition. In a complete 4v4, in an ideal situation where the other team also has 4 players remaining, they do have a lot of utility available. I have a lot of utility available with my teammates. I think it's better to sort of back off and look for an advantage where you will have the upper hand. But let's have a look at the stats from this game. Who do you think will be the MVP of this matchup, though?
I mean, I think obviously it has to be somebody from Revenge, but let's just find out from this stat itself. It's going to be Fruit Juice from Revenge Esports with 6 finishes. Now, Fruit Juice was absolutely lethal, but he did not really have to work that hard to acquire those 6 finishes, right? I mean, I always say your finishes or your damage points is always a byproduct of your positioning, and I feel like both Final Boss and Fruit Juice, they had those good positioning. They just had to peek out at certain moments outside the window and, you know, get a couple of finishes and then move back. It wasn't really a full-time job for them. It was basically a part-time hobby to acquire those finishes. And then they have 10 finish points shared between them. And even War Mania, as a matter of fact, this team was doing fantastic. They swept across so many teams coming in from the edge lines. Guru OG and Quagmire, they have 8 finishes divided between them. And I still remember, as a matter of fact, that they had 12 finishes when they were inside the top 3. So this team also has acquired a lot of finish points as well as placement points for themselves. It's going to be interesting to find out which are the teams who are contesting for that top spot. Of course, X7 had a brilliant run, but ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have a look at the point standings right now. And Revenge Esports, they still lead the charts with 28 points to work with, and War Mania closely following them with 24 points, Johnny.
Yeah, and this is quite interesting considering Revenge, we know they do have the experience under the bag, but still 28 points on War Mania, yet rising up to the challenge with 24 points is something very impressive. And I think this sort of showcases that we will definitely have an extremely interesting day. Because look at this, where's Enigma Gaming? They are on the 2nd page of the rankings. One of the biggest names inside of this lobby has been dropped down to the 11th position in the first game of the day, finishing with just 3 finishes to their name. X-Park on that 10th spot, 3 points total tally. ASLAAA Esports as well is there on the 9th position with just 3 points. Team Mayhem, we saw their fight, how beautifully X7 dealt with the players of Team Mayhem, how beautifully they were able to delay Mayhem's push towards their direction. Yeah, there was another team that came in with the third party a few moments later, but even before that, Mayhem were being put under a lot of pressure, and because of that, they were extremely low in the rankings. And yet, I have to say this, there's still a possibility of a comeback. I mean, we still have a long day to go. That was just the first game. We still have 5 more maps left.
Exactly right. Neklo always loves to talk about the fact that you should not judge a team just on the basis of their first game. And I truly believe that, right? The first game is just sort of the trailer. The real picture, ladies and gentlemen, is gonna come right after this. Because, of course, you've got the map of Miramar, where, again, there is a potential where big teams might actually get those big chicken numbers and completely overturn the team.
Yeah. I mean, but since Salty, you've mentioned Necro's name, I would like to hear his thoughts on what has happened till now and what his expectations will be for the rest of the day. So I'm going to try summon Necro now. Necro, if you can hear me, please present yourself. Hello? Is Necro there? I mean, we're going to wait for the spirit of Necro to appear with us so we can discuss his thoughts on Team Mayhem's run in Game 1. Enigma Gaming, I'm going to be hopeful. I know for a fact that these lads do have something cooking in the background. Hyderabad Hydras as well. I mean, teams with so much caliber, you will expect them to bring something special. But ladies and gentlemen, talking about bringing special things to this broadcast, presenting none other than Necro. Necro, are you finally here?
I mean, yeah, it feels really good to be back, huh, Johnny? Considering it's been a while. It's really been a while. And now, considering, as we all have been mentioning too over and over again, as days are going to pass by, Johnny, the competition's going to get even more tougher. And to be honest, I'm just really here to see how GE Phoenix is going to be performing. Because let's be honest, these female lineups have been really astonishing us.
I mean, they have been quite surprising, in fact, as you mentioned, and it is quite interesting to see how they adapt as well along with the other teams inside of this lobby. But
Yeah.
I think GE Phoenix, not really a start that they wanted, but something that they will have to deal with, considering they were one of the first two teams to get wiped out in game number one. But lucky for them, as we were just talking about it, 5 more matches still left. That means there's still an opportunity for them to bring themselves back into the competition. And again, a reminder for the audience, the goal right now in these lobbies, in these matches, is not to win. If you win, good for you. That's an added bonus. That's an added confidence booster. But the objective is to stay inside the top 8.
Yeah, and some of these teams are actually really confident that they're going to be making it in the top 8 whatsoever. So a lot of these known teams in general, Johnny, don't really tend to showcase their real strategies. Now, in the previous game, we saw Revenge Esports, right, on our screens, just going all guns blazing, just going berserk on the lobby. And I was just sitting in the sidelines looking at the game myself, and when I saw the MVP status as well in front of me, and I was like, okay, this man is just insane, I guess. Well, I guess their name is Revenge Esports, and they're really here inside the round 2 to get a lot of revenge.
Exactly, and I think we are going to be keeping an eye on them because that first game was absolutely brilliant. You talk about the pacing, the way they traversed around the map. You talk about map control, positional control. They maintained it quite beautifully as well. They were quite smart looking and avoiding certain fights at certain times because that is also an important aspect of the game. You can't win every single fight. So it is important to realize when to back off, when to engage, when to re-engage against a team that has been sort of holding their own against you for a good 30-40 seconds. So all of those timing related details are extremely important, and I think kudos to the IGL of Revenge Esports because he was able to control his team so perfectly in that final situation. But again, massive props to War Mania. I did not think War Mania was going to survive till the top 2. I thought they were going to be eliminated a long time back because they were playing in the open for so long, and yet to be able to sustain themselves, to be able to keep the numbers up as well while taking those fights, while securing those elimination numbers was quite impressive. But can they replicate the same thing on this map? That is the question now.
I mean, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. The game of Miramar is on the way as we're going to be having the plane flight path in front of us, starting all the way from Campo Militar, all the way towards the southern side, somewhere close to Los Leones. But still, considering the plane flight path isn't really going to be that big of an issue for all these teams, so I think it should be quite easy for most of the teams to just traverse onto their drop location. Shouldn't really be that tough to extend onto that.
Well, let's see, though. This one, leaning towards the northern part of the map, is going to prove to be a challenge for the teams that do like to play from the southern side of this map of Miramar, especially if you are one of the teams that do like to play from Puerto Paracio or the southern side of Los Leones. Then it is going to be extremely tricky for you to figure out where to drop and how to get to your preferred drop location. But look at this, Necro. Right off the bat, we have something extremely interesting happening. We did see Bgis Esports drop towards Torre Amuda, but only 3 players are heading towards Torre Amuda. One of the individuals from the side of Bgis decided to glide toward Campo Militar, and he is quite close to the players of BZ.
Exactly. I mean, in general, as I mentioned, right, this plane flight path is really not going to be that problematic. But considering seeing a drop collision inside Campo Militar itself, and considering that only Nico, I think he was the only man who was quite clothesline against his opponents as well, and that too inside Campo Militar, this is something that you do not really see. That's a rare occurrence. But now, speaking about this Hacienda del Patron area, we've got the players of MF going against the Elves, and Elves already losing out on a player. Not really that great of a start they wanted to have. Jody in the clotheslines, but he's got a shotgun to back him up.
The house of the boss. We'll find out who's the actual boss of this place.
Wow.
And, well, MEGAFORCE. That was an awkward angle for the players of Elves to deal with, but still, I think now it's a massive point of concern. Thunder has been brought back into this lobby, but it's still quite a tight angle for them to shoot back from. And look at this, Sketch taking full advantage of that position, is going to be able to secure another knock, while Jerry from the other side is actually using the Winchester to take down the opposition, finishing them off. And all of a sudden, Elves, well, just like the mythical creatures, these ones are also about to vanish from the map. That's the second last individual getting taken out, and Elf are now down to the last player inside of this game. where is that man hiding?
Yeah, well, tough outing, man. Considering Grind 2 is still knocked out. Yeah, the Resurrection's being stuck onto him. But as you mentioned, there's the last man from the side of Elf. Well, I guess he's really ran away to save his life there. And now we've also got Nico once again from the side of Jux, and he's getting hunted down. Right now, it seems like the players of BZ, they're on a perch, and they're not going to let him go at all. Nico gets taken out of the game. Knocked out and confirmed as well. Not really the start they wanted to have. But you know what? One known name, Johnny, that we saw inside round one just go absolutely berserk inside the lobby. I would say that's X7 Officials, another underdog team that has a lot of potential.
True, and I mean, during the round one matches as well, X7, they looked extremely impressive, extremely clean. Even in the previous game, while they might not have survived till the extreme late stages, they did secure a decent number of finishes and eliminations for themselves. And look at this fight. I mean, just flawless from the players of MEGAFORCE. They made it look easy. Players running into situations where they did not have the numbers advantage. Sketch especially was so phenomenal in the way he individually positioned himself on that small little window and figured out, all right, I have the upper hand over here. Both the players, they don't really have an option. They will have to cross this hallway if they want to get to safety, and he did not allow them to move an inch out of his vision before taking a lot of damage, enough to be on their knees. But switching focus to Team Mayhem. Mayhem is, again, a massive, massive name in the Indian esports scene. But so far, as in fact, game number one was considered, the performance wasn't up to the mark.
That is true, man. And considering you really do need to be consistent, you know, you've only got 6 games in your hand. But once again, Johnny, as I like to mention, right, I don't really like to judge a team just behalf of that first game of the day, right? I want them to have a little bit of more, just try and get inside the groove, maybe feel yourself, maybe the second game or the third game, because look, at the end of the day, you just need to make it halfway. 50% is the only marker. Top 8, that's the way to go. And if you're going to be managing to find yourself even barely qualifying, some of the teams like Godsreen who qualified barely in the round one, but then in the round two, they really started to showcase their true colors because we know what Godsreen is capable of. And in round two, that team just had a rocket start. So once again, as I mentioned, it's really tough to just judge a team just on that first game. So I'm going to let them have the second game of Miramar as well, just go in their favor. Let's see how things are going to be looking like in the mid-pack of the game. But right now, we've got X7 on our screens. And speaking of this team, as I mentioned, in round one, this team was one of the most fearsome teams out there.
Yeah.
Of course, a name to be feared. And to be honest, I'd just like to call them the powerhouse.
I mean, for sure. In terms of what we saw from the teams before them, as far as the newcomers were considered, X7 were very impressive. Even in the previous game, I mean, the early fight that they took against the players of Mayhem, just managing to hold them off for a good 30-40 seconds in itself in an open fight was extremely impressive. So X7, I mean, we are right to be hopeful to expect big numbers from them, I believe, even in round 2 of BGI as the grind. But then again, a slow start of the day can sometimes ruin your momentum, ruin your mindset, ruin the thoughts that you had at the start of the matches, at the start of the day. And X7, I think now the question is, can they stay calm and composed and bring themselves back? On the other side, we have XNOR, and it is going to be extremely awkward for them because they are crossing from the Los Higos Island towards Valle del Mar. From the top of the bridge, Mickey does spot out the players from Mayhem. Down under, shots being fired with the Scar L, and they do connect on the vehicle, but no damage dished out on the players. And now Mayhem, they are forced into a 2-2 split, but XNOR, Mickey, he needs to be careful, needs to call for backup right here, right now, so that they do not allow the players from Mayhem to regroup, readjust, and then put pressure upon these lads from XNOR.
Exactly. Mayhem, considering they know now there's at least someone in the clotheslines, they cannot really just keep on moving like that. There's a massive threat in the back. They cannot just avoid that threat and try and keep moving to the front, because if that's going to be happening, if the opponent's going to be finding some at least lucky knockout on the players of Mayhem, that's going to sting them so much in the future. So you better not let that happen. Hyderabad Hydras 2 on our screens, and Johnny, we know this team, what they're capable of. And as I mentioned too, right, as I've been mentioning over and over again, these days are passing by. Teams are starting to get even more organized against each other. Now we're not really seeing a lot of collisions happen right off the bat, right? This is a classic game of Miramar that we're seeing will be happening inside the T1 lobbies as well.
Exactly. A slow-placed, grueling match that will make you second guess every single decision that you have ever taken in this map. But let's see, will the players panic when they do not really have the opposition in front of them? But look at this, XNOR, a few moments ago as we were talking about them, they did engage upon the players of Mayhem, but now this is, well, I was going to say this plan of theirs can backfire. They ran into a 2v2, giving an even duel to the players of Mayhem, but now Sahib is in a 1v4 and he is being charged upon. Absolutely no way for him to battle his way out of this fight. And the players of Mayhem, they are being beaten down right now by the players of XNOR.
Exactly. I mean, XNOR, Team Mayhem just getting wiped out like that. Not exactly wiped out, but those two players that were in that vicinity just getting wiped out like that without any even problems for the side of XNOR to wipe them out of the game. That just speaks volumes about how XNOR just approached that entire fight. Look at this first engagement that happened, the initial engagement itself, and then later on, the teammates just giving him the backup from the backline. Shive just getting completely screwed up. Couldn't even try to do anything. At that point in time, Mayhem knew that they're pretty much donezo right there in that spot. There's no way to back himself up. Nor, though, they're going to find a really quick rotation out of that spot. Yeah, they did drop all the way down south, so they need to be the one to take quick moves on the map.
Well, let's see what quick moves they are going to make and what they are going to look like to us. But we do see the markers, a lot of fights breaking out inside of this game. What is Bgis Esports up to, man? First, the 3-1 split where one of the individuals went down to the players of BAAZ, and now how many players have moved in? All right, so Nico, all right, these are just the flashing colors of just individuals that have just been wiped out. But still, Bgis pushing towards the center of the map. I expect them to get collapsed upon by the players of L, X-Pac, and G Phoenix dropping in from the rear. It is going to be extremely difficult for them to pull through to the next stage, but we'll see what happens in a few short moments. For now, though, Revenge Esports moving from the south. I believe, Necro, there will be a mid-rotation fight between Revenge, X7, and Mayhem. XNOR, sorry.
Yeah, that can probably happen before now. Let's not focus on what exactly can happen in the future, but Enigma Gaming going up against the players of ASLAAA. Way too close to comfort, Enigma Gaming is, and it's also a name to be feared. So you really got to watch out from a name like Enigma Gaming, considering they pack so much punch and also so much experience. They know exactly how to adapt in every single situation. ASLAAA is going to be the one to actually be forced back inside a defensive stance. It makes a lot of sense too, because ASLAAA is one of those teams that has struggled so much in round 1, and now they do not want to be the one to struggle also in round 2.
For sure. I mean, ASLAAA wants to prove a point, wants to showcase to everyone that they deserve to be here. But I think this fight can make or break their expectations for BGI's The Grind Round 2, as this is going to be an extremely important fight. Imagine, you beat a team like Enigma Gaming, it takes your confidence to a whole nother level. You're going to be feeling so good about yourself in the rest of the matches. But as we were talking about Bgis a few moments ago, ladies and gentlemen, look at this. They have the high ground advantage, but will it be enough to beat down the players of GE Phoenix? As Vixen is trying to climb the mountain with the buggy. Yes, that is possible, but she's going to be forced out of the vehicle and takes massive, massive fall damage in the process. And also, kind of a sad moment that the buggy has been left on top of that hill.
Yeah, I mean, no one's going to be the one to claim that buggy. Well, I guess Amazing got that buggy for free for himself. So that can be an escape route now out of these tricky spots. But look at the spray from Amazing. Indeed, an amazing spray itself. Able to blow away one of the players from the side of G Phoenix. Now, it's all down to the 3 players in the front. One of the players all the way in the opposite side of the mountain. So he can have a little bit of chance of taking down Amazing itself. It's stuck around. Vikendi is on the opposite side. But once again, Amazing's just making sure that he's not really going to be overstepping his boundaries.
Ooh, the Revenge Esports, the team, the winners of the previous match, now under a lot of pressure and are facing an early elimination. Sonic Fox and Final Boss knocked out, and XNOR, since this is the early blue zone, they have the luxury of charging back into the blue, securing those finish points, and then looking to move forward. Look at this, nowhere left to go 4 finishes secured by the players of XNOR, and they will be extremely pleased with themselves, as this was quite easy for them. Revenge Esports, we're talking about a little bit of a mid-rotation collision. It happened. We missed the early engagement, and even though 2 lads have been finished off, the other 2 players from the side of Revenge Necro have figured out a way to, well, push right between 3 different teams. Where are they going to stop? That's what I'm waiting for, because they did figure out how to move between ASLAAA and Mayhem and are still moving forward. Looks like they're challenging the center of the zone.
I mean, not just that. Look at out in the blue as well. Nor, they're starting to have a fight against someone. All the way out in the blue, this is going to be a tough one for them, man. To be honest, now the blue as well, it's just going to be chipping in a decent bit of damage onto yourself. And at the same time, the bullets are going to be piercing through the armor. So you really got to watch out every single step that you take around your enemy, where you know there might be possible threat available.
Yeah.
Revenge Esports on our screens, 2 of the players right next to each other, Amund and Fruit Juiced. But right to the opposite side are the players of ASLAAA. Still, once again, a little bit far away, so they're not going to be a possible threat for them.
Well, let's see. Revenge with the last 2 players. What will they be able to pull off? Fruit Juice and Aman, they don't have a lot of options. At this point, hiding and protecting themselves will be the best decision for them. But let's see what the call-out is going to be. In the meanwhile, though, we do have the players from IO quite close to the second airdrop of this game, and Instinct Outliers. I mean, their instincts right now in the first match did not really work out for them, but game number 2, we know it is always going to be a game that teams do use to recover their own momentum, their own stance on the overall leaderboard. And at least for the next few moments, I don't see Instinct Outliers getting challenged, since there was no one close to them on the radar. But same can't be said for the lads of X-Park, as MEGAFORCE on the hills in the back, and Sarang, he is keeping an eye on the players of Bgis, takes a few shots, amazing, is going to get hit, falls back behind the ridge to get those heals back, get the HP back up, and then we'll look to re-engage against the players of X-Park.
Exactly, but Team X-Park Sarang just moving now around that compound, considering he did manage to get one of the knockouts on the players of MEGAFORCE. Jerry is knocked out for now, grinds all the way in the back lines. He's not really going to be having that much of a trouble, but Chook's still way too far away from that spot. Now looking to rain down a bit of rain and destruction against the players of MEGAFORCE. It will be a tough task indeed, but that destruction that can be rained down for them can prove out to be quite venomous for them in the future. But right now, I don't exactly know what the game plan is going to be looking like for the side of MEGAFORCE. I mean, Sketch just driving his bus in the backward side. Jux as well is right there in the clotheslines. We've got Sooks, and let's see what he's going to be trying to pull off with this position that he's got. He's got the cavalry available that's moving it from the back lines, but that player from Jux, he's way too close for comfort.
Extremely close. And Sketch, he does have his teammate right next to him, with Grind approaching the ridge right behind where Sketch is, but Sketch needs to be careful. He's the frontliner for his team. It's going to be down to him and how much information can he collect about the opposition on whether his team wins this upcoming fight or not. Jux on the other side have sort of attracted a lot of attention upon themselves, and that is not going to be a good thing for them, as Amazing is going to be picked off by the players of Team X-Park. And Sook, even while he tries to rotate, Sketch empties the clip on that UAS. It's going to be blow up, and Sook is going to be knocked down. So Jux Esports find themselves in this matchup with just their last player surviving.
Exactly, and Sketch, that prone spray coming in for a bit of more stability. He was just able to track down the vehicle so perfectly. Now these 2 players from the side of Revenge get bounced on by the entire team of AR. 2 of the players knocked out from the AR side as well. Revenge, they're actually looking to turn this situation around in their favor. They execute a 2-on-4 so flawlessly.
I mean, it was quite impressive from their side, and this is what Revenge needed in this matchup. After taking 2 early losses, they did not have any finish points, but now they do. 4 eliminations secured, but still inside the top 13. Now they're going to look forward to securing those placement points, and if they can get that survival down in this matchup, then Revenge will be off to a great start. Not just for this game, but throughout the entire day. The first 2 games, if they have top 3 finishes, that is all you need to have a comfortable position in the top 8 and to maintain it. But over here, the players from the side of Mania going up against ASLAAA have taken a massive hit at 2 players. 2 individuals are knocked out. Spy taking a lot of damage. 12 Toxic is going to run out in the open and is going to try and secure the elimination. The squad wipe from the side of Mania, but it's not going to work out. Spy runs in the backlines. The Molotov is going to be lobbed upon him, but will it connect? The answer is no, it falls a bit short. And ASLAAA, though, they're not willing to give up. They will continue to put pressure on this team, the lads from Mania. But how much can they extend? That is the question. ASLAAA now finally have slowed things down.
Exactly, and ASLAAA, considering they're also on the receiving end. Look at the players of MEGAFORCE just being able to shut down the team that was in the front lines, but then they get blown up themselves. This entire push that came forward, MEGAFORCE didn't really think that through. And that's why Team X-Park was just able to blow them up to smithereens. And now, Sarang, even his teammates actually knocked out. But still, it's not going to be that big of a concern for him, considering he's got the smoke grenades available. Unless the generic spam comes into play, then maybe there's a possible chance of a re-knock happening. But Hyderabad Hydras is one of those teams that would like to take things a little bit slow and cautious. Saeed knocked out in the front lines, and no intentions of the rest of the 2 players to actually move on forward and get the confirmation done.
Hyderabad Hydras, as you mentioned, I mean, slow and steady should be the approach for them. They don't really have a position from where they can force a fight. They realize if they try to trade places with where the lads from MEGAFORCE slammed, they will be wiped out in a matter of seconds, just like what we saw a few moments ago. On the other side, they can't back off as well. There's a team blocking their position, their edge of the zone. Their best approach could be to try and gatekeep the players of X7 while trying to avoid the players of X-Park to the best of their abilities. If they make it, good for them. If they don't, they can't really do a lot from this position from here on out as well. But Jaxwardan, the last player surviving for his team, has managed to stay alive for quite a long time, but will he survive this? That is the real question now. The entirety of Enigma Gaming in front of him. And look at the waist. Turns the buggy, runs over the competition like it was absolutely nothing.
Yeah, well, just a little bit of speed bump, huh? That's what he was to him. And Enigma Gaming, they just run him over like that. So far, they've only got 1 finish point, Johnny. As I mentioned, Enigma Gaming is a name to be feared, but so far, they haven't really done anything inside the lobby that's to be feared up. But now, yeah, definitely, they will be on a prowl. They will be on a massive hunt against a lot of these known teams inside the lobby. Team X-Park, another big threat in the way of Enigma Gaming. Or maybe for X-Park, Enigma Gaming's going to be a massive threat, considering Team X-Park is only down to a 3-man squad. So they're also on a massive man disadvantage. Now, Nor getting picked up off. Mickey knocked out. Still, there's another player in the clothesline. So Mickey can be resurrected back upon his feet. But another team in the clothesline, they're going to have a little bit more trouble to just get rid of.
Instinct outliers on our screens have lost 1 player so far, but the next fight in their way is against the players of X7. And X7 are at a disadvantage, as you mentioned, as you talked about it. Mickey was taken out a few moments ago. But is that enough for Instinct Outliers to actually have the upper hand? The answer is no, because Goku has just decided to go Super Saiyan, stopping Instinct Outliers in their tracks. And on the other side, X7, they chime in. Legend with those jump shots, tries to survive, tries to bring his team and keep them in the fight, but it's not really working out. Miso has taken out 2 of the individuals from the side of X7, but Legend, he stayed alive, just a few inches away from the competition for a few extra seconds. Not gonna matter, as XNOR, they are here yet again, picking off anyone they see out in the open and have secured the finisher on both those teams, in fact.
Exactly, but Enigma Gaming, right on the opposite side of the road. ASLAAA, they know that there's going to be a possible massive threat in the front lines. But how can they deal with that? That's a big question. Look at the next circle shift, actually moving away from both these teams. And there's only going to be that one single team in the massive prime spot. Team X-Park, they've got every single advantage they can ask for. But look at the position they've got as well. So many teams actually just ended up getting eliminated around the players of X-Park. They've got nothing approaching them from the back lines, Johnny.
Yeah.
They're completely free.
And that is a massive, massive advantage that they can have. As we saw on the map a few moments ago, any team that was trying to approach X-Park from that southern or that eastern position has been wiped out. And now they are the only team inside of the zone. I think one of the names that can actually challenge them and can take this chicken dinner away has to be Enigma Gaming, because they have the players' advantage. But a major problem for them right now is proving to be the lads from ASLAAA Esports, who are not allowing Enigma any breathing room or any free moving space inside of this fight. But with the Vikendi Esports again, I think the distraction works out for the players of EG, as Oasis has managed to find an opening.
Desperate times, desperate measure. This is what's going on with the players of ASLAAA. Straight up just sending it inside the circle, because they know soon enough the wall of death as well. It's going to start to close in. Team X-Park wall just starting to chime inside the action. They want a little bit of piece of these elimination points, and that's why they're just peeking up and trying to get anything that's scattered across the board. And considering X-Park, as I mentioned, it did seem like a while ago they had all the advantage in the world too. They have maintained and spread themselves out in a really good fashion. Look at ASLAAA. Look at the spread they have. Look at Zero and Toxic. Way too far away from each other. Now that's an unorthodox spread, and Team X-Park are actually at a punish that as well.
Yeah, X-Park, having survived for the extreme late stage of the game, are finally switching their focus to those finish points. And they have 4 finish points secured, I believe, so far in this matchup. But the longer they stay alive, the more they're gonna get, and that is going to work out for them quite nicely, considering the first game did not really go the way they expected. But massive challenge. Enigma Gaming approaching their part of this zone, and X-Park do not really want that.
Exactly. Look at Enigma Gaming, always getting completely wiped out of the game. Now the rest of the players as well starting to fall down. It's the players of X-Park just raining down heaven on this lobby. Last man to go in the name of Infinity OP. Let's see if he's got infinite lifeline or not. That sounds next to impossible, because now he's also got the players of X-Park just wanting to pounce on top of him. Now, and on the opposite side, it's another team who is back alive in full force, Johnny.
And those are the players of XNOR. XNOR did extremely well for themselves in the previous match. But look at this. Revenge. They are finally done. All right, finally, I believe Revenge Esports has been eliminated from the game. Hyderabad Hydras, last player, Humanoid, runs out. Lucky for him, makes it to that haystack with no lad from the side of XNOR actually paying attention to him. But now, with how the players are constantly peeking the ridge, I believe they realize that they need to pick off this isolated individual from the side of Hyderabad Hydras, and it should not be too big of a task for them, since it will be a 1v4. The final fight, the game-deciding fight, will be between X-Park and XNOR. And I believe X-Park's one player was picked up by XNOR a few moments ago, like a minute ago, so they will have the upper hand in that final 4v3.
Johnny, and Revenge Esports' last player was actually all the way out in the blue, and while he took an exit from the lobby, he actually managed to spoil a game for a team. He wiped that team out completely all the way from the back in the wall of death. So, yeah, I mean, he got taken out, but at the same time, while he went out, he took another team with him. So that's one way to go out with a bang, I guess. And XNOR, considering even they are back up, or at least they're up with all the 4 players alive, they're looking to inflict some pain and hurt. Now ASLAAA pushing up against the team in the front, and look at Hyderabad Hydras Humanoid. That trigger discipline coming into play. He doesn't want to give his position away. He wants to stay anonymous for as long as possible. He wants to secure that 3rd spot inside the game for his team.
Well, let's see, though. How far will he be able to take his team? How long can he survive? Well, not long enough. Gets taken out instantly. And now X-Park and XNOR, they finally collide. Sarang leading the charge is going to take a lot of damage as the vehicle that he was using for cover is going to get blown up. And X-Park, they find themselves under a lot of pressure, but Humanoid can be the pain relief that they need, as damage is going to be dished out on the individuals from the side of XNOR, and one player, Mickey, is going to be taken out, but Humanoid trying to go for the push. It's not going to work out for him. He was extremely exposed, and XNOR, they stand there in this game with a 1v3 they have to deal with, and even the opposition on the other side did not have a lot of HP to work with. An easy squad wipe for XNOR as they secure the win on the map of Miramar.
Oh, Johnny, it's just so tough to wrap my head around what's exactly going on inside these lobbies. It's the underdog just outshining the competition entirely, even taking down teams like Team X Spark in the way. Also, another team like Enigma Gaming. In general, so many of these known names just getting wiped out like they're nothing in front of these underdog teams. Johnny, it's just something that is just mind-boggling to me.
It's a snap, man. They have all the Infinity Stones upon them, and the snap of the fingers is enough to destroy the competition. But yeah, I agree with you, especially XNOR. They have been so impressive in the first two games. They were top 3 in their previous match. They won the game of Miramar, and they had a lot of eliminations in both those matches. So XNOR, I believe what we saw from them in round 1 was just a glimpse. Today as well, they are not going at 100%. I believe they're just showing us what 80% of their best performance looks like. And this is impressive in itself. Their positioning was phenomenal. In the early stages of the map, they had the right idea of avoiding every single fight that was thrown at them. And they were like, nope, walked away from it. Late game is when they started to be a part of this action. And they were able to secure a lot of those fights because they protected their numbers.
Exactly. I mean, speaking of that, soon enough, we're also going to be able to get to relive all those moments. And to be honest, MEGAFORCE, the angles that they created from the side of Hacienda del Patron is really something to be noted down on right now. Even I'm going to be using those angles in my own classic games, Johnny. I'm not going to lie. Because that angle that he took around from that window, just showing a little bit of more parkour on the way. And he got that little off angle with the SLR. He was able to chip out some damage on the player in the front. Those off angles can really give you such a massive advantage because the opponent's not going to expect you to be there. There's a reason why those angles are called off angles, because usually the opponents don't expect you to be there in that spot. And then this 2v4 converted into a victory from the side of Revenge Esports. Even this is something that's just insane to me.
This fight early between Mania and ASLAAA as well, I enjoyed the action over there. And then there was this MEGAFORCE getting destroyed in seconds. The accident upon that rock did not really work out for them. And I think that sort of also goes to showcase us as to how important it is not just to scout out information about where you're headed, but about the surroundings as well. In this map in particular, because no matter where you go on Miramar, you will always be exposed. Even if you are taking a dip that is surrounded by ridges, tall ridges from all the direction, someone from atop of one of those hills will see you heading there. They will close in the distance, lob a few nades, and then you will be done and dusted. So again, information on Miramar becomes the most important thing. We saw a lot of teams get wiped out because of lack of information. Revenge tried their level best to survive, but again, kudos to XNOR for being able to clutch out the win in the end of this game, because X-Spark can be quite a difficult team to beat, especially in a 4v4 situation. This team has a lot of firepower.
Exactly. I mean, look at this final situation too. XNOR not even scared of the team in the front, just straight up going for the head-on-head collision. And it's like they know that they're actually going to be winning that fight too. No matter who team's going to be in the front, they will just straight up head-on, rush you down, and will take you out of the game. And that's what exactly happened with the players of X-Spark too. Now, how are you going to be able to adapt against teams like these inside the lobby? Even MEGAFORCE, I just feel like all they need is a little bit of more force, or maybe just some breathing room inside the game, even a bit more in the upcoming maps. I'm pretty sure even MEGAFORCE will be able to showcase themselves in much more better fashion. So far, we haven't really seen X7 play out to their fullest potential, but even them, all I think is that all they need is a little bit more time to perform inside the game in a better fashion, and they should be actually be able to do so.
Exactly, and I think, as you mentioned, they might need a little bit more time, but they only have 4 maps remaining. So whatever they have to do, they have to figure it out in the next game and then use the last 3 games of the day to get points for themselves, to secure a position, a comfortable position inside of the top 8. I'm actually a little bit more interested to see what the overall rankings are going to look like after this game, because with how XNOR is doing and the if they sort of have a similar performance, if they finish in the top 3 again in the next match, then it will make things extremely tricky for any team below them, because the point difference between the teams will sort of start to form brackets within the overall rankings, where we will see swaps happen between certain rankings, and the other rankings are just going to be too far away unless a team from the lower part of the rankings has a phenomenal game. They end up winning with like 10+ eliminations. That's the only way they'll be able to push through. But I think I think this group in particular will be extremely tough to predict as to what the top 8 will be looking like at the end of the day.
I mean, to be honest, at this point in time, I do not even have a lot of expectations, even from the known team, because with how the overall standings been looking like since the past inside Bgis the grind, it's just really been surprising me over and over again. And now at this point, it's like I've gotten so many shocks already that now the upcoming shock is not going to hit me that hard as it did in the past, because some of the known teams, the most known teams actually in the entire IGC, have not made it, have not qualified it. I'm also talking about Global Esports in here. I'm speaking about Entity Gaming in here. These teams, some of the most known teams inside the IGC, they haven't really qualified for the upcoming round. So that in itself should speak the amount of caliber right now these days these new and upcoming players are having.
And it goes to showcase as to how important it is for these upcoming teams as well to make a name for themselves. They are willing to do whatever it takes and not afraid to pull off take any risk inside of the game as well. But that is a problem that you need to calculate the risk and what you are getting in return in the middle of those fights in the heat of the moment. And I think with how these new upcoming teams are improving day by day, it is going to be extremely difficult for the experienced teams to actually pick up on those massive improvements in a short amount of time. I think they will also need a decent amount of time to readjust themselves and to reset. All right, we have to be a little bit more careful of these guys. We have to be extremely cautious of this new team that we are seeing, another variable for us to calculate. But talking about variables, I think let's talk about individual performances. Who do you think will be the MVP of this matchup?
Has to be someone from the side of X-Spark. Oh no, actually it's going to be someone from the side of X7. That's crazy, right? We just had a conversation about X7 not really being able to showcase themselves to that fullest potential. But this player called Titan39, well, I guess he's really the Alpha Titan inside the lobby, huh? With 5 finishes he's gotten for himself. X7 official once again making a name for themselves inside the limelight. Now going for the top 5 players as we take a look at Aditya as well from Team X-Spark. You're also going to be having Norsid Blitz over there, and then from Nor you're also going to be having 4Easy Deddy. Oh wow, quite interesting name there.
I mean, whatever the name is, doesn't matter. XNOR, absolutely impressive. These two individuals having secured 10 elimination points for their team. Plus, we know they have the chicken dinner as well. Let's have a look at what the total points tally is going to look like for these teams. I wonder how many points did X-Spark walk away with? What about X7 as well, considering they're the ones who walk away with the MVP of the matchup? But, ladies and gentlemen, all the suspense aside here, the rankings, 30 points secured by XNOR in the first game. X-Spark wrapping up 21 points for themselves. Now, this is the true form of Team X-Spark that we were waiting for.
Yeah, I'm just happy to see Hyderabad Hydras in the top 3, considering how the run's been looking like for this team in general inside the entire BGMI scene, right? Hyderabad Hydra hasn't really been one of those teams that has been feeling themselves lately inside the competition. So I'm just going to be happy to see them inside that consistency factor, and I just want them to perform the same way that they did in that previous game, as we do have the latter half of the board, though, in the point standings, and we're going to see GE Phoenix over there. We're also going to be seeing Instinct Outliers, Mayhem 2, a lot of these teams that, once again, I think, so Johnny, that you saw perform pretty well in the previous game. Also talking about Mania Esports.
True, and I think War Mania, our expectations are going to be there, still going to be there even after this game of Miramar. Just because, I mean, even in this one, their positioning was looking quite solid. Unfortunate for them, I mean, the awkward fights that they took in the early stages did not really work out for them. But, ladies and gentlemen, after the rankings of the game, we move forward to the overall rankings, where Revenge Esports is leading the charge with 40 points secured in the first 2 games. XNOR on the second with 34 being their total tally, and then there's the drop from XNOR. We go to War Mania on the third with 26 points. Team X-Spark, their previous match was impressive, and if they can be consistent enough to sort of emulate the same performance again and again, I think X-Spark has a pretty nice possibility of finishing at the top of the leaderboard.
That is true. I mean, without a doubt, they should actually have a really solid possibility of overall just finishing in a really good fashion, considering only the top 8 is the way to go. Look, to be honest, all you need to do is maybe have 10 points per game consistently, and you will also find yourself in a really good and a spot where you can have a decent amount of cushion too. So 10 points consistently per game, you need to aim as a team to be inside the top 8. But then, as we do move on forward and take a look at the latter half of the board, this is where we're going to see a lot of upsets in the overall standings. G Phoenix not able to perform themselves, a team that was doing such a decent job in the round 1, but inside round 2, not a good start at all.
Look at Enigma Gaming, Necro. First 2 games and they only have 9 points on the board. Mayhem as well, another big name on the 12th position with just 5 points secured in the first 2 matches. Now this is a big point of concern for both these 2 names. A lot of expectations, behemoth in terms of the player calibers that they have in their rosters. So these rankings are not justified, and I think with 4 matches to go, we're gonna have to see where do these teams end up, considering we all remember and still talk about the performance Enigma Gaming put on the board in round 1 of Bgis, the grind. First position secured, and they were the first team to go beyond 70 points, I believe.
Exactly, and yeah, as you mentioned, beyond 70 points, I think so they had 74 or somewhere around that. Don't exactly remember, don't really have that sharp of a memory, but Enigma Gaming in general was just leading the overall standings in the round 1 for their group. So we expect a lot coming in from the side of Enigma Gaming. I mean, I personally expect a lot from this team. So hopefully they're actually going to be able to perform too in the future lines, because just the first 2 games, you're still going to have an ample amount of chances to prove yourself. 4 more games to go for yourself. And it's that 4 more games, even if you have one solid game, one solid chicken dinner, that can still catapult you in such a bigger spot in the overall standings.
Exactly, and I think that is what the team will be looking forward to. But who knows? I mean, the next game is Sanhok, an off map. Then there's Vikendi, another off map, and then the 2 standard maps that Enigma can definitely pull off brilliant moves on are towards the end of the day. But let's see what the rest of the day is going to look like for them.
Exactly, but ladies and gentlemen, as you guys all know the tradition, for now it's time for us to take a short break. We will be right back in a couple of seconds. You guys don't go anywhere.
मैप की जरूरत तो अनजान गलियों में पड़ती है, पर इरेंगल की गलियां तो हमारे दिल में छपी है।
What's up, team?
Hey, guys, रिच पे बंदा है, रिच पे।
अरे यार अभी हम स्मोक करें।
साइड मार किया मैंने।
लाइफ में हर जीत है इम्पोर्टेंट।
Thank you. Nice one, perfect.
लेकिन जीत का असली मजा सिर्फ अपने स्क्वाड के साथ ही आता है।
Yes!
ये बैटल ग्राउंड ऐसा कंफर्ट जोन है जो कभी भी रेड जोन बन सकता है मेरे भाई।
भाई प्लीज रिवाइव कर दे।
अबे यार नू।
युद्ध के मैदान में बड़े बड़े MVP भी कर जाते हैं भूत।
नूडल सूप।
पर चैंपियन बनने की मंजिल में क्या नूब क्या प्रो।
Come on guys, compound hold। कोई नहीं है सामने।
सेंटर स्लैम।
स्मोक कर कवर ले।
एक HP है भाई।
ये गेम हम सबका है, धड़कनें और जोश है हाय। इंडिया खेल रहा है BGMI।
It's my turn now. Fire away.
I shall protect my kingdom. Thunder, lightning.
Woohoo! You can do it.
Looks like you need my help. Go down. Let's go.
Water clears the mind. Soldiers, give me strength. I'll take care of it.
I shall protect my kingdom. Trust my shield. Stop right there.
Come at me. All right, here we go. Hey-ya!
Surrender to the power of the dragon. Go away. Back off.
Now, shall we fight? Fire away. Rapid fire.
May lightning always be with you. Get struck by lightning. Thunder, lightning.
Oh, is it time to go? Ha! The power of the land!
My heart is burning up. Go down. I'll show you overwhelming power. My turn! Take that!
मेनका का मोह जा
Be prepared for the fury.
साथियों आगे बढ़ो
खत्म कर दो!
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to BGI's The Grind. Once again, after that short break, I'm going to be your host and caster Necro. John alongside with me on the panel is now Salty. Johnny's going to be taking a little bit of break, but to be honest, that previous game that we saw at the game of Miramar was quite an interesting one, right? Now, the only big highlight in my mind is that Revenge Esports, who started things off on such a fantastic manner in the game of Erangel, but then in the map of Miramar, 2 other players got picked off right off the bat. But then they also managed to execute a 2v4. And then in the final circle, when the last man was all the way out in the blue, he managed to spoil one team's game completely. So he took that team out with him from the game.
Exactly, and that is one of the reasons why Revenge Esports are at the tippity top of that overall standings. I mean, it's their adaptation which has sort of worked out for them. In different scenarios, even if they are up against the wall in the early stages of the game, they managed to come out and face the adversity that is up front. Of course, there are going to be a couple of teams who need to step up their game. I feel like Team Xbox sort of did that with that game, acquiring those 21 crucial points. But I feel like Enigma Gaming is going to be one of those squads who need to kind of watch out for their gameplay, you know, and start piling up that platform for themselves. They still haven't gotten that rock-solid performance that we saw in the early stages of this tournament. And I believe that this team actually needs a good game to sort of set themselves up, you know, Necro. Otherwise, we know what fate sort of awaits.
I mean, you know what? Soon enough, we're also going to be moving on forward to the upcoming game, too. And Salty, considering how things have really been looking like inside the lobby, these no-names once again struggling to make a name for themselves in the first half of the board in the overall standings. Yeah, I mean, there's a couple of names. Team X-Spark, for example, they had quite a solid game. But then once again, Nora in the end, they just completely wiped them out of the game. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Match 3 of the day is going to be on the west. The plain flat pat's going to be in front of us, starting all the way from Tombag towards Lakawi.
Exactly, and the flight path sort of divides the map in 2 different halves. Of course, just like we said, teams will be comfortable, and Sanhok in a map itself is extremely small, right? So the flight path has never really played that big of an impact in teams going through their drop location. It's only basically the teams who are dropping together and those initial skirmishes which we will need to watch out for. And Necro, we've seen, as a matter of fact, that Paradise Resort has been that hotspot for multiple teams to actually drop and pick up a fight early on in the game itself. Do you think that Paradise Resort will again be a hot drop for a lot of these teams out here?
I mean, I hope that it's actually going to be a hot drop, you know, because I want to see some early game action. That's what I like to see in general. I want to see these teams just duke it out right off the bat against each other and just in general showcase a really fantastic game of BGMI. But now, as we did see the circle too, it's going to be all the way down south. So teams that have dropped all the way up north, they're going to be having a little bit of tough task to just traverse inside the circle. But somewhere around the same vicinity too, we see another fight brewing up between those 2 teams.
Oh my god, Team BAAZ official. BAAZ actually gets taken down, and Team 16, they have been cut by half at this point. Crores, of course, does realize some little bit of a damage so far on the other team, but Team MEGAFORCE at this point, how many players do they have, and how many players are surviving? I feel it's a 2-2 situation, and Crores and Inferno, they've got good angles to work with. But of course, a 50-50 situation up front in boot camp right at the start of the game, it's sort of detrimental for both the teams to carry forward, and they need to acquire those placement points because both of these teams aren't really healthy in terms of the overall standings, and I feel like Team MEGAFORCE, they're starting to disengage.
Yeah. I mean, 2 players, considering they've already lost that, so it's just better for them to disengage from this fight, right? Because now if it's going to be a 2-on-2 collision, you never know how it's going to be panning out. Right now, the odds are 50-50 for both the sides to actually come out on top in this situation. So you might as well would like to stay alive and try and get secured as many as placement points as possible, because Sanhok allows you to go for the met strat. And speaking about MEGAFORCE, Hexter and Sketch, both of these 2 players, they're not really aware of what BZ might come up with. But BZ too, they're taking things quite chill.
Exactly right. Team BAAZ officials, they've sort of turned down the aggression by a notch. And at this point, I feel like they do have the exit strat, especially with boot camp, I believe, which has been vacated. I'm exactly not sure because I can't see the teams on the radar. I can see through the X-ray that there is Enigma Gaming, whose drop is near that region. But this is the fight that drew out. Both the teams actually dropped in the outskirts of boot camp in those warehouses, and BAAZ officials, they knew that they wanted to go in for that fight. MEGAFORCE, of course, did manage to hit back, but look at this though. Kratos is actually cooking up a nade. He knows which corner Hexter is, and that is in one player being blown off. I believe there is going to be some sort of a resistance, but the shotgun, of course, DBS on Kratos is going to save the day, and BAAZ official, they survive, Necro. What a fight. We thought that this was extinguished, but BAAZ official, they had other ideas.
Exactly. I mean, well, I guess the situation where we thought the outing can be 50-50, BAAZ official, they make it 100% for themselves, but Inferno is still knocked out, being neglected by his teammate, and now it's going to be an entire push coming in from the side of Enigma Gaming because they've heard all that commotion brewing up. Look at Max Kosh, who doesn't care about anything in the world. All he sees in front of him are those 2 elimination points that can be up for grabs, and Kratos is actually going to leave his teammate to die over there, and he's actually going to try to play things a little bit more safer and defensive. DBS pulled out in the close quarters, but it's still not going to matter. Enigma Gaming, eventually they will put the final nail in the coffin.
They certainly were, right? A weakened Team BAAZ official wasn't really the toughest of targets for Enigma Gaming. It was easy cleaning up crew. They knew, as a matter of fact, they heard the gunshots that there were collisions happen, and they knew that the finish feed was also popping up. So it was easy pickings for Enigma Gaming. They only had to go in with all their players, and it's a good decision for them. They did not come in with 1 or 2 players. They came in with their whole squad, and they created that man advantage. And we saw how it was a 1v3 situation for that last player, I believe, Kratos from BAAZ official. He was never going to survive that, but look at this, the GE Phoenix just trying to survive underwater, and we've seen a lot of those happen, Necro, on the map of Sanhok, especially when the circle sort of throws a curveball at you. You know that you have to try and go in for the swim. Look at this, how brilliant it was, right? 3 players charging from the front doors, but there's always that one lurker always who comes in from the back lines. Even if a couple of players would have been knocked up front, I believe always would have cleaned things up without any sort of trouble.
I mean, in general, Enigma Gaming, right? Them managing to also take care of the players that were in the quite closer fray for them. For example, the players of Mayhem, you can see still they're around that boot camp vicinity. And so far inside the game, already 2 teams have been completely wiped out of the game as well. So that in itself just speaks up for the entire pacing of this game Sanhok's going to be having so far. And look at that spread from the side of Hyderabad. Hydras on the southern side of the map. I think so this team's definitely going to be going in for that mid strat.
Yeah. It's extremely crucial for the teams who are going in for the med strat to try and acquire as many first aid kits as they possibly can, because, you know, we've always spoken of how healing battle sort of gives you that extra advantage, in terms of acquiring more placement points. For getting those extra bit of placement points, I believe that the bare minimum should be 20 first aid kits. You need to survive with at least 20 plus first aid kits if you want to get those big placement point numbers. And for that to actually happen, you need to scout a lot of regions, get every single first aid kit from every single one of those regions. And Hyderabad Hydras, they've got that little bit of a space to actually work with. But the circle being towards the southern fringes of the map, I believe that they need to wrap things up extremely quick, because as soon as the circle shrinks, I believe that they will be charged upon by a lot of other teams. And then the split might actually turn into a deadly warfare. They won't have the strength in unity to try and resist any sort of push coming their way.
X7 officials on our screens, and considering how the previous game was like for this team, Titan especially 39. he managed to get a decent amount of points. He was actually the MVP too in that previous one. So X7 officials, once again, staying consistent is going to be the way to go. As I mentioned, 10 points per game, that's going to give you 60 points in total. And that's actually a lot of points too, considering you will also have a bit of a cushion to stay inside the top 8. You should be good to go with 10 points per game. But Enigma Gaming Max Kosh, way too close to get knocked out, finally manages to get back into safety in the nick of time.
It's so funny, especially when teams at that range try and take shots against the opposition and you're left wondering where are these shots coming from, especially if there is a suppressor which is equipped on the other weapon. You don't really have an idea on which direction that shot is coming from, and when you're holding those higher grounds of the map of Sanhok where the lines of sight are extremely open, teams like Enigma Gaming, we saw what happened to Max Kush, right? We saw what happens to a scout who tries to go in for that information. Mayhem, they were just playing with the team Enigma, but at this point I feel like I love what Enigma is doing. They're trying to hold the shorelines. They're trying to gatekeep any team who will try and come in from the mainland and try and cross that little bit of a bridge that is there, or might even try and opt for the waterways. But holding this position also comes with its own risks of you being late for your own rotation. So I feel like Enigma, they have to time it to perfection if they have to acquire that big chicken as well as those high Big Daddy finish numbers as well.
I mean, Revenge Esports, another name to be feared inside the lobby.
Yeah.
Speak about Big Daddy finishes, and I would call them the Big Daddies of the entire lobby so far. They have been actually showcasing themselves as that, right? They've been role-playing like that. And considering they've been able to take down any of their names that's just been standing against them, they're just making it look like a piece of cake. They're like a hot knife through butter inside this lobby.
Yeah.
But X7 officials on our screens, and with the high ground, they've got so much information.
Exactly. And it's not just Revenge, you know. I feel like even X7 teams like XNOR, they've sort of also showed up that underdog teams has really had that caliber. Then in spite of a lobby being this stacked with tier 1 teams, it's still the underdog teams who are constantly showing up in multiple games and they're acquiring so many points for themselves. It's come to a point where the tier 1 teams are almost scared to take a 4v4 fight. But look at this though, the wall of death approaches, and I believe it's gonna encapsulate AEROBOTZ, whose performance hasn't really been that shiny so far. They really need to go in for those long rotations right now because they are in the extreme northern fringes of the map. Hathin is where they are currently, and the circle being towards the south, a massive rotation awaits this team.
Exactly, but look at Team X Spark, Pucar getting shot at. And Team X Spark now just want to make a safer rotation out of that spot. None of the teams inside the lobby are going to be safe no matter what spot you've got for yourself, and this is what exactly happens when the circle is going to be forming all the way from the opposite side or at the opposite side of your drop location. X-Park, they really want to be the quick ones on the feet. They want to be the one to make it inside the circle quick enough. And luckily enough for them around, at least for now inside the minimap, I don't see anyone.
Yeah. But for Team XNOR, though, they have someone right next to them, and that's going to be Warmania, and I love their positioning. Warmania is holding that periphery, holding that edge of that other island, holding that little bit of a shoreline that there is, and I believe that even if XNOR tries to make a move, they will get pincered down upon. The circle shrinks, but this is such a big curveball because even though it's not an extremely small circle, it does still encapsulate both the mainland as well as the southwestern island, which sort of puts the teams in a bit of a trouble right now because they need to make a gamble. Which island do we try and hold? Do we stay on the mainland or do we make that rotation? And as soon as I say that, there is a sort of a fight that's brewing up. I believe it's Team X-Pac who is actually trying to make a rotation right underneath the noses of Team ASLAAA. They did get shot upon, but of course with their vehicles, which are extremely fast, no damage being dealt so far, Necro.
Exactly. Team X-Spark just on a massive move. Doesn't want to do anything inside that fight. Doesn't want to be a part of that as well. He wants to be the one to survive for the late game scenario, and makes a lot of sense too. It's just a wiser option. If you know if you are confident enough that you can't secure a decent spot inside the circle, you might as well take those chances and try and be a little bit more consistent inside the games. X7 officials still in that same spot. They've actually managed to inflict a bit of pain and hurt against the opponents. As I said, with the high ground, they should have so much vital information to work with.
vital information, definitely Necro, but look at this. I love what Jox Esports is also trying to do, right? They're holding the bridge for themselves. And this got so many rotation paths, got so many bits of real estate that teams will try and acquire, because this is the only solid ground which sort of connects both the islands. And if Jox Esports can hold it down properly, I believe they are going to be the king of finishes on this map. But so far, they've been on the receiving end of the attention. And just like you mentioned, X7, they have spotted the plans of Jox Esports and they've sort of dished down a little bit of a damage as well. It's going to be interesting to find out how this entire situation pans out, because as a matter of fact, Jox Esports, they have good territory, but will they have the firepower to hold it down like a fortress, just like Team Revenge did on the first game of Erangel? It's something to watch out for.
I mean, right now we've got X-Spark on our screens, and I guess finally the scout's going to be over for them. They've found a really good compound with no one around it. As you can see, Sarang with the DBS is just trying to look out if there's going to be anyone around this compound, and is not going to spot anyone. So yeah, finally the call-out's going to be made that, okay, guys, this compound's clear. You guys can breach in. And that's what now the entire team of X-Spark are doing. Look at Enigma Gaming, though. Moving out in the open. The only cover they've got are the trees, the tall grasses, and a couple of rocks.
Yeah. So far, they need to actually be careful of X7's position. Look at this, they have got the high ground. Of course, they need to be scoped in extremely hard to try and neutralize the threat which Enigma Gaming possesses. But look at this, the OS senses an opportunity that there might be someone holding that high ground. It's always susceptible, but on the other side, I believe that snake action has already begun, ladies and gentlemen, as Revenge Sonic Fox. He is aware of the fact that Instinct Outliers are right underneath his nose, but he's making no moves whatsoever. Crazy trigger discipline out in this position, but Sonic Fox needs to act quickly if he wants to acquire those finish points for himself. Necro, this is absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, finally spots out a player in his crosshairs. The spray comes into play.
Yeah.
Misses a lot of shots, but eventually, yeah, quite a scrappy spray that was, but eventually he got that knockout. Now, the finish point's actually going to be stolen away from the likes of Hyderabad Hydras. From the back lines, it's a complete third party coming into play. Instinct Outliers in a massive situation, and also on the verge of getting eliminated from this game. From the front's Revenge, from the back is Hyderabad Hydras. And actually, for Hyderabad Hydras, it's a free feast.
It absolutely is a free feast. And remember, Hyderabad Hydras were always in a position where they were stealing finishes from other teams, even in the map of Erangel. Right now, their position is absolutely brilliant as well. For Instinct Outliers, though, they came out of fire into the frying pan straight. Hyderabad Hydras shooting them from the back lines. Revenge still applying pressure up front. They are caught in the middle of nowhere in that valley with no cover whatsoever. They're still trying to apply that little bit of a smoke switch is available so that they can revive their fallen comrade. But how do they exit the situation with no vehicles? They have to rely on their footwork. And I believe that that's not going to be enough, Necro. They will eventually get shot down if Team Revenge and Hyderabad Hydras are sticking to their routes. But look at this. Enigma is also approaching Jux. And this is the fight which I was waiting for. The Painan Bridge contest is happening right now. And Always has been knocked out.
What a nade that was! Cooked to perfection, straight up blows right next to him. And the first man gets knocked out from the side of Enigma Gaming. Infinity OP still in the clotheslines, but look at the utility utilization coming in from the side of Jux. Now even Infinity's getting pushed out of that shack. He's got no other option than to actually take that head-on-head collision. But once again, he doesn't really have the man number to back him up. It's a 4-on-2 scenario. Enigma Gaming in a massive world of disadvantage. But to pull this back, it's going to be a tough one, but not impossible.
Probably a little bit impossible, Necro, because it's so difficult 2v4 situation. And as a matter of fact, like I told you, Jox Esports, they were holding the real estate, which is of prime importance in a circle like this. The only bridge that connects the mainland to the southwestern island has been completely captured by this team, and they are holding back Enigma Gaming like an absolute fort. I mean, look at that nade, right? It was cooked to perfection. It dropped onto the right point itself, and two players got instantly wiped out. And Enigma Gaming, with 50% strength, they have to adopt a different strategy. Elsewhere, the X7 officials, they're still holding the high ground. They still have that much of a reconnaissance over other teams, and I believe that they are dishing out damage against GE Phoenix, who are once again caught in the middle of nowhere.
I mean, right now, look at Mox 77K, right? Just behind this rock, able to claim those elimination points that are left over out in the open, right? He's just going for the knocked out players, getting those confirmations done. It just reminded me of that meme from Peter Griffin, right? Oh, a piece of candy. Oh, a piece of candy. He's just picking up those elimination points like that. But now, Enigma Gaming on our screens. X7 officials in the front still And to be honest, both these teams, as I mentioned, there are names to be feared up inside the round 2, but you never know which one's going to be coming out on top at what point. Max Kosh is actually going to leave his teammate all the way there, and he's going to decide to just take away from that spot. Team X Spark, massive damage coming in against the players of Esports. One of the players way too low, and he will be knocked out as well.
Yeah, it's a 2v1 situation. I believe Esports, they only have one player surviving. And I believe Team X Spark, they will try and clean things up as soon as possible. Pete Hooker actually going in for that beautiful flank. He does have the DBS to actually work with. Sprays down with an M416 so far. A little bit of a damage dished out, but I still believe that good movement coming in from Esports is sort of still keeping them alive. And the DBS connect. Beautiful stuff from Gotham, and I believe he has reduced this to a 1v1. Aditya is still approaching him, but a nade being cooked in. If it lands in the right territory, might actually shut down Team X Spark. And the whole push, and there it goes. The big shoe punch comes in from Gotham, and beautiful, beautiful recovery from Esports. Completely neutralizes the attack from the side of X-Spark, and I can't believe it, Necro.
Yeah, the DBS is like a massive punch in the gut. It's next to impossible to survive that. And Gotham, with just sheer brilliance and individual playstyle, he managed to clutch out that entire scenario for his team. Look at him. He took out 3 players right then and there. That 1v3 executed to perfection, showing a bit of patience as well in the final fight, letting that player take the first shot and then peeking out and getting him down with the second shot of his DBS. Nicely done. Patience sometimes can pay off so better, but look at Circle out in the open, almost in no man's land, but there are a couple of teams that are barely on the edge.
Yeah. And just like I told you, it's always going to be a gamble which island you choose. And now the Circle has actually chosen the mainland. All the teams who tried to put their money on the southwestern island will actually be going in for a big, big loss. How do they try and recover their lost position inside that island is going to be of prime importance at this point. Of course, Elf Esports, the brilliance coming in from Gotham did bring back a little bit of hopes, but right now what they've got to do is focus on placement points. And I believe that Fruit Juice is still showing brilliance of what he showed on the first map itself, trying to rack up finish points. Even from that range itself, it's absolutely crazy. And the kind of position Revenge Esports hold, it sort of like reminds me of how good their positioning is and how beautifully they position themselves for the winner-winner chicken dinner.
Exactly. And Enigma Gaming, look at Max Kosh. As I said a while ago, he just left his friend out there to get taken out, eaten alive by these players. And now Revenge Esports, once again, looking to take the revenge of that previous game onto the lobby. Final boss eliminated, not exactly eliminated, but just knocked out. The Resurrection's going to be stuck onto him. X7 officials with 3 players looking to just inflict a lot of pain and hurt in the front line, and that's what they're going to start to do. Hyderabad Hydras, they straight up ram their vehicles into that spot underneath the bridge lines, but legit from the opposite side, it's going to be just engulfing the players of Hyderabad Hydras. 2 of the players knocked out. Actually, Ultron as well is going to be falling up the fray. Even he's knocked out. Instinct Outlier trying to move in from the back lines, but even they get capitalized upon.
X7 officials, they are in a world of hurt right now because 2 of their players have been knocked out. 1 player has been eliminated. Legit was the only player who's still surviving, but thankfully he needs to pray to his forefathers right now that revenge does not push upon him. He still will get Titan back up on his feet, which might just help his situation a little bit. 2 players are back up alive, but they're still at 50% strength. And with Hyderabad Hydras lying there in the vicinity and the wall of death approaching them, it's going to be a tough job to try and move out of the situation. Revenge Esports have been marking them like absolute marksmen, and it's been brilliant so far. The amount of pressure that they have dished, it's so difficult to try and shrug it off from your shoulders. From elsewhere, of course, Team Mayhem will try and make their entry inside the circle. They will have no trouble whatsoever. But speaking of trouble itself, I believe that Jux Esports are the ones who are a little late into that rotation, and right up front is going to be Team War Mania Esports, Necro.
Yeah, and War Mania Esports, they're not going to let the players of Jux just cross on over. The wall of death now is going to be doing so much damage. It's going to be next to impossible to out-heal that. And even Amazing gets taken care of from the game. War Mania Esports, they're going to get rid of the team that was in the front in the name of Jux Esports. Now, even that team's going to be out of the game. Not really a lot of points secured from them, but maybe they can have a decent outing in the future games. For now, War Mania Esports, though, they're off to a great start.
Yeah, great start so far, but need to capitalize on these. Just like we talked about, they need to get those big daddy numbers if they want to climb up ranks on the overall standings. And I believe that Team Mayhem are in a prime position to do so, especially because of the fact that they have this nice high compound, or rather, the nice high ground for themselves, because every team is underneath their noses. It's all about a scope away so that they can fire those shots. They have Team ASLAAA, they have Team Revenge, and so many other players from different teams. Is Humanoid already going in for that heal battle? Look at the numbers on this man! 28 first aid kits! This man can survive an absolute zombie apocalypse.
I told you, man, this guy and his entire team was just staying outside the zone, so spread out, going and trying to accumulate as many meds as possible, going for that med strat. So we pretty much knew that this was going to be in the play soon enough from the side of Hyderabad Hydras. And now we're finally seeing that in the action as well. Team Mayhem, with all the 4 players, now they're definitely starting to cause a lot of mayhem on the lobby. Sahil, OP is going to be just in the front lines, but his team's now starting to get picked off from the back lines as the players of AR just knocking on the doors in the back.
Yeah, they certainly are. Cracks has been knocked out, and Team Mayhem at this point, they need to provide some sort of a resistance. Cracks could not be saved over there, but I believe that AEROBOTZ are also taking in some sort of damage. Some of it is coming in from Mayhem, some of it is actually coming in from XNOR, who actually dished out so much damage. One player was knocked out, but instantly resistance comes in from a third-party situation. XNOR right now are in a world of trouble, 130 meters off the side of the circle itself, and Mayhem also in the middle of nowhere. A little bit of a soft cover to work with from the smokes, but so many bullets being spat on from XNOR Esports. It's going to be an extremely hard task for them to enter the circle right now. 2 teams just battling out. It's an absolute gang war right now, Necro, and only one team is going to survive out of this.
Well, let's find out which that team's going to be. Team Mayhem, they don't really have a lot of cover to play around with. These 2 players trying to peek out of their individual angles, finally going for a complete wrath, unloading the magazines in the front, but eventually XNOR is going to be the one to put the full stop to that fairy tale, eliminating them out of the game. X7 in the clotheslines too. Titan's actually going to be the last man alive in that entire vicinity in the final fray. And look at Opax from AEROBOTZ Esports. He's got 20 first aid. Now he just used 1. Now it's going to be taken down to 19. But so many of these teams just going for the med strat in general just proves you guys that a lot of these teams in general, from the start, they just have the mentality of the med strat.
It's such an effective strategy as well, right? You don't need to have to go in for that final battle because you never really know where will you be inside that final circle. Will you be in the open turf? Will you have the high ground for yourself? Or whether you'll have the compounds as well. Look at this, Revenge Esports. They were in such a good position, but of course the circle did throw a curveball, and now with a single nade itself, they have been completely extinguished. 5 teams are still alive, and ASLAAA Esports are starting to dominate the circle right now. It's only a 4v4 up front because ASLAAA and XNOR are the only ones who are battling for that final circle. The rest, all other teams and players, they're still playing in for that heal battle. I still believe Humanoid from Team Hyderabad Hydras is still going for it. He has 8 first aid kits, so he has acquired those extra placement points for his team from position 9 to position 4 itself. I believe that he can still survive an extra 2 points of placements, but I still want to see where is Opax. Opax with 10 on him. AEROBOTZ. This is so interesting, Necro, because you never really know who is actually going to time it to perfection. For these heal battles, it's extremely important to keep applying those first hits as soon as one ends so that you don't take enough damage from the zone itself. And I believe the players are doing an amazing job so far.
I mean, Opax is probably going to be finishing the mid strat on the 3rd spot. And Hyderabad Hydras, that last player, Humanoid, he's going to lose it because he has less meds compared to Opax. Look at him. He's got a decent amount of meds. Still, that's going to last him for a couple of more seconds compared to Hyderabad Hydras. So he's going to be good to go. 3rd spot, that means you will be getting 10 points for yourself in the team. Oh, that's really not a bad outing, considering AEROBOTZ Esports is also one of those teams that could have been seen on the struggling phase. So they really need all the points possible. And as I mentioned, all you need is 10 points per game to be consistent. So AEROBOTZ Esports, they've already completed the first milestone. They're going to be having 11 points inside this game of Sanhok. Good to go. Still, though, the final 2 teams that are alive inside the circle, soon enough, even that fight's going to be proven up.
Exactly, right? I believe that Opax right now was praying that those 2 teams actually fight so that he can actually play for that extra placement point in that 2nd position, but that's not going to happen. ASLAAA as well as XNOR, they've been holding their ground so far. It's an absolute reptile warfare because ASLAAA, They're trying to hold back their position. They're trying to be ambiguous inside the grasses. But of course, with the nade itself, I believe that general trajectory is going to give out their position. XNOR haven't reacted to it so far. No resistance, no retaliation coming in from their side. But I love the spread which ASLAAA have. Zero closing in from the sidelines. And of course, Cyan with that nade itself. The first contact has been established, Necro.
Oh, look at Zero. Way too close to comfort. Eventually spots the player out. But then there will be a return knockout as well. Trades happening back and forth. But ASLAAA, eventually, they're going to win this trade warfare because they also have the man number and the man advantage. Now we're going to have Eddie on the screen, but the nade's going to seal the deal. And that's going to be it, ladies and gentlemen. It's actually going to be the players of ASLAAA who come out on top in that game of Sanhok.
What a brilliant winner chicken dinner for them. It was a 50-50 battle, but of course, just like I mentioned, the split coming in from ASLAAA was way too good, right? There was one player in the sidelines, a player from the back lines. They were throwing in the nades to perfection. They were cooking it to perfection, and they were landing at the right spots. And when you land those nades at the right spot, there's no way anybody can survive.
Exactly. I mean, utility utilization, if you are going to be utilizing the utilities at the proper time, at the proper place, then that can give you such an upper edge inside a fight, because that can also give you a man advantage, or maybe potentially, depending on what exact utility you have, it can give you in general a massive advantage inside any type of firefights. I mean, soon enough, we will be able to take a look at the highlights too and get the real Evaldo moments. But in the early phase of the game, we did not really see a lot of fights brewing up. Yeah, in the most early, though, like right off the bat when the teams topped down, we saw a couple of fights brewing up near the boot camp area. We saw one of the teams getting wiped out, but then later, after that, we did not see anything happen for a while.
Exactly, right? But of course, all of that action we'll witness once again in the highlights, ladies and gentlemen, which started, just like you mentioned, in the vicinity of the bootcamp region. It was MEGAFORCE who actually went up against BAAZ official. Now, BAAZ, of course, did try to retaliate. It was a 2v2, which Kratos beautifully executed. One player being knocked out by the nade, his position was given away, the footsteps were heard, and the nade absolutely blasted. But as soon as that little bit of a happiness struck BAAZ official, Enigma Gaming were like, nope, it's time for you to cry, and we are coming.
Exactly. I mean, look at this entire clutch too from the side of Gotham, right?
Yeah.
With the single man just wielding that DBS in his hands, able to take down 3 players all by himself. And in that final pick, he showed a little bit of just patience in general. He waited around that corner. He waited for the opponent to shoot his first shot with the DBS, because, you know, with the first shot and the second shot, there's a little bit of delay. And as soon as that delay kicked in, he peeked out, and then he took that DBS shot, and he managed to connect it to perfection. So nicely done. Really good thinking in that panicky situation. Did not really crack under the pressure. And then we even saw the player of NOR once again being consistent inside the lobby. But ASLAAA in general, they were looking in a whole different form.
But I really loved what the heal battle was, right? Because I believe that this was a proper heal battle which we got to see after an extremely long time, with the 28 first hit kits on one side, approximately 20 first hit kits on the other team, and they were just trying to patch themselves up. It was a constant hospital sequence happening. But of course, I believe OPAX came on the upper end. Hyderabad Hydras, I believe that they did try, but then those extra medkits on the side of OPAX just seal the deal for him. But of course, they are going to be happy with the 4th position, because I believe that they climbed up about 6 to 7 positions on that placement standing. So it's an extremely good affair. And a lot of these teams, they don't try to take in those early fights on Sanhok. They don't try to engage because it's extremely dicey. It's completely filled with reptiles. It's completely filled with snakes. So the better option is to try and split up in the early stage game, get those first hit kits, bunch it on one man, and let him just, take in all that blue zone damage. It was brilliant.
But I mean, if you remember, right, in the later stage of the game too, like a lot of these teams realized the fact that a lot of these teams in general are just planning to go for the med strat. So they started to drop all the way down south and just started targeting those teams who are going to be dropping in the nearby vicinity, but a little bit far away from each other. So they got those individual pick-ins on the opponent teams, and that just made winning those 4-on-4 fights so easy for them. For example, if you remember inside the round 1 near the docks area, there were so many teams just dropping in that vicinity, trying to catch those teams who are going to be going for that med strat in the game of Sanhok. So you never know what's going to be happening. And this is what really happens. This is the variety that Sanhok brings in.
Exactly, right? I mean, you see how Erangel and Miramar pans out. It's extremely strategical. I'm not really saying that Sanhok is not strategical, right? It has a lot of logic behind it. But the fact that it's a little favor towards gunfights, it's a little favor towards the ones who can actually camp their way to success or probably even heal themselves to success, it sort of brings a vibe where a lot of the teams who haven't been performing, whose strategies haven't been great, whose days haven't been brilliant with the guns, they can make that upshift. They can make that climb on the overall standings. And I believe that Hyderabad, Hydras, as well as the other team of OPAX, both of these teams sort of made that little bit of a climb for themselves. 10 points approximately, if you include the finish points which they had, is sort of a decent start. Now with Vikendi coming up, I believe that they should be a little more confident. Even if Erangel and Miramar did not go their way, they will have a little bit of a momentum to sort of change things up and climb those rankings and qualify.
But to be honest, then you really sit down and wonder what's going on with the likes of Enigma Gaming. This is one of those teams that I personally had so many expectations coming in from today's day, because in round one, this team managed to secure more than 70 points. I think it was like 74 in the overall standings of round one. So they managed to secure so many points. But now, inside the round two, they're just getting deactivated, man. Not able to find a sweet spot for themselves. Not able to find that comfort zone. That sweet tuning, just missing out from Enigma Gaming. But I hope in the upcoming few games, considering it's also going to be Vikendi on the way. So I'm really going to be expecting these teams to, just sort of shape themselves in a better spot, better form right off the bat inside the game, because you're going to have that much time to adjust and think through all of your decisions.
Exactly. The best part about Enigma is their mentality, right? I'm great friends with their coach Salman. I'm great friends with players like Always. And I constantly speak to them. And they say that they don't really crumble under pressure. They're an extremely chill team. They've got great vibe within the 4 or the 5 players which they have. And they never really consider performances as an expectation or an additional burden on their shoulders. Even if certain games don't go their way, I believe that they are really chilling right now. But just like you mentioned, I feel like this is the time when they still need to amp up. I feel like if they chill for an extended period of time, then that little window of opportunity which they still have is going to extinguish, and that is not going to be great, because we've seen so many teams leave us in this tournament so far. And of course, they will have to make that mammoth climb from that in-game qualifiers for BGIS. Even though they are still qualified and they have that safety net, I believe that they want to go as further as they possibly can in the grind as well.
I mean, perfectly said. In general, that expectations, right? I do understand you need to be staying chill. You need to be staying cool in general to, fight inside a competition. But to be honest, to a certain extent, you need to have that pressure too to feel alive. You need to feel your nerves to feel alive. That adrenaline needs to kick in to perform even better inside the game, right? In general, a lot of these people, right? If you've ever seen these military people, they always like to have that adrenaline kicking in. They're adrenaline junkies, actually. And the more the closer they are to pressure, the more they feel alive. So that's how things are. But now as we do move on forward towards the top 5 players, we're also going to have BAAZ officials in front of us with 4 finishes. Then we're all going to have the player of ASLAAA, Sayan, getting a decent amount of finish for himself. ASLAAA not really doing that good when it comes to the elimination aspect of the game, but still, in general, the positioning and the way they rotated inside the circle was pretty brilliant.
And this is what I know ASLAAA for, right? They've got the good balance between finishes as well as position. They're never really a team who sort of focuses themselves completely on the finish points. Look at that, right? 15 placement points, 5 finishes to work with, 20 points in total. I feel like this is textbook BGMI, ASLAAA Esports, they basically play textbook BGMI. But then you've got XNOR Esports, right? This team has been racking up those finish points since the map of Miramar, since the map of Erangel, and now as well, just topping the charts without even getting that chicken dinner for themselves. 12 placement points to work with, 11 finishes, 23 points. I feel like this team, they might have actually toppled Revenge Esports at this point, Necro.
Exactly. I mean, now soon enough, we're also going to be taking a look at the latter half of the board. This is where we will see the upsets. And speaking about the upsets, I mean, on the first half of the board, you guys didn't see the Enigma Gaming side. So here we go. On the latter half of the board, you guys will be able to see Team X Spark, Enigma Gaming, even the likes of MEGAFORCE and BAAZ Official. At least BAAZ Official got a little bit of limelight for themselves in the early phase of the game, but Enigma Gaming and somewhere down line Team X Spark just deactivated in that game. And this has been a problem with a lot of the teams. One game, they just pop up out of nowhere. But then that other game, that consistency drops down. To be honest, I would prefer consistency over just a pop-off game.
Exactly right. Both of these two big names, they're probably waiting for that big pop-off game, ladies and gentlemen. But of course, we'll have a look at the overall standings and how things are positioned. And just like I mentioned, XNOR Esports, they have toppled Revenge Esports from the top with 57 points to their name. They've got those 28 placement points and 29 finishes to work with. Revenge Esports, of course, they've got 47 points to work with as well. But then there's that great drop-off. Hyderabad Hydras with 35, ASLAAA as well, pretty consistent. But then there's that stark difference, 24 placement points, but only 9 finish points to work with, Necro.
I mean, in general, the top 8 is looking pretty interesting because I'm not seeing Enigma Gaming in here, man. I mean, I know I'm mentioning the Enigma Gaming name over and over again, but man, it's just really concerning to me not seeing Enigma Gaming inside the top 8 in the overall standings. But for X-Park too, man, they're on the verge of getting eliminated. The upcoming game has to be filled with a lot of points for themselves to at least catapult somewhere in the top 3. So Team X-Park, the upcoming game is going to be the decider of what they are going to be looking like in the top 8, or will they even be able to sustain inside the top 8?
Of course, the second page is just filled with concerns. I mean, so many big names. Have a look at this. Enigma Gaming with 12 points out of 3 games. Mayhem racking up just 10 points from the 3 games. And of course, GE Phoenix. I mean, oh my god, 1 point from 3 games. This is concerning, right? Of course, the cutoff isn't that high. One good game, 120-pointer or probably a 30-pointer is going to catapult you inside the top 8. But then it's going to be a mammoth task, especially with your start being so scrappy and being extremely difficult for you to adjust to the conditions. I feel like it's going to take a monumental performance from these players to try and get that big daddy chicken, just like I like to talk about it. Because for GE Phoenix getting 1 point from 3 games, it must be mentally so draining, Necro.
I mean, I don't know what's with you and this daddy's term, man. What's going on there? So I don't know. But yeah, speaking about the teams on the latter half of the board, Salty, one thing's for sure. They will need a nuclear performance, that's for sure. Be it the players of G Phoenix or be it any other players that are on the latter half of the board. If they want to be consistent and good enough in the first half of the board, they will definitely need a mammoth game.
Absolutely, mammoth game is what is required, and the teams who are looking for that in this map of Vikendi is going to be Enigma Gaming, Team X-Park probably, Team Mayhem, and you might also consider GE Phoenix as well. Of course, they're certainly not in a position where they might get that mammoth chicken for themselves, but at least a good platform of 10 or 12 points can actually set the barrier, can actually, help them relax their shoulders so they can actually express themselves freely inside the game. They still have 3 more maps to go, and I feel like there is enough opportunity to actually make a comeback. But of course, the teams who are quite comfortable in terms of it, I feel like ASLAAA Esports, AEROBOTZ, and X7 officials, as a matter of fact, they have been absolutely brilliant. Speaking of brilliant, I feel like I am being joined by my brilliant co-host. It's time for iSuper Johnny to be joining me back on the panel. So Johnny, you saw the map of Sanhok from the backlines, and I mean, give me your opinion, man. There's been a massive doubt of Enigma Gaming and their qualification. But what are your thoughts on the underdog teams who are performing as well?
I mean, I'm just enjoying the showcase of skill that's being put on display by the lads from XNOR. Consistent throughout the first 3 games. It looks like there's nothing the other teams can do to absolutely stop them. I mean, you might be able to take the chicken dinner away from them, but they still do walk away with a lot of eliminations. That has been the case in the first 3 games. Although, as you and Necro were having quite an extended conversation about Enigma Gaming, I think my perspective is just one of concern, one filled with a lot of concern, because where has that team gone that tore through the entirety of the competition in round 1? What happened to those boys? This lobby is not that difficult from what they faced in round 1. I mean, the teams are equally brutal because Enigma did come to play in the later stages of their particular week, and the competition was stepping up, it was building up. Same situation over here. But I mean, not just living up to the challenges, they will definitely, as Necro said, whatever they have to do, it needs to happen on the next map in the game of Vikendi. Otherwise, the last 2 maps are going to be just too brutal upon them.
Johnny, I have a very crazy opinion about this whole thing. I feel like BGIS, the grind, it's sort of haunted for all of these tier one teams. I feel like there is some sort of curse going on them that a
Yeah.
lot of these teams aren't really actually going to make the mark. So I feel like for Enigma Gaming, if they have to qualify, they have to defeat the curse first and then go in for the performance. And only one place can actually do that. It's going to be the cold, snowy fields of Vikendi. And as soon as I say that, the flight takes off, ladies and gentlemen, and it's going to fly right across this snowy island. Super Johnny, my co-captain, is going to take you right through the flight path and where the teams are going to drop.
Yeah, this one is going to be an interesting flight path starting from the western side underneath Vihar and going all the way towards Peshkova and Trevno, leaning, well, nowhere, absolutely. We have out quite decent flight paths on almost all the maps today, so not a big challenge for these teams in the early stages of the match, but again, it is Vikendi. It is an extremely small map. That means the probability of drop clashes does go up by quite a notch. Plus, also considering that in the early stages, teams do not really need to fight each other. All they can do is avoid the early collision, move towards the center of the zone, find a compound, and then just play the rest of the game from there. Let's see what the approach is going to be like, especially, I think, as we do again and again talk about the big names like Enigma Gaming and all the other teams on the second page of the rankings. This can be their opportunity to be a little bit more aggressive because it is a do-or-die situation already being presented to them.
Absolutely. I mean, do or die situation for Enigma Gaming, and look at that split coming in from them. Huge difference in where every one of those four players are landing. Now, it's going to be a little difficult to actually cope up with the pressure. Multiple teams dropping near Oasis. I can see that BAAZ official, they're quite close to that region, quite close to that vicinity. And of course, we've got that central circle to work with. Does encapsulate Castle. It has its dead center on Villa, and that is exactly where Enigma Gaming are also trying to capitalize. But if you can see closely, I feel like Team Elf is also trying to go in the same vicinity, and in fact, all four of their players in that same vicinity. So I'm not really sure if for Enigma Gaming, this is a die situation or a do situation. But of course, elsewhere, we've got Team Mayhem quite close to some other lads from other team. We'll have to find out which one it is.
Yeah, we're going to find that out in a few short moments. And as we were talking about Enigma, Team Mayhem are in similar shoes. They are a big name. I mean, a lot of expectations of Team Mayhem breaking into the top 8, and I think their fans, the people who recognize this name, expect them to actually be in the top 5 quite easily, but things have not really worked out for them or are not really going the way they hoped they would so far in these matches. And even in this one, they find themselves against the players of Instinct Outliers. Both teams have already managed to get some decent loot upon them, although we do see a few individuals from the side of Instinct Outliers working with 11-1 helmets or no helmet in the case of Daxter, I believe it was. So Instinct Outliers, I believe a few, already it's Misto who does not have any helmet on upon him, so still looking for that protection in the early stages before they engage the fight onto the players of Mayhem. But we did see Hyderabad Hydras.
Yeah.
They have secured the first finish of the game. And that point is going to be all theirs. BAAZ official taking a hit.
Very interesting that Vikendi, which is supposed to be extremely passive. I mean, Johnny, you and I, we've cast a lot of Vikendi together, and we've seen that majority of these early games are sort of that little bit of a passive affair. Teams don't really like to engage, but this one has had an aggressive turn. Joker, in fact, rammed in onto this compound and instantly got neutralized. Hyderabad Hydras, they are on a disadvantage right now. Advantage on the other team, that is going to be BAAZ official, but it's a 3v3 affair, so you can't really talk much about it. The other player is also quite low on HP, and Ultron has been taken down. DBS is going berserk, and a nice molly, which might just be able to finish off Ultron.
Oh, but this is not looking good for Hyderabad Hydras. The Molotov is just going to burn them alive, as you mentioned, and Hyderabad Hydras become the first team to get wiped from this game, even though they were the first ones to secure the first finish. And on the other side, we do see Team X-Spark face heavy pressure from the players of GE Phoenix as well. And I wonder what the end result for that fight is going to look like, considering X-Spark are already one player down. But BAAZ official, brilliant move from Kratos, I have to say. Massive props to that lad. He repositioned himself quite nicely in that situation and was able to sandwich the players of X-Spark, but the players of Hyderabad Hydras. But talking about X-Spark and GE Phoenix, we switch focus, and here we are. GE Phoenix having the advantage. Aditya also not in a good position, though. was knocked out. Dreams is the last player standing from the side of X-Pac.
I did not expect this, honestly, Johnny. But of course, that enormous amount of pressure coming in, Global Esports Phoenix, this is something which was extremely needed for them. Of course, they did lose out on Thakura and Whitey, but the rest of the three players, they did the job. And GE Phoenix, they are looking strong right now. This is the performance which they need. They had only 1 point from the first 8 games, but with this squad wipe, on a very mammoth team like X-Pac, I believe that their confidence will be boosted.
Yeah.
And these 3 players who are still surviving might just play up until the late game stage. But Johnny, oh my god, what an aggressive Vikendi start we have had so far. I'm going crazy because, of course, we've had that initial flush out of players, but now I believe will be the start of a little bit of a slower affair. And here we see our friends, Anki and Maisie. What's up?
Man, these guys are looking so fly right now.
Oh man, I hate
Anki
the
with his
fact that
outfit
they
looking
get to
so
use
good.
the studio and they get to look so good as well. Anki blowing that flying kiss. I mean, he's my friend, but of course, I'm just extremely jealous of him at this point, you know?
Yeah, what happened over here? Where did Extrovert come from? That is what I want to know. Hyderabad Hydras should have known that the moment they pushed for this compound, they had to step indoors without any delay. But still, they stayed out a few seconds longer than they needed to, and Extrovert was just absolutely brutal and phenomenal as well. His timing was just perfect. Same goes for the players from the side of GE Phoenix. The utility usage was on point. X-Pac did not really have a lot of room to work with on that first floor. But look at this, the third team fight happening just in the first stage itself, and it's going to be MEGAFORCE taking on the players of Revenge Esports.
It's not stopping. It's raining fight at this point on Vikendi right now, and it's an absolute bloodbath on this white map itself. It's snowy, it's dreamy, but of course, it's a land of hell. Especially for the likes of Team Revenge, who has been completely kneeled down upon by MEGAFORCE. Brilliant stuff from Sketch so far. Beautifully executed, and now they've been reduced to just a 2-man lineup. Of course, the rest of the team, Fruit Juice as well as Final Boss, will try and retreat from this position, but they have no choice. They will not be able to revive their fallen comrades, especially with so many players from Team MF. They are on the hunt. They are hot on their tails, Johnny.
Well, let's see, Revenge Esports getting hunted down right now by the lads of MEGAFORCE. They have a massive advantage for themselves in this fight, having secured the early finishes. But having secured the early knocks, but securing the finishes is definitely proving to be a challenge even for the lads of MEGAFORCE. Revenge, I think the one problem that they have in this situation is the fact that Final Boss was rotating with the rest of his teammates and now has found himself in an extremely awkward spot out in the open, completely exposed. Even if he tries to fall back, his rotation options are cut off. So he will have to hold his spot behind this rock and wait to see what the lads of MEGAFORCE are thinking. But look at this. Aman, his finish point is secured as he was trying to crawl towards Fruit Juice to get a cheeky revive in, but there was no cover created for him.
Yeah. You know, like, basically Aman was that one friend whom we play classics with, who once gets knocked out and then tries and cries for the revive. You know, no matter what the situation is, it might even endanger his own teammate, but will still cry, revive me, I need to get back up. I mean, even the Fruit Juice did not budge, but it just costed Aman his own life. That is basically it. But it's very surprising who, for Team Revenge, who I was calling the kings of the circle itself, they were placing themselves up beautifully, not just in one map, but in multiple maps. They get instantly neutralized due to their bad positioning itself, right? Now, with only 2 players up and alive, I don't think the game will be theirs. Or rather, they hold a very strong placement inside this game. Even they hold that periphery of the circle, and entering the circle is going to be a mammoth job. And look at so many red flashes all across the map. This is probably the first time I've seen the Vikendi map being so bloody and so aggressive at the initial stages. It's just stage 1, Johnny. It's crazy.
Exactly. I think that is what is going to be a surprise for a lot of these teams, that this time around they will have to face that aggression. There is absolutely no duality about this, but GE Phoenix on our screens as they do try to rotate out in the open and are going to be picked apart by the lads from ASLAAA Esports, who have found the opening in this fight. And as we all know, and we all saw a few moments ago, GE Phoenix did lose Takarayan in the early stages of the match in the collision against the players from Xbox. So they were down to just 3 players, 1 knocked out. That means 2 left standing. It's going to be up to Shriju and Rivan to see how these women will be surviving in the later stages of the game. For now, they managed to bring Wixen back into the matchup. The revive was successful, but can they make a getaway considering it's going to be an open rotation? And initially, right off the bat, finding the angle, the exact position that they have to run in to void the line of fire from the players of ASLAAA Esports, as ASLAAA did try to go for a little bit of a chase a few moments ago, but now have finally backed off as GE Phoenix find themselves concrete cover for themselves in these compounds.
Johnny, correct me if I'm wrong, if I'm watching Fast and Furious or BGIS The Grind, because this was a great chase sequence. I love what Vixen did over there. She was quite low on HP and she knew that one off bullet could have taken her down, and that's why she kept changing seats. And she had the advantage, actually, that only 3 players are surviving, so there was that one vacant seat inside that vehicle, and she kept on switching so that no bullets, in fact, hit her. And GE Phoenix, of course, they made that massive getaway. Otherwise, they would have been instantly neutralized. ASLAAA, they were very keen on trying to get that wrap around, but GE was just extremely quick on their feet and on their vehicles. They fired up the engines extremely fast and they ran away from that position. But as soon as I say that, it's still not stopping. Flashes are still coming up and players and bodies, they are still falling. And probably for the first time inside the third or the second stage of the game itself, we have seen so many players and so many teams being flushed out and reduced in terms of their strength. Major reason why this is happening, Johnny, because I feel like the teams are trying to force out rotations. They're not just holding compounds and trying to stay safe. In fact, they're trying to make those very optimistic plays, which in fact is not really working out in the practical world.
A little bit of that, and I think a little bit of how the map is played out itself, because majority of the fights that we saw in the early stages, apart from Hyderabad Hydras, of course, the other 2 fights, one that involved Revenge, the other one involving the players of Xpark, took quite far in locations quite far away from the zone. But we'll come back to that conversation. For now, ladies and gentlemen, it looks like Jux Esports find themselves in an awkward mid-rotation fight against the players of Instinct Outliers, but Jux Esports, their reactions are perfect. They go on to secure the 2 early finishes of this collision, and now Instinct Outliers, they're down to their last 2 players surviving. It is a 2v4 for them for now.
Yeah, and the last 2 players, I believe they are going to take a dip into the holy waters of Vikendi, because there is no choice. You can't survive Jux Esports, who are hot on your tails at this point with nades and all. Sidebot will still try to lob one inside the vicinity, but it is going to do no damage. In fact, it actually does. Vardhan is quite low on HP. If the second one lands, there might just be a knock coming in. But of course, it's not going to be very fruitful, because even if the knock gets confirmed, a 2v3 for the side of Instinct Outliers is going to be a very hard job, especially with the other team having the hard ground for themselves, and they are pushing out in the open. So they will have no opportunity but to actually fall back, take a dip inside the holy waters, probably cross the island and go somewhere else. The exit strategy is still there, but Instinct Outliers, are they going to adopt that way is going to be the question.
It is an important question and quite a difficult task ahead. As we did talk about this, 2v4 Instinct Outliers sit at a massive disadvantage. But good thing for them, absolutely no incentive for Jux to force this fight, since both these teams are inside the zone and have a comfortable position for them. Instinct Outliers a little bit less so, considering they are quite exposed from the rear. The only good graces for them is the fact that there's a massive ridge between them and Jux Esports.
Yeah.
But let's see. I mean, Jux Esports, they are desperate for those finish points as well. And I think one low toss nade on the other side can actually do the trick for them. Help them secure those finish points without taking too much of a risk.
Nades might just be the way to go forward, because just like you mentioned, they don't really want to take the risk of bodies falling. Jux Esports, they still have their 4 players up and alive, and they shouldn't want to be risking it, right, just for the search of 2 extra finish points. But just like I said, right, it's the fag end of the day, not the fag end, probably the middle stages of the day itself, right? This is where you have to start racking up your points and actually try and catapult yourself up top. So for these teams, those extra finish points is always going to be golden. And Jux Esports, they're not really wrong in trying to force out the situation over there. But just like you mentioned, they don't really have the incentive to do so because they are well inside the circle. They're holding that nice little periphery outside of Cement Factory. So they might just be able to hold it for a little while longer because the circle has shifted their way. But for all the teams coming in from the northern fringes of the circle, for example, War Mania, Enigma Gaming, Elf as well, they need to sweep up. They need to sweep up so many teams in the process. And of course, with the circle throwing in curveballs left, right, and center, they need to adjust on the go itself. But Instinct Outliers, they have adjusted on the go for themselves. I feel like they are well settled behind these rocks, and Mizo is swimming.
Mizo did take the swan dive into the waters, but I do agree with you. The other lad from the side of Instinct Outliers has gotten quite comfy just between those rocks. Also, a few moments ago, we did have a look at what the players from Revenge Esports were up to. So apparently, after their teammates fell final boss and Fruit Juice decided to fall all the way back towards the southwestern edge of the map itself, and did go on to loot a few smaller compounds out in the open, and are now playing a late game rotation in this particular match. It will be extremely difficult considering late game rotations in Vikendi are extremely tricky to pull off, especially with an added disadvantage of being half a squad down. They are just last two surviving players, so I don't think we're going to see them be a part of a lot of the action during the mid-game stages. Rotation pathways, rotation-wise, I think a wide swing towards the south is the ideal way to go, and I think they were headed in that particular direction itself. But let's see. All right, so again, switching focus, BAAZ against Enigma Gaming. What do you have to say about these two teams, Lordly?
Enigma Gaming, as a matter of fact, their form in terms of their firefight hasn't really been up to the peak, right? Even if we saw how much of the points they acquired in round one, they are basically a shadow of their true self in this round itself, at least for the first three games. And right now, they're focusing on rotation. We saw how Maxkash cleared out Villa, and then the rest of the crew followed. They are following the basics. They are sticking to the fundamentals. And I feel like if they do that, there might just be a comeback. But BAAZ officials, they are warmed up, right? They've had their ups and downs. But just like I said, they've had their ups as well. So it might be a possibility that they will be able to wipe off. But of course, if that fight breaks out. Elf Esports, though, they're still in a comfortable spot. They know, as a matter of fact, that there is War Mania Esports in the vicinity. Shots were fired, but we know that these shots, it's basically a neighborly love that is being bestowed upon each other, because nothing major is going to happen. Nobody is going to push or slam onto each other's compounds. It's just a trade of utility, revives, and knocks, which is going to happen over and over again. And we know what how the circle pans out, Johnny.
Well, let's see. I mean, as you mentioned, we all know how the zones pan out in this game. Just standard central shifts up until the late game stages. But Enigma Gaming, as you were talking about them so far, I think this Villa position is quite decent, and they will manage to stay safe for a long time from here on out. Look at this. Even in the next shift, they are right on that southwestern zone. BAAZ official have the option of just crossing over Enigma without even picking a fight with them. But a little bit more concerned about teams like MEGAFORCE, XNOR, X7 and GE Phoenix clustered towards that southern edge of the zone. And MEGAFORCE, they have started to push through, and it looks like they're headed towards the players of Enigma Gaming on the map.
Yeah, it probably seems like it. But so far, there is still no real fight lines that have actually been brought upon. Enigma Gaming, they're still moving. MEGAFORCE, they're still on their vehicles, but I feel like it's still a little bit more time that remains before the entire fight brews out. Revenge Esports, they're still surviving. You know, I'm excited for Fruit Juice and Final Boss, and I'm excited what these two players can pull off, because we saw what this team can do, especially on the map of Miramar. You know, in spite of being two players down, Revenge Esports always find a way, and I feel like this is one of those occasions where they can again show what their brilliance is. But just like you mentioned, another fight which might just brew up in front of our screens is going to be Enigma versus MEGAFORCE. Two big names, of course. But Enigma Gaming, they have to be extremely wary of their surroundings. One of the reasons why they have sort of faltered in the first three games is because they've been caught in very precarious positions.
Yeah. And this game, as it is turning out so far, is not going well for the bigger names in the lobby. As we do see Revenge Esports again in a very awkward position. Fruit Juice against the entirety of Elf Esports just gets in his car, tries to back off, but not allowed, good sir. You enter on your own terms, but you leave when we decide. That is what Elf has to say over there. But over here, X7 against the players of MEGAFORCE, and MEGAFORCE is forced too brutal on the lads of X7 as two individuals have been taken down. Clown with his EBS looking to pull off a miracle, but it's not going to work out. MEGAFORCE just pushing through, securing those eliminations for themselves at the cost of one knock, and even that is easily brought back.
Yeah, the sheer brute force on these lads is absolutely brilliant. I mean, they did not give any sort of time or breathing room for the other team, and they just wiped them off of existence. That was brilliant. X7 officials, it's not a team to scoff at. They've been brilliant so far in this day. And the fact that MEGAFORCE could easily wipe them off shows how brilliant they are in terms of taking their 4v4 fights and their compound control. XNOR Esports, another top team in the right vicinity. I feel like this is sort of a warfare which I would love to witness. XNOR versus MEGAFORCE, because that would be extremely technical. Speaking of technical so far, I feel like the circle has taken a drastic shift towards Mount Kresnik, and ASLAAA, once again, I always say their circle prediction is brilliant. They've got the right balance of placement and finish points. And on Vikendi, I feel like that is crucial for getting the chicken dinner. ASLAAA might just have one foot. You know, it's still very early to call out, but I feel like ASLAAA, they have the greatest of advantage to pull this off.
Well, let's see though. I mean, the potential, the possibility is there, but Jux against Instinct Outliers. This fight has gone on for too long, and Jux, finally, I think I've started to realize they need to wrap it up ASAP. Absolutely no two ways about it. Sook, a little confused as to exactly where he needs to go, where he needs to be. Falls back, joins Amazing. Swinging the numbers against Bot, but will they be able to win this 1v2, considering Bot does have a DBS to work with, and this is the weapon you would want for yourself in a clutch situation. The extra bit of damage from the AKM can definitely turn the fight around. Bot waiting for the opposition to redeem themselves on the other side of the building, but that hasn't really happened yet. Amazing still holding on to his position. No throwable utility to work with, by the way, for the individual from the side of Instinct Outlier. Amazing as well. Only 3 smokes, has the DBS, has the G36 as well. An alternative AR on specific and exclusive to the map of Vikendi, but no, Suck. Alright, Bot, he runs back behind the cover, and just as Amazing thought he was going to do something amazing, Bot just peeks from behind that broken wall and destroys the opposition.
Those shots absolutely stuck to the helmet and absolutely ripped it apart. But of course, there is another interesting situation brewing up, Johnny, this time around. Mania Esports, they have the high ground advantage for themselves, and they're starting to lob a couple of nades on the side, on the opposition so far. And look at this, though. The Wall of Death has actually got so many teams in the process. Enigma Gaming, they are being gate-kept by MG so far. But MG, they're taking so much pressure in the return fire, because multiple teams are trying to cross this location, and they're also taking the Wall of Hurt. Because, of course, the zone damage is extremely crucial in this situation. It's stage 5, and I believe that they need to make themselves inside the circle. XNOR so far, they have been absolutely brilliant, and I believe that was the final nail in the coffin. Mickey spotting his opposition out inside the smoke and absolutely destroying. 5 finishes for this team, and once again, a consistent standing inside the top 8. 4 players still alive, and XNOR, they're going strong, Johnny.
Man, with the way XNOR is playing, I don't know why we keep calling them the newcomers, the underdogs. Even undergods feel like an understatement for them at this point. I mean, this is a tier 1 performance. 4 maps consistently, absolutely no one has been able to stop XNOR. They have been comfortable no matter what fight they run into, no matter what position they hold, and every single game just being this dominant is quite a pleasant surprise, I have to say. But what was this?
Whoa!
Yeah, you can't really push through the window, man.
What was that? We saw a crazy stuff happen, ladies and gentlemen. Vehicle just flying and slamming inside that compound, and that's how it explodes, and all the players inside, they were just left to die. Johnny, that was probably one of the highlight moments for Macy to cover in the later stage of the week.
Oh, definitely. That's going to be on the bulletin for sure. I mean, it was a massive, massive accident over there. But let's see, 17-27 players still alive, and Mania Esports taking a massive fade out of nowhere. They get wiped out. And this time, finally, ladies and gentlemen, we see Mayhem step up their game. Enigma Gaming, though, still being on the receiving end of things, are looking to pull themselves into the top 8 of the overall leaderboard with this matchup. In the top 6 they are, but can they get those elimination numbers? That is the real question that we are asking.
At least they have 4 players up and alive, of course, Johnny. It's going to be great if you look at in the background, always being targeted by so many players of Elf, and they are charging hot on his tails, but always is actually fighting back. He's got the first knock. In fact, it's not him, it's from the backline. Infinitely OP is providing enormous amount of support for always. And of course, Daljeet as well as, I believe, Max Kush, they are trying to force the situation, trying to create that space inside the circle so that they can have the dominance. There is no cover whatsoever, but for an game start dictating how the final circle pans out. They need to split up. They need to try and cover every single aspect of the circle, and they need to have crosshairs on every single direction. Elsewhere, of course, Esports, they're still trying to hold back Mayhem, who are trying to charge from the backlines. Do you think it's going to be possible, Johnny?
I think it can be. The only thing that that has gone quite wrong for the side of Elf Esports just now is the fact that they decide to go for a 2-2 split. Now, 2 players trying to deal with Mayhem, while the other 2 lads are trying to deal with the players of Enigma Gaming. So Elf Esports, despite them being in an unfavorable position, an unfavorable split, they are taking on 2 of the biggest names in this lobby at the same time. And if they win these fights, it's going to be so impressive to see these young players and how, in fact, they make it happen. Nate, FPS on our screens, just holding on to his position, an angle that will protect his head from the vision of Enigma Gaming, from their crosshairs and from their shots. But will this be enough, as Max Cash has reunited with his teammate Infinity OP, and Daljeet has been in the back lines to provide some suppressing fire for the rest of the crew.
You know what, Johnny? You mentioned it right. XNOR, they're probably deserving of the Tier 1 lobby because every single time the circle just keeps on favoring them. I don't know if it's luck or it's absolute skill, but look at this though. Elsewhere, Mayhem, I believe that GodX has actually closed in the distance on one of the players from... I'm not sure. There was a couple of players from Team Elf Esports up front. It's Jody who actually is still holding down upon. ASLAAA Esports is right in front of him. And on the left-hand side, there is going to be Mayhem trying to push him out. Godix has charged inside the compound itself, and Jody is still trying to hold his position. But so far, he goes out in the open, trying to survive the situation. But he's under heavy fire right now. Mayhem just unleashed their max. But look at this. Beautiful resistance coming in from Team Elf Esports. And they still hold their ground up strong, Johnny. What is happening? This team is doing so much damage against multiple teams at once, and another knock been confirmed. Mayhem, they have been cut by half.
Mayhem has been cut in half, and the backup from the side of Elf has arrived. And goodness gracious, for ASLAAA Esports being where they were, because it was the distraction from ASLAAA that proved to be the detrimental factor for Mayhem in this fight. Now, ASLAAA, they have recovered as well. Mayhem is there with 3 players. Elf is there with 3 players. Mayhem is down to their last player, Warrior, trying his level best to push through. But the blue zone itself will be enough to finish him off from this game. As, ladies and gentlemen, we are finally down to the top 5 teams of Vikendi. And Enigma Gaming, they're on the verge of taking the exit, but Daljeet, he has 8 first aids, and even those 8 first aids can be enough to get him into the top 3. Elf Esports against ASLAAA with the nade. ASLAAA, the openings are there.
Yeah, the opening is there, and the finishing blow as well. ASLAAA, they reign supreme, and of course they have the soft cover to actually get Zero back up on his feet. But of course it depends if Team XNOR is going to give them that little bit of a space. Of course there is GE Phoenix Raven. Just trying to hide inside the bush. You've been caught on stream. But of course, she will survive no matter what, barely outside the circle. And especially with nades trying to be lobbed in, I believe that her position is going to be given out. Goku on the receiving end of this nicely cooked nade, but he still survives. What, Johnny? He's right behind that rock.
I think the calculation is a little bit off, but Ravina's next nade will be on point. And considering XNOR have no information as to where Ravina is, and ASLAAA as well, she can ruin the game for both these teams. Look at that. XNOR all of a sudden are down to their last player, and Ravina has the perfect opportunity to secure these points for her team. But she has the vehicle headed in a direction. Tries to take the last player out, finds the pick as well. Now it is the last individual from the side of GE Phoenix going up against the entirety of ASLAAA Esports, and there is absolutely no way ASLAAA will give away their win, their chicken dinner to anyone else. They finish off the last individuals standing in the lobby and secure their winner chicken dinner. What an impressive day. What an impressive set of matches from ASLAAA Esports. Finally, this team is showcasing their true form.
You know what, Johnny? I feel like this game went right according to the script that we wanted. Enigma Gaming getting that big game for themselves. They got that second position, which is going to be a confidence boost. GE Phoenix, as a matter of fact, what was that performance from Ravina? What was it positioning? Just tried to stay hidden up until the last moment. And then when we thought that XNOR could have actually snatched the chicken away from ASLAAA, Ravina was like, no, wait, I've got something to tell you. I mean, I could not imagine. I thought that, all right, probably the maximum amount of stuff that she's going to get out of that fight is probably that one finish point. But no, she actually stood up and shot down the driver of that vehicle as well. That is commendable. That was a great performance, and I feel like ASLAAA Esports, they are going to be thanking Ravina at this point for that performance, because of which the chicken dinner was handed to them on a golden platter.
Yeah, I do agree with you. I think ASLAAA Esports right now would just be quite grateful to the lads of GE Phoenix, to the women of GE Phoenix. In fact, my apologies over there. And again, especially Ravina in particular, she was impressive. I thought GE Phoenix was done for long back, but no, this one woman refusing to give up made sure her team had the placement points and those few extra finish points towards the very end. But again, this Vikendi was extremely weird, as we did talk about it in the early stages. A lot of aggression.
A lot of aggression and a lot of confusion, right? Especially teams like Revenge, teams like MEGAFORCE, who are or were doing so great in the early stages, sometimes got into such weird positions. Look at this, right? This was one of probably the highlight moment of the game. A vehicle slamming in on the first floor of a compound, very rare sightings, and then just blowing off, killing every single player inside it. It's absolutely notorious.
Yeah, I mean, they tried to go for a hero move, ended up getting wiped out instantly. That is the risk of when you try to make flashy plays. Things like that sometimes do happen. But Ravina, I think these nades that she lobbed were brilliant, absolutely phenomenal. Extra finish point also secured. And one of the primary reasons why XNOR were not really able to do anything against ASLAAA Esports, because XNOR had the advantageous spot, by the way, in that final moment. They were trying their level best to delay ASLAAA from entering the safe haven, entering the safe area, and had they done so for a few more seconds, they could have actually won the game had Ravina not been there. But again, as I said, an applause-worthy performance from GE Phoenix, from ASLAAA, and especially XNOR. Their day has been impressive. I mean, hats off to this team, whatever they're doing.
Absolutely right. I mean, XNOR have been completely toying with the competition so far. This amount of consistency and this amount of ruthlessness has not been seen in this tournament before, especially from an underdog team. And just like you mentioned, they probably don't deserve the tag of underdogs at this point, especially if they are playing with tier 1 teams like that. It's absolutely ruthless of what they have achieved so far. And I believe that they are en route to sort of breaking a couple of records. I'm not sure. They might just be, setting up a new record for themselves in terms of the total points, because we haven't seen a team this consistent in all the 4 games that we have played over the day so far. So might just be, there might be a new record.
I mean, see, up until now, 4 matches in, they haven't dropped out of the top 3, right?
Yep.
And I think with just 2 more matches left, my words to XNOR, even if they are listening, is lads, go for it. You had a point to prove. You have proved that point, that you have the skills, you have the firepower to take on and destroy and dismantle and manhandle the biggest names of BGMI in the country. Doing so quite phenomenally in the first 4 matches, 2 games. Just go for it. Just secure the win again. Make sure this day is theirs, and make sure that the teams and everyone else watching this broadcast right now remembers the name XNOR Esports. Because, I mean, at this point, the momentum is there. The players are going to be feeling confident about themselves. Nothing they do has gone wrong for them. Even in a fight that was so disadvantageous, where we thought, all right, this split is not working out, the backs are exposed, there's too much pressure coming upon them from the rear, nowhere left to go, they come out on top. And only when they get too complacent, and I think this happens with the biggest teams as well. So XNOR already stepping into the shoes of the tier 1 teams, wherein if they take the competition too lightly, that is when they get destroyed. If they underestimate the opposition, if they miscalculate, that is when XNOR is losing out on matches, losing out on points. So they are basically dropping points because of their own errors, not necessarily a disadvantageous situation. And I think that is something that XNOR needs to refocus on. And I don't know how they will make it happen, because Salty, like, my question to you is the fact, how do you make sure that your players are calm when you are having such a wonderful day?
I think it comes down from the way you practice, right? I've been alongside coaches a lot to try and understand, to have the same mentality. And the value which they try to instill is, don't crumble under pressure when things go wrong. Don't get too high when things go right. Just be at a neutral stage every single time, at every single stage of the competition. And if they've practiced that way, I believe that these conditions would not really change anything about their game. They would just keep performing. But if they are considering they are an underdog team, I mean, Johnny, this also has to be discussed, right? Can you really talk about this team being an underdog if they are in the top 32 of the grind itself?
I mean, that was the whole concept, right? Having these newer teams, newer faces go up against the experienced players. And look at this, even in the top 5 players, we see new names throughout. ASLAAA Esports, also a huge shout out to ASLAAA Esports. They have been phenomenal in the last 2 matches. Tiger especially has been quite on point. 4 eliminations and the MVP of the game secured by Tiger. Then GE Phoenix, Ravina and Vixen. So phenomenal. 7 eliminations secured by these 2 players from the side of GE Phoenix.
Wow.
And the total tally was 9 points. ASLAAA Esports 23 points from this match, GE Phoenix 18, and Enigma Gaming with the 16 points secured in this game. And with Daljit surviving for so long, I think they might have made their way into the top 8.
Possibly, right? I mean, this was a huge climb for 2 teams, GE Phoenix as well as Enigma Gaming, and this was extremely important for both of them because they needed these big games to restructure and reassure their position inside that overall standings. Of course, we won't be able to get to see the overall standings, but of course, X-Spark and X7 officials, this wasn't really the ideal game for them. 0 and 1 points acquired respectively. Even Revenge Esports, they're sort of starting to slack off as well with 0 points acquired. And at this point, I feel like even though their qualification is sort of confirmed, but they, just like you mentioned, they shouldn't really get complacent because they have a point to prove. They want to be inside the top 32 teams of the grind with probably a dominating performance so that they can scare off the opposition. You know, next time when the further rounds come in, they will be the ones who can, you know, post stories on their Instagram handles of where they are going to drop and no team is going to come around them. You know, that's a warning signal for them.
I think that is definitely something that the teams will be quite grateful to pull off if they can manage to do that and instill that fear in their teams while you are playing. But no matter what happens, we know one thing for sure. Once we actually reach the next stage of the grind, things will be even more brutal because these teams, I believe they still haven't showed us their true colors.
Absolutely. But ladies and gentlemen, we'll come back after a short break with more maps. Don't go anywhere.
मैप की जरूरत तो अनजान गलियों में पड़ती है, पर इरेंगल की गलियां तो हमारे दिल में छपी है।
What's up, team?
Hey, guys, रिच पे बंदा है, रिच पे।
अरे यार अभी हम स्मोक कर रहे हैं साइड।
मार किया मैंने।
लाइफ में हर जीत है इम्पोर्टेंट।
Thank you. Nice one, perfect.
लेकिन जीत का असली मजा सिर्फ अपने स्क्वाड के साथ ही आता है।
Yes!
ये बैटल ग्राउंड ऐसा कंफर्ट जोन है जो कभी भी रेड जोन बन सकता है मेरे भाई।
भाई प्लीज रिवाइव कर दे। अबे यार नू।
युद्ध के मैदान में बड़े बड़े MVP भी कर जाते हैं भूल।
नूडल सूप।
पर चैंपियन बनने की मंजिल में क्या नूब क्या प्रो।
ऑन गाइस, कंपाउंड होल्ड। कोई नहीं है सामने।
सेंटर स्लैम
स्मोक कर कवर ले।
1 HP है भाई।
ये ये गेम हम सबका है, धड़कने और जोश है हाय, इंडिया खेल रहा है BGMI।
It's my turn now. Fire away.
I shall protect my kingdom. Thunder, lightning.
Woohoo! You can do it.
Looks like you need my help. Go down. Let's go.
Water clears the mind. Soldiers, give me strength. I'll take care of it.
I shall protect my kingdom. Trust my shield. Stop right there.
Come at me. All right, here we go.
Surrender to the power of the dragon. Go away. Back off.
Now, shall we fight?
Fire away. Rapid fire.
May lightning always be with you. Get struck by lightning. Thunder, lightning.
Oh, is it time to go? Oh, the power of the land.
My heart is burning up. Go to hell. I'll show you overwhelming power. My turn. Take that.
मेनका का मोह जा।
Be prepared for the fury.
साथियों आगे बढ़ो, चकने!
खत्म कर दो!
Welcome back after the break, ladies and gentlemen, to BGIS The Grind. This is Super Johnny, joined by a cool boy Necro alongside with me. Hey, what's with the glasses, man?
Listen, these are your glasses, and I just told him, you know what? I think so. I look pretty good in this, and I'm also going to be taking them home with me. I hope you've got no problem with that. But, ladies and gentlemen, a while ago, you guys saw an advertisement of Road to Valor. And to be honest, there's quite a lot of exciting prizes that are going on, too. So if you guys are going to be going ahead and downloading the game for yourself from the Play Store or the App Store, you guys will be able to get some interesting prizes that are going to be on the line. But now, getting back to the conversation, Johnny, that we were having, once again, as we were seeing these undergods, actually, I'm not going to call them the underdogs anymore. I'm going to call them the undergods. Speaking about these undergods, Johnny, they really have been wrecking chaos and havoc all across the lobby. Another one of those known teams inside that is at the top of the leaderboard so far.
I mean, exactly, and XNOR is the name of the squad that is just dominating the lobby the entirety of the day so far. I mean, in the first 4 games, it looks like no one has an answer to how they want to stop XNOR, how they can, in fact, stop XNOR. But hopefully in Miramar, things are going to change, especially for teams and big names like Enigma Gaming, X-Spark. We want to see these teams pop off, especially Hyderabad Hydras, who have been quiet throughout the day.
I mean, to be honest, Hyderabad Hydras at this point in time, the only expectations I'm going to have from this team is to just try and get in top 8 somehow. Just try and make your name for yourself. And then for another team that I'm going to be speaking, the same thing has to be Enigma Gaming as well, because even this team is sort of struggling to make a name for themselves in the top 8. Or at least when I was casting in the previous game, they were nowhere to be seen in the top 8, Johnny.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I'm really just concerned, considering we know now these are the last 2 games left over.
Exactly, last 2 games to go. But one team that has, in fact, turned things around and in a timely manner as well has to be ASLAAA Esports. I mean, you and I, we had the luxury of meeting, the pleasure of meeting a few of the people from the management of ASLAAA Esports back in the days, and a nice, happy bunch of people. And I think they are going to be celebrating already with how the last two games have gone for them. But now the true test for ASLAAA Esports begins. Because even in round one, we noticed they were trying to build up the momentum, but as soon as the fall off begins, the recovery is not really there. But in round one, there were just 3 matches. In round two, you still have a lot more games to go. The first 2 games did not really go the way ASLAAA was hoping for. Last 2 games, they have sort of recovered and put themselves in a position from where securing the top 8 and securing a slot in the next stages of BGI as the grind is an actual possibility. But moving forward, the last 2 games, I think they need to sort of establish themselves as the favorites of this particular group heading into the next round, because I think they can definitely use the confidence boost from these matches.
Exactly. I mean, the confident boost is going to be needed whatsoever. Speaking about the momentum, even that's missing from a lot of these teams, right?
Yeah.
And as I mentioned, all you need is 10 points per game. But a lot of these teams in general have missed out on that spot to get the 10 points. Speaking about G Phoenix, now, at least the previous game, I would still say that was quite a consistent finish, quite a consistent outing. But maybe it's just because of the map of Vikendi. We know the circles are not that hard on you, not that harsh on you in the map of Vikendi. But in the upcoming maps of Erangel and Miramar, is this team going to be able to navigate properly enough? The upcoming map is going to be the map of Miramar. We all know that. And to be honest, as I always say, it's easy to navigate, but tough to sustain the spot that you've got, because you never know where you're going to get shot at from.
I mean, from what was displayed on the previous map by the players of GE Phoenix, I think it's quite clear to see that the survival instincts are quite strong in these women, and they know exactly where they want to position, what spot will keep them in a safer position compared to the other teams, where the other teams are fighting from. And I think that can be utilized on Miramar as well. That mindset, that play style can be benefited from on Miramar, considering this is also a map that is extremely slow during the early stages, and during the later stages becomes very difficult, as you mentioned, to rotate from stage 4 onwards to the zones in stage 5, stage 6 respectively, because the teams are quite close to each other. But GE Phoenix, I think eyes will be on them, eyes will be on XNOR, ASLAAA Esports, and I think these 3 teams in particular, to see what they will be able to do. Another team that I think you and I at the start of the day were expecting a lot from, but has kind of underperformed so far, has to be X7.
Exactly, X7. I mean, at the start of the day, I would still say that they were quite okay, right? We saw a couple of players from their side being inside the MVP, but now one thing is for sure, X7 not really being able to show themselves. This just showcases that inside the round 2, it's like the teams are getting even better. They're able to adapt, and the off time that these teams are getting, they're utilizing that time perfectly to improve themselves as an individual player, as a team play as well. They're probably going to be practicing so much inside the scrims too. And this is just great to see, because now we're finally able to see how much talent the Indian region has. And imagine if more of these type of teams are actually going to be coming through, it's going to get even better.
Exactly, it's going to get better and better with every single day, every single game we go by, ladies and gentlemen. But the next map, as we all knew this was going to come, Miramar, is on our screens right now. We have the plane, and in a few short moments we will have the flight path as well. And this one starts from the northwestern part of the map, and I believe it's going to go towards Chumacera and Ladriela, so it's going to lean towards the central and, well, primarily the western side of the map entirely. Anyone playing from Torre Amuda, Campo Militar, El Azar, Tierra Bronca, Cruz del Valle, Junkyard Impala, Porto Paracia, those eastern positions are going to be out of question.
And considering this plane flat path, as you mentioned, in general, it's just tilted all the way to the left side of the map, right? So it's going to be quite a tough outing for a lot of these teams. Now, considering we know that maybe going all the way on the right side of the map is going to be next to impossible, teams will need to adapt on the fly and drop onto some temporary drop location, or maybe go for those vehicles. But this is where we might see the early clashes coming into play too, Johnny.
Yeah, early clashes, I mean, are quite intense and interesting to watch on Miramar as to how the fights are engaged, how the teams try to avoid those collisions if they are player down. But Monte Nuevo, Jux Esports, and Mayhem, already 2 teams dropping in that position. As you mentioned, early collision, the possibility was there, and it has happened. But I believe the players of Team Mayhem, they are looking for those vehicles. One individual has found a vehicle for himself. Will he be able to get his teammates to safety?
Tough question, Johnny. But right now, Montenuevo is where we're at. And Team Mayhem against the players of Jux. Considering Team Mayhem is all the way at the top, so they've definitely got a little bit of visual confirmation against the enemy lines. And all it's going to take is one player to just step out of their cover and get shredded with bullets, because Team Mayhem is exactly waiting for that opportunity. And considering they've dropped, at least these two players are dropped on top, they know the loot's not going to be sufficient enough, so they need to fall back soon enough and go and loot a little bit more.
I mean, it might not be sufficient, but they have found good weapons to take the fight. Look at Sahil has the... Alright, why the VSS switches over to the AKM, a much better option. The other one the other weapon that he had before was the M249 and the UMP. Now it's the AKM and the UMP. The ideal loadout that the players are quite comfortable with. Even the M249 wasn't a bad choice. The other player was working with a Mini 14 on his back. And I think for the long distance engagements, long distance fights that Mayhem might have to focus on right now against Jux Esports, that is the perfect weapon to have. But still, I think priority numero uno for both these two teams is to avoid that collision so that they can protect their numbers for the later stage of the game. And look at MEGAFORCE. They are just running to avoid the players of Team X Park behind them. And this is not even a vehicle rotation. They just ran on foot.
Exactly. I mean, MEGAFORCE, as you mentioned, just running out in the open on foot. Considering it's still the early phase of the game, so you can't really try to play or pull off plays like this. But once it's going to get too late, Johnny, inside the game, then it's going to get even next to impossible.
Yeah.
But Jerry, 25 on a run, going to be securing this vehicle in his hands. To be honest, Murado is a vehicle that I'm really not a huge fan of on this map, because it's just so delicate, man. Only one single magazine out of an M4, and this vehicle can be blown to just smithereens.
I mean, what do you have to say? It looks quite cool, especially with the skins that are there inside of the game. This is one of the best looking vehicles. Like, if you are into muscle cars, this is that vehicle that you look for. But then again, I mean, as you mentioned, yeah, the HP is not really there. You are quite exposed as well. So the opposition will have a clear line of fire of where your head is. But talking about lines of fire, Instinct Official, or Instinct Outlier, sorry. Again, their instincts always take them to the opposition. And this time, it is Hyderabad Hydras, a little bit of a mid-rotation clash between these two names. And Hyderabad Hydras have that solid cover to work with. What will they do, Humanoid and Ultron? I think the decision from their side is quite simple, considering even they are struggling on the overall rankings. They just abandon their position, take the bus, and are going to try and reunite with their teammate Syed OP on the other side.
Oh, Daxter OP tapping away. And he's spotting that monster truck just get away. Being able to tap that far away with that AKM, yeah, indeed, it's going to be so unstable. That's why not able to connect any of those shots, but at least was able to shook away his teammates. But I've seen so many of these knockouts too, right, Johnny? Where you expect that, oh, the knockout's not going to come into play, but then out of nowhere, oh, there we go, connects a headshot, knockout. That's how so many of these times do happen. So I would say if you're not really going to be going for shots like that, you would never be able to find out.
I agree with you. I mean, as the saying goes, you miss 100% of the shots that you do not take. But not in every situation, shooting first and asking questions later is a viable strategy. Sometimes you do have to look for information. And I think in the early stages of the map, especially on Miramar, you can be quite sure that not a lot of teams will be around you. So I think that was one of the equations that was calculated by the oppositions as they, by the players of Instinct Outliers, as they tried to take down the individuals from the side of Hyderabad Hydras. Although we switch focus to BAAZ officials, they are starting off all the way from the northwestern edge of the map. Ruins, one of the most underutilized locations on this map of Miramar. And look at this, the zone is the furthest, they are the furthest one away from the zone. Their rotations can be challenged, because even if they try to swing out wide north, other teams are going to try to gatekeep them as they reach the edge of the circle. If they go for a straight line rotation, then they will have to cross El Pozo, and that is a risky move, because at this point in the game, you will assume that whoever landed towards El Pozo will also be playing the late game rotation strat, and they will be in the city watching for the other teams, waiting for the other teams to move around them so they have the information before they try and engage a fight. But so far, I mean, the early drop collision was avoided, and we still have the counter of the number of players in the game stuck at 64.
I mean, I'm just happy with this circle, to be honest, Johnny, because we're going to be seeing some urban warfare, and you know how big of a fan I am in the Miramar, especially these urban warfares. You never know where you're going to get shot at from inside the cities. You really need to be cautious with every single step you take around the houses, because there's going to be so many of these off angles from the windows that might just take you down. So, yeah, these urban warfares in general really do make these teams just panic a lot, because they don't know which step is going to be safe and which step can lead them to their death. And right now, ASLAAA is one of those teams that is on our screens, and to be honest, ASLAAA getting those 2 chicken dinners inside the previous 2 games, it's really just mind-boggling to me.
Yeah, I mean, they have brought the hat-trick opportunity upon themselves, but it's going to be quite difficult for them to secure it. But look at this. Sayed OP, the trigger discipline being put on display, waits for the last lad, not the last lad, but the player from Just to be completely exposed. And even though the damage was dished out, the knock is yet to be secured. Sayed thought he had the knock in the bag, but the player running behind the cover right in the nick of time is going to make sure that the situation will be turned around. And all of a sudden, Hyderabad Hydras find themselves on the receiving end of this fight. Esports, this nade from Suck can change everything, as the pressure on the isolated individual from the side of Jux Esports is immense. Ultron and Humanoid will disconnect. It looks perfect, and the damage will be dished out with the help of the nade, but not enough to secure the knocks.
Yeah, the nade's not going to be enough to get the knockout done, but another nade sails in that same direction, so close to Ultron, but still barely on the other side of this entire haystack that he's got in front of him. And because of that, it's going to be a little safe for now. Ultron moving out from the outskirts. He knows exactly where the opponent is positioned to. Look at him just jump spot around. He still hasn't seen the opponent just yet. Now finally he spots out the tip of the head. Now it's just going for the shots, and eventually we'll be able to shut that entire team down. Jux crumbles against the players of Hyderabad Hydras.
They tried their level best, and even though Hyderabad Hydras, there were a few mistakes in judgments, they still readjust quite nicely. And the push from Ultron was just phenomenal, along with Joker, Humanoid, and Sayed, putting up a lot of pressure on the players of Jux Esports to deal with. Hyderabad Hydra secure 4 points from that fight, and it was in a wonderful position in the zone as well. Even the next shift is not going to harm them, but Hyderabad Hydra, they need to be prepared, because Enigma Gaming is headed in their direction. On the other side, though, switching focus, Necro, we have X7 officials on our screens.
I mean, X7 officials, expectations once again a lot inside this game of Miramar. But are they going to be able to perform onto those expectations? Considering it's an urban warfare, an urban circle, or it might be an urban circle in the future. I don't know, man, Johnny, because in these city circles, there's just so much RNG. It all really just comes down to that luck factor sometimes on which team exactly the circle is going to be favoring to you. Yeah, usually when the circle favors to you, there's like a 60-40 chance for the rest of the lobby and your team. But inside the urban circles, if the circle is going to be favoring to you over and over again, then most of the chances you're going to be having those to win the entire game. Team X Spark getting pounced on by the players of Bio, and now another player in the backline is in the name of a Ditta, but a really good cover fight from Team X Spark.
Yeah, it is impressive with the way they are dealing with the players of Instinct Outliers, but Dreams, let's see what he will be able to do. He has an impressive flank. The nade is not enough to secure the knock for the side of Instinct Outliers and X-Spark. They are trying to reposition from where they can just focus on one fight at a time. Sidbot is going to be one of the last players remaining from his team, but the revives have come in. Rohan and Dexter are back to be a part of this action. And while all this was happening, Puka, look at him. He is using that UAS to protect himself. One nade on the other side of the ridge, and his job will be done. He is cooking up that nade, but will this connect? That is the question. It's locked towards the individuals from the side of Instinct Outliers. And while X-Spark is struggling to secure the knocks from the backlines, the lads from Mania have appeared as the saving grace for X-Spark, securing the knocks and in fact putting up a lot of pressure on the lads from Instinct Outliers.
Yeah, now Pukar just tossing out the utilities. Instinct Outliers still trying to make some miraculous plays happen. They know exactly where the players of X-Spark are positioned too, but soon enough they're starting to get eaten alive even from the backlines, and yeah, that's what exactly happens. From the backlines they get shot at. It's a massive backstabbing for Team X-Spark. They find themselves in a lucky shoes. being able to shook away a team like Instinct Outliers right off the bat from the lobby. Now Team Xpark is getting surrounded, and the Warmania officials is also looking to eat the players of Xpark alive. But Xpark, no intentions of taking another fight. This is going to be quite a good and a wise option.
Yeah, it is a wise option from them, but I think still going to be extremely tricky, considering Warmania at this point is desperate for points. We did see the first 3 matches, the first 4 matches did not really go their way, and look at this. Spy OG. The crosshair was placed perfectly, but Puka backing off right in the nick of time will be able to protect himself. Both these teams on that western edge of the zone looking to secure this fight, because whoever wins will get to move forward safely. But look at this. XNOR against the players of Enigma Gaming, and finally they're going to be forced to bow down to these big names.
Oh, wow. That nade, I mean, you saw in the replay, Johnny. It was so perfect, right?
Flawless.
We missed out on that complete action. But this is what the replays do. They really help us to get coverage of every single thing that's going on, or every single move that's being made inside the Battlegrounds.
Yeah, and I mean, sometimes during the replays you notice something that you might have missed out on the first go, but Dreams and Sarang, my goodness, is that a demolition derby right there? But doesn't matter, they will eventually have to go up against the players of Warmania. They do find the opening knock, but Xpark, Puka has been knocked out. The trade does come in. Quagmire. What will he be able to pull off? The last player remaining from the side of Warmania sees the opposition right in front of him eyes, but can't really do much. His teammate in the backlines is a little farther away to do anything in the action.
Yeah, Team Xpark, Johnny, they're just going all guns blazing now. Look at the utility bombardment that's coming in from Warmania officials. These nades are being tossed to perfection, and that nade's going to be sailing right next to Sarang as he goes down. Now Team Xpark, with only these 3 players, they've got a lot to achieve.
A lot to achieve, but a lot to lose at the same time. The nades being lobbed by Quagmire are making sure that there is pressure on the players of Xpark, and the blue zone, the wall of death as you like to call it, has started to move.
Oh no, he's gonna be done.
Has a split second. The first nade is not gonna come on time, and I think he's gonna be knocked out soon. But no, the boosters were running, and Dreams, he manages to survive, but in the distance, Team Xpark, the forced move of theirs, the run towards the safe haven is not really working out. The knock secured by Warmania, or well, not really secured, the knock converted by the players of Warmania. Will they be able to secure the finish point at least? It is a difficult task ahead of them, but look at what they've done. They've split Xpark apart. Puka knocked out in the middle, Dreams in the blue, and the last surviving player has managed to get himself to a safer position though.
Exactly, Team Xpark. I mean, they wanted to be the one to inflict the pain on the opponents, but somewhere down the line, they found themselves on the receiving end too. Taking that fight out of the circle, really not panning that well, and now Xpark, look at them, it's such a difficult spot. I don't know how exactly this team's going to be making it inside the circle too. Hopefully they've got a couple of vehicles, and yeah, they do, but the problem is those vehicles are way too much damaged, and as soon as they're going to get close to that circle soon enough, you might be finding a lot of the bullets just right next to. And look at that nade. He saw that nade in his scope too, but too late to react. It just blew right next to him.
Man, how do you react to this? You scope on an opposition and you see this nade flying in your face. You can't really do anything. I think the shock gets you before you can actually, before the damage of the nade. But look at this. The rotation from Aditya from the side of Xpark, he went extremely wide, rotated from the southern side of Los Leones, and now is forced to move up north. He's moving towards the remaining players of Mayhem, and I don't think Xpark or Warmania are going to be surviving in this game for long, but let's see. While all of this is happening, GE Phoenix, controlling the center of the map, have a phenomenal spot in the game, and I think it should be quite easy for them to finish in the top 3.
Team Mayhem right now just causing a bit of mayhem inside the lobby. Their name is Mayhem at the end of the day, so that's what you expect from them. Sahil, with that scar in his hands, or with that M4, my bad, he's still looking to find out a couple of sightlines on his opponents. He's not able to do so and the problem is that his teammate that's in the front, he will probably be in a world of trouble if he's not going to manage to find that elimination points quick enough. Hyderabad Hydras making it inside the circle. This is quite a desperate move, but this should be good.
This should be good for the next few moments at least. If they can deal with the players of ASLAAA, will look better for them, but Cyan, look at him. Where is he spraying, shooting along the ridge? I think the noise of the vehicle close to him just proving too much of a distraction, and Hyderabad Hydras use this as an advantage for themselves. ASLAAA Esports just being completely toyed with in this fight. The two chicken dinners before this definitely, I think, boosted up the confidence a little bit too much for the side of ASLAAA, and well, there's the exit for ASLAAA Esports from this map of Miramar.
Yeah, Hyderabad Hydras chokers as well there, top G. He managed to get that confirmation rolling in. The player tried to squeeze himself through that wall of death, but the Guardian Angels were in the name of Hyderabad Hydras. They welcomed him, they greeted him with open arms, and now Mayhem, too, they know they're in such a shaky spot. Out in the open, not really having that good of a cover. Look at Sahil and his two teammates. There's such a big distance between them. But Sahil needs to keep his position anonymous. It's a 2-1 split. They're trying their best to get as much as area covered up between themselves, but for Sahil to survive that spot, it's going to be way too tough. There's too many teams around him. Team Mayhem, considering they've got all the 4 players up, there's a chance they can survive that, but it's going to be tough. Now we've got AR under fire by the players of Revenge.
Well, let's see, they are under heavy fire, in fact, and AEROBOTZ nowhere left to go. Well, Revenge Esports have them pinned down. They are being shot at by the other teams as well, and these open positions out in between these haystacks are extremely brutal to work with, but let's see. A few good nades towards the players of Revenge, and AEROBOTZ will have found a position, a better spot to play from. It's not going to be easy though. Definitely not easy. And with Aman and Fruit just putting up a lot of pressure on these two individuals, Opax and Rico, I think they will bid us adieu from this exact same spot in a few short moments. But Revenge Esports, I think let's talk about them, because assuming they win the fight against AEROBOTZ, where will they go? What spot do they have to work with? They have the other teams right in front to deal with. They have the lads, the women from the side of GE Phoenix holding the high ground towards the northern edge of the circle, and that team will definitely put up a lot of pressure on those haystacks the moment AEROBOTZ is picked off. But Hyderabad Hydras on our screens now quite close to the players of Enigma Gaming.
They should actually put that pressure, Johnny, because that's the only way to keep a team in a deadlock. Revenge Esports, considering even they themselves have spread out quite well. That's a really good spread, actually. They're able to cover so much of that final circle, or at least these final few moments of the circle. That's going to give them such a big advantage. They will make sure that none of these teams are going to be getting anywhere near close to that territory. Yeah, there's a chance they might be shot at from the sidelines or the backlines as well, but so far the backlines are looking pretty clear. But you can't see the players of Revenge now starting to get swarmed around by the sidelines, and that's where the main problem is going to start to erupt. Hyderabad Hydra is in front of us, and Team X Spark taking an exit from that fray. Moving away from that spot is Aditya, does not want to be there. And also, right on that spot where the players of Revenge Esports are holding, they've also got a little bit of drop to play around with.
Well, the drop is there for them to work with, but not that big of an advantage. GE Phoenix on the other side, getting knocked out. Mayhem actually getting a wonderful trade for themselves. Takura and YT empties the clip inside that smoke, but it connects on nothing. A few shots connected on Sahil, but look at him. He just runs in the smoke, manages to put on the first aid, and manages to stay alive. Same can't be said for his teammate.
Oh my god.
But before Cyrex is finished off, Sahil finds the knock again and is going for a run out in the open. The players from the side of GE Phoenix trying their level best to take him out. But Sahil, the precise spray, the precision of the mechanics, the control of the weapon, proving too much for the players of GE Phoenix to deal with. The damage is out on the individual is going to force GE Phoenix to stay back for a few additional seconds. And while Sahil manages to survive,
oh my god,
he is just proving a little too much as, well, a god of chaos in this matchup.
Yeah, how was he even alive for that long, Johnny? This man just ran like 100 meters out in the open.
Yeah.
And still, he was somehow alive. Yeah, eventually he got knocked out in the final moments because he didn't really have that much amount of HP to back him up. But still, man, valiant efforts to try and keep yourself alive. In the end, also now all the way in the wall of death side, there's no way he's going to be making it out alive from that spot. Team Mayhem, one last man alive, one last glimmer of hope in the name of Warrior. And he's also found himself in the circle. So it's going to be better if he's going to keep his position anonymous. Hyderabad Hydras too, looking to close in against the players of Revenge Esports. X7 Mock has a massive cover.
I mean, he does have a massive cover to work with, but I think the decision that he takes now will be quite critical of what the result will be like. Joker, look at him going for a first. C-Stock, completely distracted, just focused, looking at the texture of the rock, I believe, and he will get picked off. X7 in a very difficult spot right now as far as the game is considered. I believe they're down to the last player, and Hyderabad Hydras not looking to stop Revenge Esports. Look at this, Fruit Juice with an 8 is looking to see if he can swing the advantage in his team's favor, or at least neutralize the numbers of Hyderabad Hydras, but now readjust his focus and will be prepared for the assault that is being brought up on him by the players of MEGAFORCE.
Oh my God!
Gets up, starts taking the shots with the UMP at close ranges. This weapon works out quite nicely. Secures the knock, finish being taken away from him though. Second player again from the side of MEGAFORCE is overexposed, and what is MEGAFORCE doing? Completely unaware of the opposition. Them and Revenge Esports, both the teams wiped out in tandem.
Exactly, Team Mayhem on our screens, and one less man alive from this team. As a while ago we saw that Warrior, and still he's just trying to keep himself tucked behind that cover. He moves out, he's gonna be dead. Hyderabad Hydras now starting to move an inch closer inside the circle. They want a little bit of Rich to play around with, and they're actually going to managing to secure that as well. Legit in the close lines. Nate's tossed in the front. He knows that there's an entire enemy in the front fray, but he doesn't know how to deal with them. It's going to be a 1-on-4 situation. Legit suited up. He's going to get bounced on top of the front. He manages to knock out one player, Joker, but he's not going to be able to get the second one down. It's 4 players in the front. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense to eventually he cracks under that pressure. Now, the only team with those 2 players alive is going to be AR.
Down to the top 4. Final 11 players remaining, and Mayhem, they are not going to be here for long considering Warrior is extremely low on HP. A single shot and he's done, and Wixen, I mean, just short little burst inside at that vehicle. Was hoping one of the bullets is going to go through either the window or just underneath that pickup truck, and it does, in fact, connect on that last player from Mayhem. So they are done. But it's actually quite impressive. AEROBOTZ, Rico, and his teammate Opax, I have no idea how these players are still alive. I expected them to be finished off like 5 minutes ago, but kudos to them. They kept their heads down, close to the ground, and here they are inside the top 3. But also, GE Phoenix and Hyderabad Hydras, both these teams still surviving with all 4 of their players. It will be down to these 2 teams to decide who walks away with the win. AEROBOTZ, they will mostly be like a referee in this fight.
I mean, a referee that's in a massive sandwich. Yeah, and around him is like a big pit of lava. So they cannot even move out. One single misstep in AEROBOTZ Esports, the players will lose out on their lives. The only cover they have is what they have right now. But luckily enough for them, the circle actually shifts once again on top of them. Yeah, also favoring the players of Hyderabad Hydras a little bit in there. But for GE Phoenix, it's going to be a tough ask. They need to move out in the open, and that's where the problems will start to surmount on top of each other. Ravina spots out one of the players of AEROBOTZ Esports. A really good spray. The player gets knocked out. Ravina finds that first knockout against AEROBOTZ. If she's going to be able to get the confirmation done, that's going to be a cherry on top of the cake. Now Hyderabad Hydras too might just find themselves on the receiving end. A good spray from them too. But that send-in comes in from Ultron, and he's looking to put the final nail in the coffin as well.
Oh, but do they know that Opax is still hiding right next to them? Ultron needs to be extremely careful because this one player that is not from their team can be the game changer. And look at him, the evil plan being put to action. GE Phoenix are now down to the last 2 players, but before Opax secures the finish point and steals them away from the lads of Hyderabad Hydras, he's going to be finished off now. GE Phoenix under immense pressure. Hyderabad Hydras have the man advantage in this fight. It's going to be again down to Ravina to pull off a brilliant move, to pull off a miracle for her team, and for the sake of the points, it's a 2v4 for these women, and Ravina is going to be taken down by Humanoid. 1v4. Can Shriju pull off a miracle? She's the Lamborghini coming towards her and won't be able to do anything as the run over from Syed. It was there, barely, but the vehicle does connect in the very end. And Hyderabad Hydras, we were waiting to see when exactly this team will showcase their true form. Guess we won't have to wait any longer.
Yeah, exactly. Finally, they're able to showcase that chicken dinner. And Joker, top G, he got 10 finishes for himself. That was a nuclear performance from Hyderabad Hydras. Finally being able to get that chicken dinner. It feels like, yeah, all the void that was being made in the early phases of the game, Johnny, it's been filled up.
Yeah, exactly. And I think this was a big win for Hyderabad Hydras as well, because even in the previous matches, we noticed finish points were there for the team. Placement points was something where they were struggling, and this game has put them in a decent spot in terms of the placement points as well. But then again, GE Phoenix, they have been equally impressive, and I think that is that one team in terms of the undergods that we were looking forward to seeing on display. XNOR, I don't know. I can't really complain about XNOR, man. They have done enough. What more can we ask from them? 4 matches, top 3. Yeah, I think that is enough. Yeah.
Yeah, they don't even need to perform in the last game, to be honest. They can just go, chill out, maybe have lunch, I guess. I don't know. It's afternoon, so I guess you would want to have lunch. But, yeah, I mean, it's going to be okay if they don't even play the last game. But I would still say you should play it out. Take it as a little bit of practice games, considering you've managed to move yourself in the upcoming rounds as well, where the competition's going to get even more fierce and tough. And that player from X-Park, he basically just saw his own death approaching him. That
True.
too in 4K.
I mean,
that too 2x zoomed out.
Well, anything else you might like to add?
No, that was actually a 3x, Johnny. So yeah, that was a 3x zoomed in. Nate coming in, he saw that, and he knew that, okay, he probably just accepted his fate at that point. As soon as he saw that Nate tossed in his scope.
That's the only thing you can do. You will just, that's the last words I'm pretty sure were like, guys, I'm done, there's a nade upon me. And then his teammates just here see the feed, see his name, there's a plus icon there indicating the revive. But I think X-Park, even though it is a step-by-step approach, I think they are getting those points one way or the other. But I'm going to go back and run those numbers, crunch those numbers to see exactly where the team stands as far as the overall rankings are considered. Because the first 2 games, that is what I'm a little bit more concerned about. The first 2 games for X-Park were not that great. This game, at least they had a few finish points to work with. Even in the previous match, they were able to secure those finishes. So in terms of firepower, X-Park is coping up with everyone else in the lobby. Positional play is lacking. Similar situation as Hyderabad.
Yeah, I'm sorry to cut you off, but I said X-Park, I would still say they're going to be in an okay spot. The real question here, Johnny, is going to be X7 officials. Have they made it or not?
Can I be honest? I've given up on X7. I mean, I waited for the first 3 matches, this match as well. I was hoping to see at least them play for survival, but that doesn't really happen. And I think the probability of them being in the top 8 is going to be minute now.
Wow, you giving up on them now is pretty quick, Johnny. It's like a couple of games ago, you were like, yeah, I have expectations from X7. Actually, just when this game started, you were saying that I have expectations from X7. And now as the game ended, you were like, yeah, I've given up. I don't think so they're going to be able to
Call me a hypocrite, but think of it from our perspective as well. We were so hopeful from X7 because X7 during round 1 was just absolutely flawless. Just you could not ask them to do anything else, like do anything different. They were just beautiful to watch. And now, where is that team gone? Where is the confidence, lads? I think that is the question we need to be asking, because I think the first game they were hoping was going to go their way and they would build up their confidence from there. That did not happen. Game number 2, they went into damage control, trying to recover the points, and even that did not work out. And from there, X7 has been readjusting or struggling to readjust their focus and their strategies inside of these matches. And it takes a lot of experience to maintain your focus in these difficult situations, and X7, we knew they were lacking that experience. So I think that has to be the prime reason why I feel, and it is just my opinion, that X7, I think the only way they can recover is if they just stop thinking about the overall rankings. Think that this is our game. These are the only 2 matches that we get to showcase the world what we are made of and deliver or play their best BGMI yet. And two big matches, they can make it through. One big game, one mediocre match. I think still will be a question mark on their qualification, but will they put them in a position where maybe if someone else in the top 8 underperforms, they make it? But no one's going to be happy on qualifying because someone else underperformed. I think you want to make it through to the next stage based on your own virtues.
I mean, I would take it though. Still, it's a free W, top 8. Like, if someone else it's their problem. That's what I would say as a competitor. I would be like, okay, as long as I'm qualifying, as long as it's out the top 8, and some of their teams not able to perform, they're having an off day. Is that really my problem? Is that really my concern? It's their problem. They're not able to perform. Speaking of that, right, another team that's really not able to perform and they're still on a shaky spot has to be Enigma Gaming. Now, it's really tough to know if they have qualified or not as well. And considering, how our producers are as well, they're quite cruel, Johnny. They don't show us these overall standings in the final few moments. They're going to keep that suspense building up.
Yeah, I mean, I think all of this is done so that we work on our mathematics and start calculating the points ourselves. Our number calculation is extremely bad, but Necro, this is for you. You need to start working on it, man.
What? Calculation and me? Okay, I think so you got the wrong guy, Johnny. But yeah, I'm someone who literally avoided maths in my classes. So yeah, I'm not the right person to ask. But look at the top 5 players. It's the entire lineup of Hyderabad Hydras.
I think Hyderabad Hydras showed up today realizing like, all right, guys, we don't have to do much. Let's just observe what is happening in the first 3 matches or 4 matches and then see what we have to do in the last few games. How much is that? 18, 21 eliminations. 21 eliminations from the game plus 15 for the placements. 36-point game.
Wow, that's some quick maths, Johnny, but Top G. I mean, Joker Top G just proving that he's actually the top G inside the lobby. Like, he's the top gamer. He's that guy.
Yeah.
But now as we move on forward and take a look at the point standings, Hyderabad Hydras, this is going to be a massive booster for them inside the overall standings. And another catapult inside the overall standings we can't possibly see is going to be GE Phoenix as well. But now speaking about Hyderabad Hydras, this was sort of like a revenge matchup for themselves, right? As I mentioned, in the early phase of the day, it felt like there was a massive void from Hyderabad Hydras. Now that void's being capitalized. It's being filled up.
Well, the void has been filled up, and as you mentioned, even in the previous game, they were the first team to be eliminated. In this game, they're the first team. That's it. Playing between the extremes, I guess. But talking about the extremes, let's talk about XNOR, our favorite team throughout the day so far. Dominated the first 4 games, and this last Miramar, I think they just run out of gas because there's only so much that you can do in 6 matches. And I think as we were talking about it when XNOR got eliminated in this matchup as well, as you mentioned that, yes, they need not really do anything even in the last game. They have done enough. They can just sit back, relax, try to flex on the other teams in the last game, play a 4-man white split, drop right off the bat, do whatever they please, because they will qualify in the top 8 for sure. That is the one thing that I think everyone can comfortably guarantee. XNOR is going to the next stage. They have enough points.
Yeah, they're probably going to be going to the next stage. I mean, that's for sure. Of course, they're at the top of the table, Johnny. That's not even a question. XNOR, they're probably going to be moving at the top of the table. But now, another thing that I really saw in that previous point structure, that was that the bottom 4 team from that previous game got 0 points accumulated. I mean, usually we see like maybe the bottom 2 or maybe most of the time the bottom 3, but bottom 4 itself just getting 0 points. That just proves that a lot of these teams are just going to be focusing on the elimination point aspect of the game a lot much more compared to the placement points too. But now speaking about the upcoming matchup, it's going to be played on the map of Erangel, as we all know. And for a lot of these teams, qualifications on the line. G Phoenix, that previous game was quite good for them, but we still don't exactly know what their position is looking like or how they're looking like inside the overall standings. For Enigma Gaming 2, the qualification is going to be on the line.
Exactly right. I mean, just like we always say, that mid-pack has been extremely volatile, Necro. And I was trying to crunch down numbers, and as far as my information and as far as my mathematics state, I don't have any
Yeah.
information. I mean, I can't guarantee who is qualifying, who is not qualifying. That was probably the worst party pooper, to be honest. People thought that, you know what, he's going to come up with some sort of information. I don't, because the competition is extremely close. There's probably 6 or 7 teams who are fighting for that bottom 2 spot, and amidst which there is also the presence of Enigma Gaming, X-Park, Mayhem, G Phoenix, and so many other teams with just one map remaining. Necro, how do you decide who actually goes in? It's just on the basis of final performance.
I mean, I guess you can also add on a little bit of more RNG factor to that and just hope that whoever's going to be like lucky enough to avoid a lot of the fights and in general just lucky enough to keep themselves alive and preserve for the final 4 or for the final few moments of the game with all the 4 players, then maybe they can have a solid chance of making it alive inside the top 8.
Yeah.
But Enigma Gaming, man, as I mentioned, even for them, the qualifications on the line. For Team X Park as well, the qualifications on the line. And these are 2 of the most known teams inside the IGC. So them not qualifying, it's going to be another big shocker for the fans.
It certainly is going to be, right? I mean, we know for a fact that they are proceeding to a solidified position inside the BGIS, of course, but these big names, they want to be inside the top 32. They want to be at the top echelon every single time. Not being inside the top 8, especially when there are underdog teams, underdog lobbies, yeah, that's going to hurt. And I feel like Enigma and X-Park, they are going to be, pushing really hard in the final game so that they can ensure that their position inside the top 8 is solidified. But just like I said, there's just too many boxes trying to punch each other down. It's basically like a Royal Rumble at this point. Everyone is trying to topple the other over the top rope, and it's just going to be one person, or rather 2 person, or rather 2 teams who is going to survive this. And I feel like Erangel is the best map to decide that, because it's basic, it's the fundamentals, and every team, they know how to play this map out, right? So they are going to be in their comfortable turf. It's not going to be something like a Sanhok or a Vikendi. We have had that already. So I'm excited, man. I'm so excited to find out who actually makes the cut, because it's of real importance. You want to be inside the top 32 so that you can progress one round further inside the BGIS.
I mean, look, every single team would want to be inside the top 8, right? Just a while ago, Johnny was mentioning if a team's really having that, not really having that day for themselves, right? Where they're just not able to feel themselves. But then he also mentioned that maybe for the other teams, this cannot be like the most victorious moment. I said, I would take that. I would love to take a free W for myself. If a team is not able to perform well, is their issue, is their problem, right? As a competitor, all you need to do is there's a task in front of you, and you need to fulfill that task. And if you, as long as you're going to be doing that, you're going to be good to go. Top 8 is the way to go. There's no need for you to be in the top 1, in the first spot. The only reason why you would want to be in the first spot if you want to send a stark message inside the lobby.
Exactly. But of course, just like you mentioned, players would want to be inside that top 1, right? Because it sort of satisfies their ego a little bit. Teams like Xbox, teams like Enigma Gaming, they would like to be in that top 1. You saw how Enigma Gaming, they announced their entry inside this tournament. 256 teams, in fact, participated in this, and they were divided in so many different groups. I believe there were 8 groups at the beginning, right? And every single time we were cutting down 8 teams. And Enigma Gaming, the way they started the tournament was announcing to the competition, to the world itself, that wait, this is exactly we are going to drop. If you have the caliber, try and come up against us and try and take a fight. But they seem to destroy the competition. 74 points. They were somewhere in the top 3 in terms of finishes, in terms of overall points acquired, and they completely exploded the competition. There was no one who was coming close to them. But of course, today, things have changed. The underdog teams have improved. They have evolved like Pokemons. And now they are basically Super Saiyans at this point. They can completely destroy Enigma Gaming and X-Park if they try and punch hard,
I mean, you went from Pokemon to Super Saiyan, like, I don't know. You're mixing 2 different animes at the same time here, buddy. You're taking Dragon Ball Z and Pokemon. But now, as we were going to be focusing on the game once again, considering, as you mentioned, right, Enigma Gaming, they had quite an announcing entry inside the round 2. Expectations from them were insanely high. But then inside round 2 in general, they're not really able to perform up to the expectations. Same thing with Godlike as well that we saw in the past too, Salty. Godlike, they made such a great entrance inside the grind, but then as they moved on forward towards the round 2, even they started to fall off. So I just want to say one thing, and that is that these known teams they get too complacent considering they think that what team they're going up against are the underdogs, and that's why they tend to just get a little bit too overconfident and they underestimate their composition.
Exactly right. You cannot underestimate the competition, especially with such high caliber underdog teams in the lobby who are just punching above their weight. Ladies and gentlemen, with that being said, the final map of the day is live, and Erangel is going to be the destination for all of these players. Of course, a bunch of them have already ejected themselves from the flight path, which starts from the right hand side of Milta Power and ends in between Gatka and the Quarry region. A flight path, Necro, which is sort of skewed towards the south, but I still believe that teams who would want to go towards Georgiapol and Yasnaya, they might just be able to do so by a little bit of a gliding, you know.
I mean, considering it's a complete southern plain flat path, as you mentioned, yeah, it's going to be a tough extent towards Yasnaya Poliana as well. Once again, a lot of these teams will try to drop down to a temporary drop location, maybe secure a couple of vehicles, and then move towards their drop locations on whatever side they want to go towards. But the first circle is also going to be the dictator of that. If you would want to move towards the extreme opposite side of the plain flat path and go for the loot, and I think so the only reason or the only time you should actually do that if the circle is actually favoring that drop location too. Now, for example, if the circle is going to be forming to the northern side, then extending towards their drop location is not going to be a problem at all. But in this case, we've got the circle forming down south, and actually no one's dropped inside Milta. That city's up for grabs, and this is what happens most of the times, right? If a plain flat path is going to be going over a certain city, every single team thinks that, okay, probably it's going to be taken away. It's not good for us to drop there, and every single team starts to think like each other, and then they tend to drop on top of each other unintentionally.
Yeah. Exactly right, but look at this. The one player was completely caught out in the open. MEGAFORCE found a weapon up early, and not just the weapon, they also got a finish point for their name. Mayhem was the one who was sort of in the front lines of that little bit of a battle. But look at this though. Team XNOR, Mickey is trying to hold back the pressure coming in from Team Hyderabad Hydras with a pistol at this point. That's not ideal, especially with Top G, who has a gun already wielded.
I mean, at this point, we're just calling Joker Top G. It's like his second name. He's the top gamer inside the lobby, but with just that pistol, it's going to be a tough outing. Pistol versus pistol battle, and it's actually Humanoid who manages to connect all the shots. Nicely done. Hyderabad Hydras once again able to cut the cake in a good fashion.
Yeah, they certainly were, right? They've got that early advantage, but I believe that for XNOR, there should be no motivation. I mean, I don't even understand why the rest of the players are even approaching them. Of course, XNOR, they've already made the cut, right? We know that as a matter of fact. They were just looking for revenge at this point on because they've lost their comrade. And I believe that they have vengeance on their mind, Necro.
They should, actually. Considering we've got the players of XNOR in front of us and how they're going to be moving around inside the game. Look at them. One player out in the open, and he's also looking to aim him down. He's got him in his sight so far, but still not exactly where he wants him to be. Now found a clear line of sight on the player in the front, and Eddie goes down. One more player is in the far fray. He knows exactly where that player's positioned too, but then Joker, he catches a little bit of bullets on himself, so he needs to take or approach that situation a little bit more in a casual manner. Now XNOR, they're starting to get picked off one after the other. This is the Hyderabad Hydras that we wanted to see from game one.
Yeah, certainly right. I mean, Hyderabad Hydras, they certainly did turn up in the last game, and now they're showing the similar glimpses of brilliance as well, because they seem to not stop. They don't have any breaks in their vehicles elsewhere. Even AEROBOTZ, as a matter of fact, another team who is still vying for survival in this tournament so far. They've found the early knock for themselves, and they're actually proceeding towards confirming it. Might as well try and finish off the entire squad, who is a little away from the rest of the team. But, of course, AEROBOTZ, if they have information on where the team is possessed, I believe that the plan of action will be to try and go aggressive. Look at this. Mania Esports, Rohan George just waiting it out so that letting AEROBOTZ try and escape the situation so that he survives at this point. He has no reinforcements as well. A lot of these players were actually caught off guard, and the drop locations certainly were not ideal for any of these teams.
That, as we all know. Ultron, I mean, look at this replay. Two actions breaking down at the same time. I mean, Hyderabad Hydras going up against the likes of the table toppers, Nor. And then on the opposite side, even the players of AEROBOTZ Esports who were able to make it out alive till the late game scenario, even they found themselves on the receiving end. And a classic combination in the hands of Sook. Look at him. He's got a DBS and a Scaro to play around with. That DBS is just such a deadly puncher. You really got to watch out from that weapon. And as we do take a look at the map, these players, I mean, you can't see on the map as well, right? Where the teams got eliminated in the early off game. And it's a really good so far. But speak of that, and we've got BAAZ officials finally entering inside the fray too. Thanks to the like of G officials, or G Phoenix, my bad, who managed to find themselves in the against a BAAZ official. That's a good opening.
That certainly is a good opening, but Kratos might just be willing to overextend at this point because he's hot on the tails of Tucker and Whitey, who is trying to escape the situation, but the buggy is just not leaving the chase at this point. But I'm just really concerned about the rest of the team, of course, because if he has backup, if he has reinforcements coming in for protecting him, I believe that it might just be a good opportunity for them to wipe off the rest of the squad. But GE Phoenix, they've been in really good form. They've acquired a lot of points in the last couple of games, so it should not be an easy job for BAAZ official to try and wipe off the rest of the team, especially Ravina, who has been in the front lines and who has really led the team from the front. I just wonder how BAAZ officials were thinking of trying to go hot on tails against this team. It would have been really deadly for them.
Instinct outliers on our screens, and oh, what did he just do? This is what is sort of like a massive nightmare for me. Has it ever happened to you when you're just like your teammates driving the vehicle and you accidentally just fat finger the eject button and then you just get knocked out?
Yeah, I mean regular instances, especially when I'm not really that accustomed to playing like in such high pressure situations. You just keep on pressing the wrong button when the opposition is chasing you or when you are in a high pressure situation. So yeah, don't consider me.
Okay. I mean, happens, I guess, sometimes. You know, we're not really professionals. That's why we're just sitting over here and commentating, right? We're letting the professionals do their thing. And we're professionals in something else. But now, as we've got Team X Spark in front of us and Aditya going for the loot, the entire Team X Spark, actually, towards Nowhere Pnoy City. They're going to be looking pretty comfortable so far. As I mentioned, even for this team, the qualification's on the line. So many teams in general, they're going to be in such a massive struggle phase. But my main eyes are going to be stacked up on the players of X7 officials and even Enigma Gaming. Because Enigma Gaming, considering now there's going to be so much pressure on top of them, they're not going to know what exactly to do. Because every single call, every single step they take inside the game has to be to perfection. Elf Esports going up against the players of Enigma Gaming and all the 4 players inside the same building. This is not a good news because Elf, they've surrounded them.
Yeah, they certainly have, right? And they've got the nades in their hands right now. One nade being cooked to perfection. I believe that Enigma Gaming will be wiped off. Oh no, Always. He's actually been spotted from the TPP and Jordy is cooking up that nade. He knows exactly where to land it. Infinity is well quite close to that situation. Nade FPS though elsewhere actually gets taken down. That was great retaliation coming in from Max Kush. But of course, Enigma Gaming, they need to reposition extremely soon. Explosions happen left and right, but look at this. They try and go out in the open, shot being fired, but no damage dealt. In fact, Nate is still knocked out, and it's advantage for Enigma. Max Kush gets taken down. This now has been turned into a 3v3 situation, John.
Yeah, LP Sports. 2 of the players still in the front. That Nate's cooked to perfection. It's going to blow up right onto his face. Now Enigma Gaming got it over. It seems like the tables have been turned. They started this fight off with a massive advantage, and now that advantage is being converted into a disadvantage. The devious punches Infinity right to his face, and even he gets knocked out. Oasis is going to be on a run. He knows the qualification's on the line for Enigma Gaming. What just happened? Team Enigma needed to perform inside this final game, but they caught themselves in a big blunder situation.
It's probably well defined as a blunder because they had the advantage, Necro. They had the man advantage moving on to this fight, but it was a really bold call coming in from them to try and chase the other team inside the compound, because you know for a fact when there are players on top of the roofs, they have got clear sight lines and they can hurt you, especially when your guard is down. But Gaming, they just completely avoided that situation, completely not considering in their equation, and that hurt them the most. At this point, with only Ovis surviving, all he can potentially do is play for those placement points. And I believe that that's going to be extremely crucial because without them, Team Enigma Gaming might not qualify, Necro.
Yeah, and it's crazy. Avalaga, you mentioned too, right? You're pretty good friends with the players of Enigma Gaming too. And you said they're quite the chill ones. Well, I guess that chill nature is now really not working out for them. It's working against them, actually. And as I mentioned, you need to have that pressure upon yourself to perform inside a competition. If you're not going to have that, well, nothing's going to be the one to push you to your limits. And that's what's happening right now with Enigma Gaming. They're getting too comfortable inside the game. Jux Esports, Berthon in the close lines. Look at him being able to close that distance. Amazing, and Nico are knocked out, but both of those players should be back upon their feet soon enough.
Yeah, but of course, Sook trying to go out in the open, just acquiring those finish points. And Bot, oh my god, he had the nade equipped. Otherwise, he could have easily taken down Sook in the process. Sook barely surviving over there, but of course, whatever retaliation was there, I believe that they might just be resurrected pretty soon. And of course, the jump shot comes in from Verdun, and beautiful execution from Jux Esports. Did not even give an opportunity to Bot to try and fight back. And just like I mentioned, there will be players who will be coming back. But, you know, Necro, coming back to the point, I still feel it's a tough, it's going to be a hard pill for me to swallow, because if Enigma don't make it, probably you're right. It's probably true that pressure is important.
Yeah, it really helps you to push yourself to the limits. And ASLAAA Esports still just going for a couple of pop shots out of nowhere. Hyderabad Hydras might just find themselves in the receiving end, and Bope Dope way too low. His vehicle is also probably going to get just ran over, or not just ran over. It's going to get blown over, and that's what exactly happens. The vehicle gets blown up. Bope Dope is now knocked out. He doesn't really have a lot of HP, but his teammates that are all the way in the back lines, you can't say at least the trades did happen back and forth. Equal trades on both the sides, but still, Hyderabad Hydras there are on a massive man disadvantage. ASLAAA Esports looking to get the resurrection back on the fallen comrades. You can see that player closing up on the fallen player, but Toxic now knows where the last man is from Hyderabad Hydras.
Exactly, with two players down and out already, I feel like how Hyderabad Hydras, they need to change their priorities and get inside the circle, because it's stage 2 already and the damage is considerably increased. But look at ASLAAA, they want to go aggressive, and Toxic is actually closing the distance. He does not want to avoid the risk of not reviving his fallen comrade. And even for Tiger, I believe that he's also going to revive the other player who is still knocked out. It's going to be difficult, especially with the blue zone taking so much HP chunk away from that fallen player. But now he's been revived and reset. And ASLAAA Esports, they are well settled for the next fight to begin.
Yeah. Enigma Gaming always on our screens, and look at him, he's just chilling. As you said, yeah, this man is the one chilling out. And I guess even in the game right now, he's chilling out. Not really doing anything, not making any boards on, and not making any moves on the board, actually. And just relaxing on one corner of the map, right behind Melted Power. But what just happened with Jerry? The vehicle right next to him actually got blown up, and then Jerry got capitalized on. MEGAFORCE in a world of hurt, as now probably Jux Esports, they're going to be looking to apply the pressure even more.
MEGAFORCE, they were playing such brilliantly in the early game stages, but once again, they're choking under pressure, especially when qualification was on the line. They've been in a sandwich situation right now. Jux Esports up front, and Mania right behind them. You saw what happened to that one player who got knocked out by Jux, but got completely wiped off by Mania itself. Spy is just looking to capitalize on the situation, and Jux Esports, they know for a fact that it's an hunting ground for them. Especially with that sandwich situation which MEGAFORCE is in, it's going to be extremely hard for them to try and evade this. And all that they can potentially do is try and smoke it down entirely, toss up a couple of nades. Grind, in fact, lands a blind one, and Sook has been completely knocked out.
Yeah, what was that knock? I did not even expect that knock to come into play, but out and over, that nade finds a perfect connection, and Sook gets knocked out. Jux, now once again, there's a chance the tables might be flipped, and once again the re-knock comes into play. Jux, they're just not able to find that side of relief. MEGAFORCE, they're just applying so much force and so much pressure against the players of Jux. amazing in the corner, but he knows that he's got a bit of an advantage inside this fight. The wall of death now is going to start to move up. So both these teams, they need to hurry up and make it inside the circle. XNOR gets knocked out, but still, Grind is going to be the one in the front lines, and he's not going to fall down anytime soon. He's going to be pulled out in the close, but eventually, Jukes, all they need to do is connect that single shot with the DBS, and they managed to do so.
Exactly, man advantage was there as well. Double DBS. It's an almost Herculean task for any player wielding that UMP to try and get back that situation in your favor. But of course, look at this, the X7, they've got that beautiful split holding every single compound there is in the vicinity. But Titan has actually been knocked out, and I'm not sure if they will be looking to revive their fallen player, because a lot of distance actually needs to be covered to try and go from one compound to the other. And if Team Elf Esports, they have their crosshairs, look at this, they've actually closed the distance as well. They don't want to give any time to breathe. X7 officials, they are falling apart at this point. Of course, Elf Esports did take a little bit of a damage, but of course, they are on the advantage right now. It's a 2v3 situation. Nate will be revived, but Titan and Mock, they have a Herculean task up front.
X7 officials, as I mentioned, this game, even for them, the qualification's on the line. So a lot of the teams inside the lobby are now going to be starting to feel the pressure, including the likes of Team X-Spark. Look at Dreams. He's spotting out one of the players from the side of Hyderabad Hydras, but not taking the shots just yet. He just wants a clear confirmation that he might be getting a knockout confirmed, and then only he will probably go for those shots. Altrani found a little house to play around with, but yeah, it's not safe. It's filled with foes, actually, and he will be eliminated from the game. That's going to be it for Hyderabad Hydras. They take an early exit from the game this time.
Absolutely early exit, but of course it's not going to hurt them quite as much because they had that mammoth game last time around, and I don't believe that they are in that dicey situation where their qualification is up on the question mark. But Neki, you still remember, right? You pointed out how Milta was completely open in the first circle itself because the flight path was way too close to this region. Now look at this, right? All the teams are in Milta, and the final circle has landed in Milta as well. Hopefully, if there would have been a team who could have capitalized on this region early on, probably could have ran away with the chicken dinner itself. But of course, as we can theorycraft, Revenge Esports, they've still found that central compound for themselves, and right now they're taking attention from every single team coming from the vicinity. Look at this, the jumps out in the open. Sook will be taking down AEROBOTZ. They are in the offense, and they certainly don't want to let this finish point go away from them.
Exactly, and that's why just tapping away AEROBOTZ Esports. And considering with how things have been looking like too, for AEROBOTZ, I guess this game is important for them too, because a while back when I saw the overall standings, like before the two games, AEROBOTZ wasn't in the top 8. Inside the previous game, it was a consistent outing, but still not the way they wanted to get taken out of the game. So AEROBOTZ, even for them, the qualification's on the line. They're quite close to that top 8.
A lot of teams are quite close to that top 8, Necro. Trust me on this. The difference between the points is barely minimal, and every single move, just like you talked about a while back, is going to count a lot. It's going to cost a lot for these teams, of course. And Team Mayhem is going to be another one of those teams who are still fighting for that little bit of a space inside that top 8. Look at this nade being tossed in. Team X-Spark, they want to wipe Team Mayhem right off the get-go itself. That open compound, or rather the open terrain outside this little compound, is going to hurt Team Mayhem quite a lot, because if they try and slam in with those vehicles, I believe they will get shot down in a flash. This replay was brilliant. In fact, it's mostly a compilation of the DBS and its reign of supreme.
Yeah, basically like how good DBS is in general.
Yeah.
And now Team X-Spark still inside this entire vicinity. They don't even need to move out. This is how comfortable they are. Yeah, they're just taking a couple of shots against the opponents in the front, just trying to go for a little bit of confirmations here and there, but they don't really need to make any severe moves just yet. They can just hold on to that spot for a while and wait for how the circle is going to be changing its course. And it's actually going to move away from X-Spark too. Oh, Salty, I'm already worried for the likes of even the teams that are all the way on the northern side. I'm talking about Mayhem, GE Phoenix, also BAAZ officials.
Exactly right, even War Mania as a matter of fact. But look at this, the X-Spark, they actually slam inside a compound which is right next to Team X7 if I'm not mistaken. And this is where the challenge arises for X-Spark. Can they try and hold the situation? In fact, it's not just X7, even BAAZ officials and vehicles go completely flying. What is happening? Shotguns and bullets go completely completely berserk in X-Spark. They're still trying to hold on to that enormous pressure, and I believe that it's BAAZ officials who are on the receiving end of all of this buzz that's happening, and Kratos might just be the only one who still survives.
How are the players falling down with left, right, and center? One of the players from the side of X-Spark just got blown up perfectly with that perfectly placed frag grenade. And now Team X-Spark, Aditya, he's the only man in the upper line. Sarang, he knows, is quiet in the close. He can't go for the resurrection. BAAZ officials, they're doing the same thing as well, but from the back lines, it's the players of ASLAAA closing in and also going for the leftover confirmations. They're actually going to manage to find that as well. BAAZ officials, now this is going to be ending up, or at least balling up to a 2-on-2 scenario. Look at X7, even they want a little bit of piece of this action. The third-party utility bombardment coming into play, and it's actually going to be X7 Cloud who's going to get the confirmations up on the players.
Exactly, but of course the problems just don't seem to end. AEROBOTZ, you can see that Rexy as well as Oryx, they are out in the open, they're trying to play in from the shorelines, but it's completely empty, no cover whatsoever. But from the distance, it's actually Kratos who lands a massive nade onto Clown, and he has been knocked out. Beautiful stuff from BAAZ official, and the amount of pressure they are applying on multiple teams at once, it's absolutely incredible. X7 officials, they want to close in the distance, they want to revive their fallen brothers, but will BAAZ official give them the breathing room is going to be the question. Look at this, the LP spots, even they try to do some big daddy moves, but they have been neutralized from Mayhem from a distance. Revenge also going down, so many teams just falling. It's an absolute bloodbath, Necro.
Yeah, look at Mayhem just shrouding themselves inside the smoke because they don't have a lot of cover to play around with. Now you got to make something out of nothing. All the teams that are not going to be having that hard cover, you got to use vehicles as your hard cover, and the last chance or the last opportunity to survive inside the game. Look at G Phoenix barely on the edge of the southern side. The next circle is going to be deciding so many of the teams' fates, and what just happened with Vixen accidentally dropped down. Did not really calculate that edge properly enough. But G Phoenix, as I mentioned, they've got a decent positioning for themselves to play around with. They can rely on that position for a while, but if the circle moves away, then things are going to fall apart on themselves. Now AEROBOTZ Esports in the close lines. Rico pulls out the TBS in the close, but not able to land that clear-cut shot.
Yeah, a 1v2 situation for him, of course, has the close-range weapons, the best close-range weapons to work with, the DBS and the AK, but no healing utility whatsoever. Only one smoke, and that's all! He had the explosion, and now look at him. He has been burned to crisp, and wait, what? Mayhem from a distance. That Molotov, how did he land it through the window inside? That's absolutely crazy. That's ludicrous, Necro.
That's what you call experience, my friend. That was a perfect utilization of the Molotov. Was able to sneak in so nicely. Good calculations from that man. And now we've got War Mania official and OAS right next to each other. What's going on? Enigma Gaming for them. It's their fight for survival. And then on the opposite side, that team's looking to take down OAS, but even they both need to make sure that they're not really going to be over-peaking the water lines for too long. Jux Esports moving in from the outskirts. They're going to play around the edges.
Yeah, they will play around the edges, and they've got some ridges to play across. In fact, always his position has been brilliant. Just uses the board to his advantage. They're trying to take down War Mania, but from the distance, it's Jux once again who was in the sidelines waiting for always to peak. So many shots being fired. He just attracted so much attention, and that's how Enigma Gaming are gonna bite the dust. Even Mayhem are on the defense right now because Cracks actually gets knocked out from a random nade came in from other direction.
Well, I guess at least we got the confirmation that Enigma Gaming are probably not going to be moving up in the top 8, or maybe have they? So many questions are rising in front of us, but now as we've got War Mania officials actually coming out on top of that fight, Jux officials. Oh, this can be such a big stinger for them, considering they lost out on that player in the final few moments of the game where they could have had a chance to convert this entire game into a chicken dinner. But that one last man from War Mania official just played the spoiler and just screwed him over. Now we've got Mayhem 2. Sahil gets knocked out. Shahib right underneath them. And Sahil now just trying to crawl back towards his teammate. He's trying to crawl back to safety. But look at BAAZ officials. They don't want this resurrection to come through.
Exactly right, Kratos. Being the golden hand, of course, landing those nades to perfection. He has done so much heavy lifting for his team. Look at those 6 finishes. 6 of them came in from Kratos itself. But of course, there's one player that I'm actually worried about. for Jux Official as well as for Mayhem, it's going to be Clown and his positioning, which I believe has been completely left unknown. No, wait, of course, the Molotov is going to give away Mayhem's position as well as Clown. And now, I believe ASLAAA as well as BAAZ, they have an idea. But wait, it's not really going to work because Mayhem just completely blew him apart. This is crazy. This game is coming to an amazing end game so far, and now it's 5 teams and 10 players who remain for the finale. And ASLAAA Esports probably have the strongest bicep in this one. They are gonna flex those arms with all 4 players up and alive.
I mean, the circle shifted out in the open too, my friend, so yeah, it's in no man's land so far. No single team has actually met their presence known inside the circle. Look at Mayhem, still looking to toss nades inside that smoke. They think there are a couple of foes lying around in that smoke, but actually there's no one there. Really good utility utilization in general from this lobby we're seeing so far. GE Phoenix fighting for their survival as well. Ravina is going to be the last player, just like usual. Want to keep herself shrouded inside the smoke, making sure her position's not going to be known. She's just crossing her fingers right now because she knows the entire team of ASLAAA is right around them. And ASLAAA is looking to name the 3rd chicken dinner off the name.
Exactly right. I mean, this team has been going completely berserk, but if there's one lineup that can actually stop them dead on their tracks, it's going to be Mayhem, of course, who are trying to hide in the backlines. Ravina does find one of the players from Jux Esports and completely confirms another finish point to their name, but of course, for Mayhem, I believe Sahil is actually going for the heal battle. I'm not sure how many first aid kits he has for himself, but ASLAAA, they are on the hunting grounds right now. They know for a fact that there is basically a heal battle going on and there is nobody who can contest them. 6 first aid kits on Sahil, that's not going to last long. I hope it actually lasts more than GE Phoenix, but it all depends. Ravina, though, knows exactly where to land up those smokes, trying to build up that cover, trying to build up that distraction. It's a 2v4 situation, nade being lobbed in. It's ASLAAA who is coming in with the Bgis, of course, no damage being dealt from the nade itself, but GE Phoenix, they're still pressing forward, Necro. What do you think is going to happen?
It's a big question, but this game is definitely possible. If that player all the way back in the blue manages to play a little bit of spoiler and spoils the game for ASLAAA, Mayhem need a strike here to help out the players of GE Phoenix to establish something inside the game. And look at Sile now. Finally, he's going to decide to move inside the game. Oh, he might actually have a really big flank, too. Yeah, he's being contested. No one knows that there's a player in the back in the name of Sile from Team Mayhem. But GE Phoenix, eventually, they get pounced upon by the players of ASLAAA. Oh, so many bodies just dropping down to the floor at the same time. And now it's going to be all down to the last man from Team Mayhem. Eventually peeks out, but I think so he's going to get ran over. And yeah, Team ASLAAA, they named the 3rd chicken dinner of the day.
You know what, Necro? I spoke about this team on the first day itself. I said how good this team was in round 1 because I'd seen them in the past. And ASLAAA Esports, they just lived up to those expectations because 3rd chicken dinner in a 6-game day, it's not something to scoff at, especially in a lobby like this where you've got underdogs who are capable of destroying tier 1 lobbies, and you've got probably one of the best teams from the tier 1 circuits. ASLAAA Esports, they're just shining bright as ever. And 3rd chicken, this has been such a dominating performance. And one very important thing about this team is they always find those 4 players inside the final circle. Like, how?
ASLAAA, I don't know, man. I would say their zone prediction game is just really strong in general. Like, all the way being able to just preserve their teammates to the final moments of the game. All the 4 players, actually. It's just really impressive. And that's so tough to keep all the players up and alive, too. Man, I really just want to meet this team's eye, Jill. And I want to find out what type of calls this man is making. Because whatever he's saying to his team, it's working out perfectly.
Exactly, right? No, it's probably not just the calls as well. It's a lot of adrenaline and a lot of determination from every single one of those players as well to try and do everything right in every different situation. Look at this, right? It was Team Enigma who crumbled under pressure. I mean, they were a tier 1 team and Elf Esports certainly is an underdog, but it was the pressure of qualifying, it was the pressure of trying to make a move, and they were completely hesitant. They knew how to, they did not know how to basically make the next move, right? That was a completely chaotic push and they got completely neutralized. Always did try to survive up until the end game, but even he was taken down. So for Enigma, if you can't cope up to the pressure, the fact that ASLAAA actually managed to do that consecutively in 3 or 4 matches, it just speaks volumes of how skilled this team is.
I mean, look at this Bugatti just blowing over on top of the wall. in the outskirts. I guess that Bugatti is a fake one. It's made out of cardboards, to be honest. I don't even know how
It's been a bad day for vehicles, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, how can a vehicle blow up that high in the sky? Oh.
You probably don't remember what happened in Vikendi as well. A vehicle just landed on first floor of a compound and it completely exploded. You know, eliminating 3 players in the process. So that's the reason why I'm saying it's been a bad day for vehicles altogether. Every single rotation has been cut off.
In general, these type of vehicles just blowing up in the sky, it makes me feel like that previous game was directed by Rohit Shetty, man. There's like a film director, and inside his movies, most of the time, the vehicles just keep on flying up in the sky. It's something like that.
Absolutely, right? I mean, probably the entire game as well, right? It was so chaotic, and the climax probably drew out for 2 or 3 minutes. That was probably the biggest or the longest climax we have seen. Just like you mentioned, might have just been directed by Rohit Shetty as well. But of course, that is something which we will find out, ladies and gentlemen. But Necro, coming back to the point, we all know what that big question mark stands for. We all know what is the suspense for after all the games are finished. And it's about qualification.
Exactly. Has Enigma Gaming qualified or not? Has that chill nature made them qualify inside the game or not? Or has even X7 qualified or not? So many teams, for them, the qualification was online. Even Team X Spark, even for them, they really needed to be inside the top 8. But I think so somewhere down the line, you might find Team X Spark in the top 8. But still, man, the production crew, as I said, they're quite cruel. They just kept on building up this entire suspense. They did not let us see the overall standings in front of us.
Exactly, right. And this is one of the reasons why I always keep praising them for building up that suspense. But of course, when it all comes to a closure, we get that big surprise that, oh, wait, what? This team did not make it? How? And I think there is going to be a similar reaction once again, Necro. I'm not sure. I have that gut feeling. Enigma Gaming, the way they got eliminated, the way they got completely wiped off existence by LP Esports, I believe that was a big dent in the hopes of them qualifying. I'm still not going to give out my verdict or opinion, whatever it is, because I'm not confirmed myself. But of course, it's just a gut feeling. It's a hunch which I have within me. But I want to know your thoughts on what do you think? It's not just about the 2 names, Enigma as well as X-Spark. It's also about Team Mayhem and even X7 officials.
X7 officials, as I said, right, in round 1, considering they came in as the underdogs, they really outshined the competition in really good fashion, to be honest. They were not even like outperforming completely, but they were showing some of the tactical brilliances that you want to see inside a team, right? The coordination in general was just so perfect. And then overall performance from this team was just so consistent. But then you move on forward now inside round 2, and even X7 officials not been able to perform against some of the top dogs, to be honest. And the top dogs are the undergods. You expect the top dogs in the lobby to be Hyderabad Hydras. You expect Enigma Gaming to be at the top of the table. You expect teams like Team X-Spark to be at the top of the table. But no, instead it's teams like XNOR who's taken up that entire spot in their hands, and even Revenge Esports with how they kick things off inside today's day. I highly doubt they're going to be moved away from the top 5.
And even ASLAAA Esports, as a matter of fact, right? I mean, they did not have the best of starts. Yes, they did manage to find themselves those consistent performances, but once they start racking up the chicken dinners, it seemed like this team is not going to stop. And their acceleration pedal was just pressed in by default. They had no brakes in their vehicles whatsoever. I mean, it's not a surprise to me, honestly, because ASLAAA Esports, they've been extremely brilliant. And like I said, we've been discussing about this team for a long time now. They've been knocking on the doors of Tier 1 BGMI for a while at this point, and I feel like they have deserved their right. And now the fact that they are possibly 1 foot inside BGIS, inside the top 32 teams, I believe that this team will really get the opportunity to shine right now, because this is their territory right now. 3 chicken dinners out of 6 games, it's nothing to scoff at, when X-Spark as well as Enigma, they're barely trying to make it inside.
I mean, to be honest, if I am in one of these competitions, and if my team is actually going to be playing inside this BGS The Grind, if I barely even survive inside the top 8, I would actually celebrate. I would have a big party, because considering even these T1 teams are struggling to make it inside, not just now, even in the past, we saw some of the big names getting eliminated from the lobby itself, from the entire BGIs itself. That was a massive shocker, right? And then in the last game, you saw Always just try to play it so safe and sound. He was trying his best best to play it so safe. He was hiding behind that boat. But hey, that entire strategy did not work out for him. And then later on, he decided to eject on the, or he decided to sit in that boat. He decided to take out the player in the front, but even he did not manage to do so. He whiffed all of his shots on that player.
I mean, yeah, right. I mean, he did try to go for that cheeky finish point, but of course, little did he know that Jux Esports were also trying to wrap around from the shorelines. And it's just, it's a unfortunate situation. Always tried what he had to, but of course, he did manage to push his team to the 8th spot. And I believe that they did not have a lot of finish points to work with as well. So with only one finish point and the 8th spot inside of the placements, it's going to be hard, right? They were barely able to make it inside, I believe, in the top 8 before this game. And now, especially when there are teams who are really punching above their weight, for Enigma to hold their ground inside the top 8, it's going to be extremely hard, Necro. And I just can't wait for us to actually figure out how, or rather when, will we actually get to see the overall standings. Because even if not the overall standings, if we see the current standings, I believe that we'll have a picture.
I mean, the current standings, right, in general, as you were talking about the match points, right? We need to figure out how the match points are going to be looking like. But then you really start talking about teams that were not really able to showcase themselves after the couple of games that happened in the initial phase of the day, right? You talk about Instinct Outliers, not able to showcase themselves that well inside the fashion, that well inside the lobby in general. But then teams that started to outshine the competition, I would really like to mention even BAAZ officials over here. With the amount of limelight they got inside the final few moments of the game or the final few moments of the day, it's just really good. BAAZ official, a lot of these teams in general inside the lobby, they've got so much caliber, but it all comes down to the team play and the team game, right? At the end of the day, competitive depends on the team play. And if your team play is not going to be good enough, then problems will start.
Exactly right. Speaking of team play, of course, there's always going to be one of the players from the team who is going to stand out, and it's going to be BAAZ officials Kratos, who has 6 finishes to his name. Of course, Kratos was the only one who was trying to, keep up the tempo for BAAZ official. He was the only one who contributed 100% to this team's finishes, and I believe that he did an amazing job. Especially individually, right? But for the rest of the team, I'm not really sure if BAAZ official just did enough. But of course, the top 5 players we are going to talk about, ASLAAA and Jux, who dominate the remaining 4 positions. You've got Cyan and Tiger from ASLAAA with 5 and 3 finishes respectively, as well as Bardar and Amazing with 4 and 3 finishes respectively.
Exactly. I mean, as you mentioned, from ASLAAA in general, the consistency that we saw today. And it's not just consistency. You can say back-to-back nuclear performances. The amount of confidence this team's going to be having moving inside the round 3, I just cannot even imagine how much confidence this team's going to be having. But as we do move on forward towards the point standings now, as we all do see after the final game, how the point standings going to be looking like. G Phoenix actually managed to squeeze themselves inside the top 5. Oh man, this is going to make the overall standings now even more interesting.
Exactly right. I mean, G Phoenix, they've had a consistent run in at least the final 3 games, and now that puts them in that very dicey spot where they did not really fight for a lot of finishes. They were extremely wise in how they were positioning themselves, and much like Team Rebel, who sort of survived their way into further rounds, I feel like G Phoenix sort of did a similar thing. But look at this. Oh my god, Enigma Gaming, they just have 1 point out of this game so far. Xbox have 2 points and Hyderabad Hydras have 2 points. I mean, at least for Revenge Esports and Hyderabad Hydras, they have earned the right to kind of experiment in the last couple of games because they have had those good encounters as well. But for Enigma, Xbox and MEGAFORCE, these games were extremely important, and with 2 and 1 points respectively, I am a little concerned, Necro.
Yeah, but now it's time for the icebreaker. It's time to take a look at the overall standings of this entire group. And inside the top 8, there's going to be no X-Park, no Enigma Gaming. Both of these known teams have been eliminated from the lobby, while GE Phoenix, they barely somehow managed to squeeze themselves in the top 5. And then on the 8th spot is going to be X7 officials. What are these standings, dude?
I have no clue, Necro. If you remember exactly, GE Phoenix had 1 point after 3 games. They had 1 point after 3 games, and in the last 3 games, they acquired 47 points. And it all started with Ravina from the map of Vikendi. I mean, what a game they've had, what a day they've had, and what a comeback this is. This is probably the comeback for the ages. Of course, you've got to talk about ASLAAA and Hyderabad Hydras and XNOR who have dominated. But on the second page, it's all disappointment. It's big names and disappointment which go hand in hand right now. Enigma Gaming with 34 points and X-Pac with 36 points. AEROBOTZ barely could not make the cut. 32 placement points. If they would have just dived a little deeper in terms of the finish points, they probably would have made it 39 points.
I'm not gonna lie, I feel bad for AEROBOTZ. I am gonna be straight up honest. For AEROBOTZ to not make it inside the entire game, this is just gonna be stinging them. Because just shy from that one single point, oh, I cannot even imagine to be in their place. When they take a look at the overall standings, they're going to be devastated as a team. But then, on the latter half of the board, look at X-Pac where they are. Look at Enigma Gaming too on 13th spot. You know what, Salty? I really want you to go back to your hotel and talk to these players once again. I want you to talk to them, man. I want to know what went wrong, considering OA said that he was so chill, he had no pressure. Then what just happened?
I mean, you know what? Even I personally want to ask, right? You know, what went wrong? Why couldn't this team deliver on the performance which they set in the first round itself? And it just does not add up. It does not add up. Similarly, Godlike, right? Even Godlike, at least they finally made it in the last two games. But for Enigma Gaming, it's completely off track, and I have no clue whatsoever. And probably, just like you mentioned, I'll have to go back to the hotel and ask him, you know what? Tell me what happened. You know, were you not feeling well? Was your stomach unwell? Because how can Enigma Gaming, which a team which dominates every single time, who is performing so well in the other tournaments that's happening left, right, and center, just completely falter in this one day itself where it mattered the most?
That's just the undergods for you, man. Trust me, that's the undergods who are able to outshine and outperform a lot of the competition that's going on inside the game, Salty. And I'm telling you, if these undergods, they keep on moving up, marching up like that, they're going to be just smashing all the teams that will be standing in their way.
Absolutely. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, what a beautiful day we have had. I mean, if you think of storylines, if you think of the underdog stories, which I absolutely love, this has been a day for the neutral BGMI fans who just enjoy proper BGMI. Because you know for a fact, right, when you see performances like these and when you see that superstars of the future are getting the platform that they deserve and they are outshining the competition from the past, you know that the community is moving in the right track. And today I feel it was a stepping stone for the community as well, with so many new names coming up, with so many new names, you know, proceeding to the next stage. Of course, we did lose out on a couple of big names, but I believe that it's not going to hold us back as a community. And for BGMI as a whole, I feel like it was a victory. For the underdogs, of course, we've been grinding hard and hard and hard. This is your opportunity to shine. And I believe that even the underdog teams who are yet to play, this is an example, an inspirational story has been written down, laid down by these teams who have played today, and you can follow the same footsteps. Necro, I want to know from you, how are you feeling after this whole day? Because to be honest, man, I feel extremely happy. Somewhere I'm sad because my close friends are not going to make the cut, but you know, it's a sort of tough pill to swallow because the community is moving in the right direction.
I'll just say the teams that deserve the most, the teams that had the most hunger to win, they actually moved forward on the upcoming stage. But now considering this week's day one has been such a phenomenal overall ending, now that just increases a lot much more expectations for the day two of this week.
Exactly right. There will be a lot more underdog stories. A lot of tier 1 teams might actually get eliminated. But of course, ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be a blast. Of course, there's going to be much more action coming in the rest of the 3 broadcast days of the week itself. But for now, though, we are going to take your leave. See you soon. Bye-bye. And thank you.